Okay, I am live. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. We're gonna do some, as promised, some Discord outreach today. We're gonna have some good conversations, hopefully. I'm gonna try to stay a bit calmer, although I might get a bit angsty at times. I am wearing a tank top because it is very warm and it is just starting. It's gonna get even warmer today. Yeah, 31, 32 degrees is going to be outside. I'm expecting also a lot of degrees inside. Hey, Goomly. Hey, Jason Gutt. Nice to see you here. Oh, hello. Hello. Hello, Goomly. And without further ado, I'm going to go into Discord and let's start the stream. I'm a bit tired. I will admit it. Yesterday evening, we met with some activist friends because we're planning a really cool thing. We're a really cool type of activism we're planning, and yeah, I don't want to say too much because I don't want to spoil it. But we might make a video about it and everything. So yeah. Hey Jennifer Rooney, nice to see you here. Okay, let's go into the Discord.
That food specifically. Um, so like Benevo, Wild Earth, um other foods as such, which I am going to post pictures of the. I'm going to post a picture of Benevo as the event picture. And yeah, that it is it. We're going to discuss whether it is ethical or not to make our pets eat, like cats and dogs, eat a vegan diet.
Oh, so I should prepare those studies, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm scrolling through them.
I do have some of the ones that you sent.
Yeah, those three ones.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, I do have those ones saved on some notes. So,
So are you debating or are you moderating it or what's going on there?
I am gonna try to moderate mostly, but um, but if I have something to say, I'm gonna definitely chime in because I feel like I think there's gonna be too many of the people who have more to say than what I do and have more credibility than I do. Like if Vegan Gains does show up, I would like to give him the floor, and Chip, since he has. And Chip, I am gonna DM you just the list together.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think Vegan Gains has got his cat's vegan, right? I think, and he's had vegan dogs before, so he's probably got some good knowledge on that.
Does show up, I would like to give him I'd like to give him the floor and just let myself stand aside. Stuff like that.
Okay. Is
If he does
anybody
show.
in here not vegan and want to have a conversation? Does everybody agree that we should be feeding dogs a plant-based diet?
Yes.
Amazing, full agreement. This is amazing. We should have done this earlier. I don't know what we're doing, but everyone seems to agree.
Is this specifically about dogs or dogs and cats or all pets?
I think all pets,
Dogs,
and
cats.
cats. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have a special duty that if our cats cannot be on a vegan diet, that we should feed them meat or let them go outside?
Good question.
Like this special condition.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have a special duty to try and make them plant-based. But if they cannot be plant-based, then I don't think you should be killing your pet. Just my opinion.
How do you feel about cats being?
I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean,
ahead,
I understand why people would say that, and it may sound like very sociopathic, but honestly, like, I mean, if you buy meat, obviously you're completely like, like
It's
your
like
veganism would collapse essentially.
I look
But
at
I think
it
I covered.
as I look at it as, am I gonna kill other children to feed my child?
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah. And the thing is, again, like, how far can we how do you say how far can we stretch partiality, right? Because obviously, yeah, some relationships we have to take into account, like, yeah, close people to us, but I don't think that you can stretch it so far that like hundreds of animals have to die. I don't know. It's difficult.
It it's difficult to say, but then
And
again,
even
right? We advocate for cats, that we take cats or pets from shelters. So let's imagine that a cat cannot be taken and remains in the shelter. I'm assuming that that cat would anyway be fed not plant-based, most likely, if they cannot consume plant-based. So
right.
so you wouldn't necessarily be making a choice. It's the same thing that we're saying. If it's necessary, it's kind of a difficult situation to go about it, right?
Plant-based diets. Because some will probably not respond to, because it might be like the response might be, how do you say, heterogeneous, right? Maybe some respond well on it, right? And they can be supplemented, but maybe some do not. I am not so knowledgeable about that, but it could be the case, right?
Yeah, exactly. But
Yeah,
the ones
and
that
that's the thing.
cannot, that's the question, right? Like, I think, but that becomes such a complex issue that if your cat cannot adopt a plant-based diet, then, but also, like, I feel like, what does a cat cannot adopt a plant-based diet also mean, right? It's kind of a difficult thing to say. How did you try doing it? And I really appreciated when somebody said, well, maybe try like with a small percentage and just slowly inserting it so that they adapt to it. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah, so I could make, I could,
you're scratching out, Val.
in principle, maybe you could you could feed them with bivalves, for instance, and that would be very expensive, I think. Maybe, I don't know, but that could be probably like the least amount of evil if you hold the position that bivalves probably have like minimal to no sentience. Yeah, in that case, maybe the position could be rescued. Not sure. Maybe I'm wrong.
But either way, I feel like we all agree that they can nutritionally thrive on a plant-based diet. We have studies for that. We also know that nutritionally speaking, if we match the nutrition, and either if we make it artificially or whatever, as long as the nutritive aspect of the food is the same, then in theory they can. I think the only problem is in practice that they may not want to eat the food. So then it becomes like an issue of, well, depends on how you go about this whole situation.
Chip, on your stream, you might want to put a poll of what people think in your
Good
chat.
point. But we all know that what people are going to be saying. I got a guy in my chat saying that I'm weak. Yeah, so funny.
Okay. I also don't think that any vet has said, like, for particular diets, I do think I'd have to look into it more with the specific brand of Benevo. I do think they meet most of the adequate needs for particular need cats. Because they have they have all like the absorption nutrients that a cat needs in the
But in the case of cats, right? Is it more of like a psychological thing that they are averse, that they have like an aversive reaction to the foods? So could it be in principle the case that, like, say, you add some plant-based foods, add a little bit of meat, and then you wean them off like gradually? Would that perhaps work? Does anyone know?
I think so. Based on my understanding of what I read from those 3 studies, was that in theory, nutritionally speaking, they can adopt a plant-based diet. So in other words, like if you had to force your animal, your pet companion to eat a plant-based diet, they will survive and thrive on it. But the whole point is you can't really force them, right? You gotta make them adopt it. So yeah, if they don't want to do that, that's I guess where the issue is. But yeah. Oh, I got people in my chat saying that plants feel pain. Yeah. With 0 empirical evidence to back that claim up, of course.
Yeah, I'm just asking about the plant thing, because like in terms of psychology, right? Is it possible to counter-condition the cat if they don't like it? If you couple it with, like, let's say, what we call in psychology, like a positive reinforcer. So if you have like an aversive stimulus, let's say the food, the plant-based food, and if you couple it with something pleasant, and if you then reduce the meat gradually, let's say, will they eventually like it? That would be like an interesting question to explore, I think.
By the way, Val, your microphone is kind of shit. We're hearing you
Yeah,
badly.
sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, let's start the conversation. Does
Hello,
everybody?
guys.
Hi.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Good. Nitro, are you vegan?
Oh.
Me?
Yeah.
No.
What do you think being vegan is?
I'm talking with Felix. You know Felix? He's stay here in the server all time. In my opinion, that's good. If you have allergic meat, okay, no problem to be a vegan. But if you don't, there's no problem to eat. You know.
So wait, are you saying? So I asked you what does it mean to be vegan to you, and you have I haven't received a concrete answer from that. So what does it mean to be vegan?
You know what vegan is vegetarian, yeah?
Vegan is not vegetarian now.
Wait. Yeah, he just eating fruit and vegetables and anything stand meat. Yeah,
What if I told you that being vegan is not a diet?
it's not that.
No.
سمعك.
No, so it's a moral. So
يا أخي ما بتكلمش عربي يا أخي.
So being vegan is a moral principle of rejecting animal exploitation as much as possible and practicable. What that means is that you would not oppress animals if you don't need to. Do you agree with this idea? Jerry, I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to Nitro right now. If you want, we can speak up.
Yeah, he will translate that sentence.
Yeah, I'm translating, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, translating.
هو قال لك انك تكون فيجن مش معناها انك تعمل حمية غذائية، انك ما تأذيش الحيوانات بشكل عام يعني.
يعني هو قصده ان انا ما بقاش فيجن عشان ما اذيش الحيوانات.
Oh Jesus, I don't know if I want to do this. I'm sorry if you don't speak English very well. I don't know if I want to do all this. It just seems complicated and I translated a couple of times.
Wait, I'm here for listening more than speaking. So
fair
you
enough.
ask me one question.
So then let me speak
have
to
learned-
Jerry then. I'll speak to Jerry if you're here to listen anyway, okay?
Okay.
So Jerry,
So what's your...
yeah, do you think it's okay to oppress innocent animals for optional products?
Yeah. For me, yeah.
So it is
Because
okay to oppress
it-
innocent animals for optional products. Do you know what oppression is?
I know, bro.
What is it?
To exploit the animals to make products or something like this. I understand, I guess.
So no, it means to be cruel and unjust. So you think it's okay to be cruel and unjust towards an innocent animal for something you don't need,
Bro,
correct?
Bro, it depends. This depends on your ethical basics or something like this. So for me, I see that to eat animals or to exploit animals in anything is good, is ethical for me. And
Okay.
I don't know about your opinion, and I can judge you, and you can judge me because we have a different basics. You know?
Let's not we're not nobody's judging anybody. We're having a conversation. So now you think it's okay to
Yeah.
oppress innocent animals for optional products. Do you think it's okay to oppress dogs for optional products?
Optional product like to fix the skin or something like this.
No, like I want to kill a dog and use their body as a punching bag. That's an optional product, and I would be oppressing them because it would be cruel and unjust towards them to kill them for something that I don't need, like a punching bag made out of a dog's body.
No, I don't agree with that actually.
Hello.
So you think it's unfair to kill a dog for a product that I don't need?
Yeah.
But just moments ago, you said it is okay.
Many dog treats
It's
to
okay
make
to eat
hot dogs.
to
Yes.
like as a food. I guess that's ethical in my opinion.
So
And
wait,
to
but
do-
wait a minute, because
Yeah.
when it comes to food is one thing, but let me ask you this, what about optional food? Like let's imagine dessert. So if for dessert I want to kill an innocent animal, I don't need to, I could always get a different dessert, of course. But if for dessert I want to kill an innocent animal and eat them, is that ethical to you?
Yeah.
So as long as their body goes through your mouth hole, it becomes ethical, correct?
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
Why is ethical? Because
Yeah, why is it
I-
ethical that if my tongue does not touch the animal's body, but my fist does? So if my fist touches the animal's body, it is unethical. But if my tongue touches the animal's body, it is ethical.
Because I think that to eat animals is ethical, and to kill them without any reason, that's not ethical. It is easy, bro. Is my
But,
basics.
well, no. I'm asking you why. I'm not asking you to repeat your statement. I'm asking you why are you making this statement?
Why?
What's the
Because I
logic
believe
behind
that-
it? What's the logic behind saying touching an animal with your fist is wrong, but touching them with your tongue is right?
Bro, this is depends on the basics. I think I said that before. You know, like for example, I can say why you should be a vegan. You know, you
That's
can
not the
kill,
question
like-
that I ask you. So listen, just
Yeah,
to
I
be
know,
clear, when I'm asking you, Jerry, this question, I understand that maybe you have never thought about it before. So I'm asking you to actually try and think about it, because if you think about it logically, is there any difference between touching an animal with your fist or touching an animal with your tongue?
Yeah, there is different because if I touch if I eat the animal, I'm gonna be alive, you know, more time. And,
No. We were pretty clear. We were pretty clear, Jerry, that all of the food is optional. So you're not going to be alive for longer. In fact, let me put it this way. Let me even make it a little bit more difficult for you. What if eating the animal is actually bad for you?
difficult. Bad for me, like gonna give
Like
me
it
a
increases
disease
your
or
chances of colon cancer by 1%.
Oh yeah, that's I guess that's wrong. I should not eat it like the pig or the pork or something like this.
So do you derive your ethics solely based on the how you feel about them? Do you think that
No.
something is moral or
Hi
immoral?
everybody.
Bro, I will expose my basics. Maybe you can understand me. My basic depends on the Quran, on the Islam. You know, we have basics on this situation. You understand me? So if in Islam we should not kill anything without reason. Like for example, I'm gonna find a dog in outside. I'm gonna kill him. This is wrong, you know. But if I need, actually, for the dog is haram to eat him to eat it in any way. Yeah, this is my point, you know.
Okay, but let me ask you this. So you said it's
Yeah.
wrong to kill any animal if you don't need to. And I'll
Yeah.
come back to the same thing, right? Do you think you need to consume animal products?
Yes.
So if I show,
it
what
depends
exactly
on
would
something.
convince you? What would convince you that you do not need to consume animal
Bro,
products?
you should be specific the question. Like for example, if I need him, what do you mean? I need him? Like I need him to eat to gonna be alive or what?
So do you think
Or
you can be
to
healthy and thriving? That means be as healthy as you can be on a plant-based diet.
Okay, I guess I understand you, bro. Actually, in Islam, my basics, we have a rule. We should not eat without we are hungry. Like we should hungry to eat. If we are not hungry, it's not good to eat, you know?
This does not
Like
answer my question. So do you think you can thrive on a plant-based diet?
no, I don't understand that. The
Do you
last
think you can be
Sorry,
as
Yuri?
healthy? Do you think you can be as healthy as possible on a plant-based diet?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you can be as
if
healthy as possible on a plant-based diet, that means consuming animal products is optional, correct?
I don't know.
Wait, what do you mean I don't know? So it's only simple logic. You eat food to be healthy, as you said,
Yeah.
and to live. If you can be healthy and live without eating animal products, that means eating animal products is optional.
No, it's not optional, bro.
Wait a
It's not
minute.
optional.
So wait, yet again, we'll come back to the simple logic, okay? So simple logic.
Yeah.
Do you think
But
you
I
can
want to.
be healthy and live on a plant-based diet?
Yeah, of course you can. You
Okay,
can.
so if you can be healthy and
But
live on a
but
plant-based
many things.
diet, that means you can eat anything but animals and be healthy and live, correct?
Yeah, but there is things in animal. We need it, you know, like the
So wait a
protein, the
minute.
things.
No, but if you say there's things in animals we need, that would go
Omega-3 in the
directly
fish.
against your question, against your answer to the question, do you think you can be healthy and survive on a plant-based diet? And you said yes. You didn't say no, we need certain things from animal products. You said yes. So which is it? Do you think we can be healthy and survive on a plant-based diet or not?
Okay. Let me think. Yes. We can survive, I guess, without animal products, but we gonna need some things. We gonna need things,
Like what?
and yeah, like what? Omega-3 in the fish and the protein in the
There's omega-3s
meal.
in plants.
Anyway, yeah.
So if
Actually,
you find a way to make it work on a plant-based diet, then would you
I have
consider?
I like
I have
how
one
can I say
more.
meal or meat?
But
Meat.
How
we're
people?
not. Wait 1 second before we get into what you like. I know that you like that, but that's not the point.
Yeah.
Let's
Because
go. Let's first agree that you could in theory be healthy and survive on a plant-based diet. Whether that would mean some supplementation or not is a different case. But you could definitely be healthy and survive on a plant-based diet, correct?
yeah, I agree. You can be alive.
So
you can still alive now.
So if you can be
Without,
healthy and survive on a plant-based diet, that means you do not need animal products to be healthy or survive on a plant-based diet, correct?
Yeah, correct. You can see that, yeah.
So then you do not need if you do not need animal products, then animal products are optional and you only consume them because you like the taste of them.
Yeah, you can see that, yeah.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so then what is the difference, and I come back to the same thing, between me punching an animal, of course, a dead animal, just to be clear, right? Like I kill an animal and I punch them, or I kill an animal and I put their flesh in my mouth, all of it for optional reasons.
Okay, just a minute. Yeah, I understand you, bro. I get you, but I'm gonna check something. Just a minute. gonna share about something.
Okay. What do you think of you?
Yeah. Like I said, I don't see that's ethical. Like to kill animal without reason, like to put them as a, how can I say it?
But it is a
Accessories,
reason.
accessorize.
But why do you, let me ask you this. Why do you think that both reasons are optional reasons? So both of them are for something you don't need, and both of them are for getting some form of pleasure out of it. You get taste pleasure, I get exercise pleasure from it. So my question is, yet again, what is the difference between the two situations?
Yeah, there is a difference, bro. In my
What is it?
standard to eat meat, let me answer, bro. Eating animals, it's in my standard is necessary, you know.
Well, it isn't. You've just answered my question several times that you can thrive on a plant-based diet, that you can be healthy and survive on a plant-based diet.
Okay.
So that means you don't need to kill animals. Doesn't that also go directly against your whole point of the Quran saying killing anybody for no reason or killing anything for no reason, whatever you said, is haram? Doesn't that mean that you are killing animals for something you don't need? Is that not haram?
No, it's not. I need that.
You don't. You just acknowledge that you can survive and thrive on a plant-based diet.
I have one question. Why not? Why not killing animal for take skin or take meat or something like that? Why? Why not?
Because they're sentient beings who feel, who have emotions, and who do not want to be killed.
Okay, who's the best, or who's the best to have more feelings than a human or animals?
Probably humans, but why would that matter? If I have more feelings than you, does that mean I get to kill you because I have more feelings than you?
Wait. No. I'm not this stupid. So, what's your opinion about the people killing people and eat, or killing and destroy, bombing hospital? What's your opinion about that?
About what? People killing what?
About the people or forests killing people.
Forests killing people? What do you mean?
Forest. Military forests, bomb rocket, you know?
Listen, I'm all against violence. I don't know what you just asked, but maybe this answers your question. I don't think violence is a justification in any situation.
I love meat. That's all.
So, another hand, okay? In another hand, if you lost in some place or desert and you will find rabbit, what should you do?
You should eat the rabbit.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so
we are survived.
before both of you start, adoring each other and touching each other and getting some form of pleasure from both of you sharing the same view that it's okay to exploit and slaughter innocent sentient beings. Let's finish the conversation right now, right? So what you're saying is that if I'm meeting a rabbit and I'm hungry, what do? I probably will not eat the rabbit because I wouldn't want to kill a rabbit and just move on. I probably will wait until I go to a supermarket or something and then get something to eat. Why would I ever want to kill a rabbit because I'm hungry? I don't think if you're hungry and there's an animal in front of you, you will not start killing the animal, but rather you will wait until you go to a restaurant or a supermarket, correct?
Nice.
That's called privilege, bro. You have this privilege now that you live in the country that has this
has a supermarket
and everything.
Yeah. So Namor, do you have not access for a supermarket?
Yeah, I do, and I go eat.
Okay, so you also have the privilege, correct?
Yeah, and I enjoy eating.
So what makes you so then if you have the privilege to choose a plant-based diet and thrive on it, why do you think it's okay to oppress innocent sentient beings for something that you don't need?
What do you mean oppress? Bro, if you
it means to be cruel and unjust towards them. It is cruel and unjust to cut their throat for something that you don't need. So
that's just Mother Nature. It's called the cycle of life.
So is it Mother Nature or is it called the cycle of life? Because the cycle of life is just it's a quote from the Lion King. Do you think you should be judging your morality based on quotes from Lion King?
It's not a quote of the Lion King. It's It's
Yes, it
literally the
is.
cycle of life, bro.
Cycle
Animals
of life
kill each
is a
other.
quote from Lion King,
Yes.
brother.
Okay, bro. Okay, but it is not about Lion King. It is about animals killing each other for survival. It's
But
been
you're not
happening
doing
like
it for
that since Mother
survival, do you?
Nature.
Yeah, so if you
Okay.
did it for survival, I wouldn't say anything to you. But you're doing it not for survival, you're doing it for
Okay.
convenience or preference, aren't you? That's a
Okay,
difference.
but we've been doing it for thousands of years.
Does that make it right? If
And-
so, if you do an action for a long time, does that mean that action becomes moral?
Okay, but you're only saying that because of your privilege now to express this
The same privilege
online
that
because
you
of
have
all
also.
the choices you have.
The same
Okay, I
privilege
do,
that you
but-
have also. So what makes you
Okay,
think it's
but-
okay to oppress innocent sentient beings for something that you don't need?
Okay, but the animal is not even sentient. It's not sentient like human.
An animal is sentient, very much so. We have the
It's not
Declaration of
sentient like
Consciousness
human.
written
It
by
is
the.
not-
So we have the
it is
Declaration
not-
of we have the Cambridge Declaration of Consciousness and the New
You
York
cannot
Declaration
compare
of
it
Consciousness.
to-
That
you
all
cannot
these
compare
are
it to
derived
human
from
being.
several empirical evidence that shows that indeed animals are
You're
sentient,
just
especially
throwing
the
around
mammals.
some big words. You're just.
Oh,
throwing
you
around
want me
some
to
big
show?
words.
I'll say
You're
if you.
not-
So if I
you're
send you
not
the link.
sentient like
Wait,
human
if I send
being.
you the link to the Declaration of Consciousness, the Cambridge Declaration of Consciousness specifically, because I do have that on hand, are you then going to be convinced that animals are conscious?
They are not conscious like human beings. That's my point. They
You
do
might not be conscious like me.
they're
Does that
not
mean that I get
sentient.
to oppress you? So wait, they are sentient. But the fact that, so you might not be conscious like I am, right? I may have a higher consciousness than you. Does that mean that I
Okay,
should be
but
allowed to
You
oppress
don't
you?
have a higher consciousness than me, though. That's
Okay,
the
so
point.
let me put it this way, Namor, and I'll put it very simply. There are individuals on this planet that are cognitively impaired who have the same cognitive abilities of an animal. Their level of consciousness is similar to that of an animal. Would it be okay to oppress them? Would it be okay to oppress cognitively impaired human beings simply because they have a quote-unquote lower level of consciousness?
You're comparing human beings to animals now.
So is it hard for you to answer my question? Because I asked you a question.
Well, yeah, because you're asking me if I would slaughter human beings that are less conscious,
Nope.
but that's not even the same thing.
I'm asking you
Human
if it's
beings are
moral
not
to
like
do
animals.
so. I'm asking you if it's moral to do so, not if you would do it. I'm asking you,
You're
is it
comparing a
moral?
human being to an animal right now.
Okay, then let's go into it. I didn't really want to go into this, but hell, we'll go into this. So yes, I am comparing a human being to an animal. And Namor, since you seem to think that there is a difference between human beings and animals, I'll ask you this simple question. What is the morally significant difference between human beings and animals that justifies the difference in treatment?
I don't know why you're even asking. Human beings have way higher level of consciousness.
And yet again, a human being with a lower level of consciousness would not have that difference, and you would still say that they shouldn't be oppressed. So yet again,
Okay, but what
that's
do you
not
mean
the reason.
by lower
That's not the
level of
difference.
consciousness? Like, what does that even mean?
A cognitively
just throwing
impaired
some
human
words
being.
around.
No, a cognitively impaired human being will have the same cognitive abilities of an animal. There are several human beings on this planet like that.
Okay, but it's still a human being. That's
Okay,
the
so
whole
what is
point.
the difference between a cognitively impaired human being and an animal that justifies the difference in treatment?
One is an animal, one is a human being.
Both are animals. Humans are also animals. One is a certain species and the other is a different species. So what is the morally significant difference between a human being and a non-human being that justifies oppressing one for something you don't need and not the other?
Okay, but right now you're just yapping. Okay, you're comparing animals to humans.
Okay, I think I will move on because I have already asked you this question 3 times, Namor, and you can't seem to be able to track what this question means, and you can't seem to be able to answer
big
this
words
question.
around, but you're not making any sense. Like,
so you don't listen,
comparing
Namor. Do you
human
not
beings
understand
to
what my
animals.
question?
You
Yes,
hear
I am.
yourself.
You can compare anything to anything. By the way, I think people have this
told
weird
you, one
issue
is
about
human, one is
understanding
animal.
comparison.
It
But
does not compare.
Namor, I'm gonna mute you right now because I was talking and you were interrupting me. So it's pretty clear to me that a lot of you might have issues with comparison between humans and animals. First of all, humans are animals. We are primates. We are mammals. We are just another species of animals, FYI. Second of all, just to finish, you can compare a human being to an object if you want. Comparisons doesn't mean one is above the other, or like the whole purpose of comparison is to make a claim, which one is better, which one isn't. When you are saying that human beings are better than animals, you are also making a comparison between human beings and animals. That's it. But I want to move on because I don't want to speak to Namor anymore, because it's pretty clear he doesn't want to answer the question. And today I actually want to talk to people who want to have a conversation.
Well,
how is it relevant, really? What we have evolved to? Do you actually believe in evolution? By the way,
how it is relevant? We evolved as beings to eat meat.
Yeah. Yeah. So what? But
What
that
do you
is
mean?
like
So what? It is meant for us to eat
are you
meat.
hold on? Yeah. Are you aware of like the is-ought fallacy?
Of what? Wait, repeat that. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, of the is-ought fallacy. What you're doing is just you're describing reality. Morality is about should, how something should be the case and how something is the case.
Okay, but who
Just because
decides? Who decides
Yeah,
how
let me
it should
ask.
be?
Yeah,
That's the
we are
question.
arguing this. Yeah, we are arguing this right now, right? Which is why we have the conversation. We are
Okay.
claiming that you should not kill animals,
Okay,
right? And then
why?
you're saying, well, and then you're saying we are omnivores, but omnivores is just a description, right? It doesn't
Okay.
tell us whether we should eat. You have to make that claim that we should, that we should, right? You're just
Okay,
claiming
well,
that
why
something is the
shouldn't we?
case.
Why shouldn't we?
Well, because it harms animals, and it is not necessary to kill them and to
Okay,
exploit
but
them.
it is natural way of living. Like it is nature.
Yeah. So you are right now, presumably, you're talking to me through a computer or to a smartphone. Is that natural?
I mean, it came from earthly resources. It might not happen in nature,
No,
but it was
no,
made.
it's human made, right? Because we had our
Yeah.
hands in it.
Yeah, with tools and shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Plus,
exactly.
like,
So
wait,
this
wouldn't you
Yeah.
argue? Sorry, Val, 1 second. Wouldn't you argue, Namor, then that you can adopt a natural plant-based diet, just like you can adopt a natural animal-based diet, but one would oppress
it's
it.
choice.
Yeah,
You can
so
do whatever
yeah,
you want.
yeah, but Namor, one would oppress innocent animals, one would be violent towards innocent animals, and one wouldn't. Why would you choose the one that is inherently violent towards innocent animals?
Hello?
Because I already
Hello?
told you,
1
animals
second,
are
Togomori.
not
Hello?
as sentient and as conscious as human beings.
But do you think that just because you think animals are not as sentient as consciousness, by the way, sentience is not a value scale, it's a on-off switch. But let's imagine that it would be, as you say, like a gradient scale. Do you think that because animals are on a gradient scale, that means you can be violent towards them just because you want to?
Bro, you can't kill any kind of nature. Even vegetables.
Okay, so please wait a second. We were speaking to Namor. So Namor, please answer the question. So yet again, you are faced, not you are faced. Why is it that you think, like you said, because animals are less sentient, does that mean that you have the right to be violent towards animals just because they're less sentient?
Yeah.
So then any individual that is less sentient according to you, or less consciousness, I'll just use less consciousness because it's better description. So any individual who is less consciousness than you, should you be allowed to oppress them, to be violent towards them?
I guess not human beings, because we're like a different species,
Okay, not human beings because we're like a different species.
Well, yeah, like it's like we are like how do you say? Like it's morally wrong to kill another human being, no?
Can you describe
but it's
to
not
me?
morally wrong to kill animals.
Yeah, well, that's what we're trying to understand. Why? I know we've clearly you think that, but can you describe to me what a biological species is? Since based on that sole criteria, you think it's okay to be violent towards an innocent sentient being?
Well, I mean, I already told you, it's just the way of.
So what is a
life.
species?
What do you mean, what is a species?
Well, you discriminate based on species, so you should know what a species is. Otherwise, how would you know if an individual is a different species or not?
Well, I know that if I threw you in Africa, you would be probably eaten by some lions or snakes.
Okay, and how
And
would
that's
you
just
know that they
nature.
are a different species
That's
than
natural.
me?
Well, you can tell by their DNA, by their
By their
physical
DNA.
look.
Oh, so by how
Yeah.
they look. So do you think it's okay to discriminate based on how individuals look like?
I didn't say just look. I said DNA by their structures,
So
by
which
their
part of the DNA
by their
defines
sentience,
the
by their brain.
So which part of the DNA defines all of this? So which part of the DNA? So what you're saying, because in order for you to know whether you can be violent towards a sentient being or not, you would have to draw some blood from them, check if their DNA is close enough to you or not, correct? Otherwise, how would you know that they're a different species?
I mean, it's pretty obvious. Like, you don't need to do biological testing to know
So
when
yet
is animal and
again,
when is human.
yet again, you don't know what a species is, correct?
How do I not know? I literally explained
Describe
it
it to me. Tell me
Like,
what
I'm
a
not
species
a biologist, but I just described it.
So do you think it's okay to discriminate, to adopt morality based on biological features?
Well, I didn't just say by biological features, but yeah, like by
Biological
their structure and
categories.
their sentence.
There you go. Is it
Sure,
okay
why
to
not?
discriminate based on biological categories?
Seems like it. I mean, we've been doing it for how long?
Okay, so does that mean sexism is okay? Because, biologically, there are categories that
Okay,
split
but
individuals
I
based
told
on
you
sex.
it's
Would that be okay?
humans and animals? Like, I'm differentiating between them.
No, I can simply
not the same
create
thing
the
to me.
sex called females and put in them all female mammals. That is a group, and I can put in them both humans and animals. Would it be okay for female mammals to be discriminated upon by men mammals simply because they're in a different group, by different biological group?
Okay, but I'm not talking about that. We're talking about animals and humans now. We're not talking
No, you're
about
talking about
sexes or-
you selecting specifically a biological group to suit your narrative, and yet you cannot morally or logically justify the biological group that you chose, and you can't even describe the biological group that you chose. So sounds to me like you are performing, discrimination based on something you don't even understand, correct?
Sounds to me like you're just throwing words around to try to sound smart. Like,
No,
that's all you're doing.
I clearly described it to you. So let me explain it to you this way.
Okay, well,
So
explain to me why it's not-
species is just a biological
Explain to me why it's not
category.
illegal then. Why after
Oh.
all this time we are still killing all these animals and
Oh,
it is still
okay,
not
okay,
forbidden.
okay. So now it's about
You
legality. Do you think that, like slavery, which happened up until like 200 years ago, was legal for a long time? Do you think that it was moral because it was legal?
Yeah, but you're saying there's all these studies, there's all
Can you
this
please
proof,
answer my
yet
question?
There is no point of answering your question. Slavery is not around anymore.
So slavery is not, was it immoral or was it immoral?
Well, yes, it was immoral, but
So it was immoral,
again,
and
it's
yet,
human beings,
so it was
not
immoral,
animals.
and yet it was legal and done for hundreds of years. So something being legal or done for hundreds of years does not mean that it is moral, correct?
Yeah, but you're claiming we have all these evidence now, so why is it still not changed?
Because industries are trying to profit from it. They're selling you a story that you are buying, and they're obviously making money from it. That's the only reason why it continues. Because if we showed the reality of what animals go through, if we showed the slaughter scenes, the fact that animals are forcefully inseminated, the fact that animals are killed as babies, most people would find disgust in that, especially given that it is all for optional products.
Okay, but if you reverted back to like not having this privilege of your daily life you have now, would
But
you
I
eat
do.
plants? Would
But
you
I do.
starve?
But I do.
If you
Yeah,
had
let me-
nothing to eat?
Yeah,
I'm
let me
just
let me,
asking
let,
you. You're this
yeah, let me tell
morally
you this,
high
right?
person.
I will answer it
So
straightforwardly.
if you ended up
Yeah.
on some
Yeah,
island
can I
with
answer?
nothing to eat, would you stick to eating herbs
Yeah.
and starve?
Well, Val, let me answer this
Yeah, let me-
question so that he
yeah, let
doesn't
me
think that
answer.
I'm dodging the question, and then you can answer the
Okay.
question also, okay? So if I was on a deserted island, and I would have to eat an
Yeah.
animal in order to, or otherwise I would die, I would probably eat an animal. I only say probably
Yeah.
because I don't think I'm capable of killing and eating an animal, because I would, plus I would also very much like the companionship more than the some food. But that's not the case that you're in day to day. You can't more, like if I was on a deserted island, I may also kill a human being to survive. It's the same thing. If a human being dies, or not even kill them, but let's say a human being, I'm with another human being, they die, and the only way for me to survive is if I eat their body, I might probably resort to doing that because I'm on a deserted island, because I would need that to survive. But in a day-to-day situation, that does not mean that I get to kill human beings or that I get to eat dead human beings. Just because I would do it in an extreme situation doesn't mean I have to do it day to day. Go on, Val.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, so you would still eat it, but you wouldn't eat it if you had a choice to not eat it. Is that what you're saying?
No, I clearly said all of it, but that's why I don't want to continue this conversation with you, because you are not really interested in having
you're
a
like going
conversation.
around it, like you're going way around it. You can just explain it more like
I explained it
straightforward
to you.
and simple.
I explained it to you, very simple. I would kill an animal like I would kill a human, but that doesn't mean that I would do it day to day. Val, sorry, you came up in the middle.
Yeah, so you can say it like that. You don't have to go in a circle and
That's exactly how I
say
said
a
it.
whole paragraph.
That's exactly
okay.
how
So
I
yeah,
said
I
it.
agree. I mean, I would also like just eat like as much as I need to. I would not like slaughter them, like you said.
And by the way, you mentioned something earlier about like privilege, right? And I think it is precisely because we have the privilege that we should make use of it, because we are in a better position.
Okay.
Right. I think the ones who are privileged should help, of course. They should help if they can. Right. And those who are not, well, you have to make use of whatever it is. Right. But if you have more money, let's say, you should maybe make use of it a little bit better. Of course.
Okay.
If you're privileged, if you can choose to be a vegan, then you should perhaps.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can be vegan, but like
so
animals are still
privilege gives
gonna
you
be
more
slaughtered.
reasons.
You won't change anything.
Yeah, I know. Well, but if everyone holds that view that the world isn't going to change, no one is going to change, right? It always has to start with some people who believe that change is possible, that improvement is possible. If everyone believes like you, nothing will change, actually.
Okay, but I mean, I get the argument, but like, you know, media just good, bro.
Yeah, let's move on. It's pretty clear that you're not interested in changing your mind
No,
or
but
actually listening to logic or argumentation.
But
So
I'm listening to you. Like I see your argument and I see the moral behind it. I just, media just like
too
it's
good.
part of my life for so long. So changing that would be like not drinking water. Like
the same. A slave owner, when slavery was ending, could have said the same thing. Slavery is just so much part of my life. It's like drinking water. I can't possibly give it up.
Okay, but
no, I think he's actually
torturing human beings that,
No,
like,
I think he's listening.
A whole different thing.
I think he's listening. I think he's pretty much listening, but hold on. I think no, hold on. Oh, chip. Let me.
Val, you're coming in and out. I'm not saying anything. You're just saying, hold on. But like you're coming in and out.
I think if you find the arguments compelling, right?
You're lagging, bro. I can't really hear you.
Unless you have some other criticisms, then maybe I can address them, or Chip can address them. We could then later maybe discuss the practical issues. So to make it for you.
Val, you're gonna need to fix your connection before you pursue conversation.
Sure.
Okay, Chip, please continue.
Yeah, I just think we should continue with somebody else. Not for nothing no more, but I just think like we clearly reached the point. You said one is a human being, one is an animal. When I ask you what the difference is, you can't seem to mention the difference. You say consciousness. Then if I bring up a human being with less consciousness, you say the difference between a human being with less consciousness and an animal is one is a human being and the other is an animal, which isn't an actual difference. Is you just naming
conscious human
the
can
categories.
Still have experiences and goals beyond like what an animal can have.
Same can an animal. Yeah, Yeah, we reached this point. We reached a clear conclusion. You cannot name the difference between a human being and an animal. That justifies the difference in treatment. So then I don't think there's any point in continuing, since you can't name this thing.
I did though. I did.
What
give
is
you a
it?
difference.
You said consciousness, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so then
Like,
let me
even-
apply this
even
logically
less
to you.
sentient human beings can have experiences.
So can
that
animals.
Okay, yeah, but goals, experiences. He still has a lot higher level of consciousness than an animal would have.
No, so I'll explain it to you very simply. There are human beings on this planet, whether you like to believe it or not, that have the same level of consciousness and cognitive abilities as,
Are you talking about
as an
those
animal.
vegetables that are being kept alive by machines?
Those are one
Like
example,
brain
but
dead
there are
people?
also cognitively impaired human beings who have the consciousness of an animal, like intellectually challenged people. So those people who are intellectually challenged, there are several who have such intellectual disabilities that they essentially, all they can do is what an animal can do. All they can think is how an animal can think. That's it.
Okay, what kind of person is that? Like,
They're a human being.
I mean,
still,
I've seen
right?
intellectually like impaired humans, and even they are more intelligent than animals. Like, they're not like.
How do you measure intelligence?
I mean, they can still. You can see they're still aware of the world. They can still communicate. They can still, like. You can see the higher level of consciousness in them.
So let me put it this way. If you hit your head tomorrow and you no longer have the same cognitive abilities as a human being, but rather you have the same cognitive abilities of an animal because you hit your head so badly, does that mean I can oppress you?
Okay, but even if I hit my head tomorrow and like I become retarded, I'll still be. I'm trying to say I'll still be higher.
Can you please use intellectually challenged? That's such a derogatory term, please. Thank you.
Why is it such a derogatory term? Like,
because people used it as a derogatory term. That's why.
Okay, I'll say intellectually challenged. And, I'll still be more aware and more sentient than any animal can be.
Well, no. In this particular the situation that I described to you, in this hypothetical, you wouldn't. You would be exactly the same as an animal.
Well, then I'd rather be that.
So it would be okay for me to oppress you, correct?
Well, oppressing is, I mean, I was still a sentient humans once. So, I mean, I still have human rights. Do animals have human rights?
That's not what we're asking here. I'm asking you, would it be moral if I chose to oppress you?
Moral or not?
But that's what I want to understand.
Against an animal.
Listen.
Why do humans have human rights? Animals don't have that.
Can you please follow along? And please follow along. So I ask you yet again, is it moral if I want to oppress you? You have not answered my question.
I said no because I was once sentient.
So if it's not moral, okay. So if it's not moral to oppress you, yet you have the same cognitive abilities of an animal, then surely the difference between you and an animal is not the cognitive abilities, and yet you think it's okay to oppress them, but not you. So what other difference is there?
I literally told you, human rights, I was once sentient. And
human rights is just a legal term. I can, if we are in a situation where there's no human rights, or a country that doesn't abide to the Geneva Convention or rights, human rights, then does that mean I am allowed to oppress you? It would be moral for me to oppress you?
No.
So then human rights is not the difference between a human being and an animal. So I come back to the same question. What is the difference between you, cognitively impaired with the same cognitive abilities of an animal, and an animal saying, knowing that you would say it's wrong to oppress one but not the other?
Well, I'm still human, you know? That's the thing.
So but that's like not that doesn't answer the question. We know you're humans. We know you're humans.
Yeah.
We know you're human. That's literally what I'm asking you. I know you're human. Based on that, I'm asking you my statement. What is the difference between you, a human being, with your same cognitive abilities as an animal, that justifies oppressing one but not the other? What makes it right to oppress the animal but not you?
I mean, that's a good point, but my point is still like, you know, human.
It
we're
just
the same
sounds
species. It's
yeah,
not
it
okay
just sounds to
oppress
me
me.
like somebody taught you these values. Like somebody said it's wrong to oppress humans. That's it. And you went along
yeah.
with it and you believed it. And it is wrong to oppress humans, but you never questioned why it's wrong to oppress humans. You just took it for granted. So the same reason the same way a racist would teach their child that it's wrong to oppress white people or the same race as they are, the same individual would not question them, why is it wrong to oppress a white person? They would just take it for granted. And when they're presented with a difference, like a different race of person, they would think it's okay to oppress them because they were explicitly said that it's wrong to oppress white humans, or that it's okay to oppress others if they were born in an area where it was actually legal to do so. But let's move on from this. Namor, it's pretty clear. You grew up with one belief. You don't want to challenge it. I don't really. If you don't want to challenge it, I'm not really interested in talking to you if you don't want to challenge it, as I said. So let's just move on to the next person.
Like we are like a different species, so
sure, but we get to the same
moral,
thing.
like...
Species is just a biological category. If I pick a different biological category, would it be okay to oppress based on that? And you said yes, or you said no, or whatever, because when I bring up sex, which is a different biological category, you seem to think it's wrong to oppress. So just because you chose the specific biological category, you choose to draw your morality based on that. And yet again, there is no logic behind it. It's just you were taught that way and you continue doing so. So you can come back when you have the logic.
You're talking.
There's no question.
Like
I just want to end this conversation with you because you have no logic behind your moral values. You were just taught one way and you are not willing to try and challenge them. That's it.
Challenge what exactly? That's what you're confusing me at.
Challenge why your moral values are the way they are, to try to understand why one is right and one is wrong.
Okay, but that's what I'm trying to get. Like I told you.
No, I'm no longer having this conversation with you. I'm no longer having this
conversation. One is human, one is animal. And you don't understand that. You think we're all the same status and
as I said,
value.
I refuse to consent speaking to you. I no longer want to speak to you, Namor. I've expressed why several times, and I no longer want to have a conversation with you. Now, if anybody else, another different vegan, a different vegan, no, I have clearly answered your question. There is no question in it, by the way. You just said that one is a human and one is an animal. And we're going in circles because you cannot answer the question, what is the difference between a human being and an animal that justifies the difference in treatment other than a simple biological category, for which if I pick a different biological category, you said it's not a good enough justifier. So yet again, biological categories cannot be a moral justifier for oppression. So if a biological category cannot be a moral justifier for oppression, why do you keep bringing it back to a biological category? Please, can we please move on?
You're speaking way too fast, bro. Can you slow down?
No.
Don't worry, no more. Biological category is very good base for discrimination. I mean, not like you will have intercourse.
Okay, but
Namor, don't listen to Conan Barbarian. Conan Barbarian said that rape is moral. So I would argue to not listen to this person who thinks rape is moral.
I did not say that. Don't lie.
Yeah, but it's okay to prefer your own species, no?
Of course it is.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like, no.
Is it completely? Hold on. What about where does this end? Is it okay to prefer your own race?
Sure, why not? As long as they're like not discriminating against other races.
But you are discriminating other species and other races.
Well, yeah, species, but not races.
What do you mean?
Like I'm differentiating between humans and animals. That's what I'm doing. So like I can prefer my own species, humans, just like I can prefer my own like people, like, you know, but I don't need to hate other people. Understand?
Right.
Yeah.
But do you hate other people?
Well, I told you I don't hate anyone.
You don't hate anyone? Well, when you say anyone, you would have to say you'd have to exclude you'd have to include other species because they are someone.
Okay, but it's not like I hate them. I just eat them because it's convenient to eat them. Like, That's the whole point I'm trying to make.
But
But I don't
didn't
eat
you
human
already?
beings.
But didn't
you
you
know?
already admit that you
What?
didn't need to?
Okay, I didn't need to, but it's not like I don't have to.
Okay, but if you don't need to, you ought not to. If you
Okay,
don't,
but
if you don't hate them, right? If this was something that you were like, no, I actually like you, but I'm still gonna kill and eat you. That's not a really
well,
good,
it's not
honest statement.
like hate. It's not like I feel anything towards them, you know?
Okay,
It's like they're just there and I just eat them because, that's what, you know, that's what happens in nature.
okay. So what other things in nature are you going to do that are immoral?
Well, let me just say, like, a lion doesn't think about killing a gazelle or,
That wasn't my question. What
happens
other
naturally.
things in nature? What other things in
What do you
nature
mean?
are you willing to do since it's on the basis of nature? Well, you're saying it's natural to kill and eat. What other basis are you willing to go for? Since it is natural, it is okay for you to do it.
Well, it's not like I'm killing the animals in the first place.
You're paying
Just,
for them because it's in the sake
yeah.
of natural. So, what other things are you willing to pay for because it's the sake of natural?
What do I need to pay for? I don't understand.
Well, like there's rape, there's,
Okay,
there's
but rape is like you're like causing like emotional like harm to another human, like
right. What do you
potentially
think
scarring
milk
them for
does?
life. It's
What do you
like
think milk does?
what?
What do you think milk does?
Okay, but you're again comparing animals to humans. Like it's
Well,
not
yeah,
like
hold on. You
a cow
haven't
getting
given
milked
a
isn't the same as a man raping a woman.
yeah. Well, it is rape because they both have vaginas. They both have sperm. They both have what trait can I not say it is rape?
I mean, I guess the animal is not like it's not realizing
So
as a woman getting raped. What?
hold on. So it complaining or freaking out having a catheter in her vagina,
What?
like that is not an indication that like they're not okay with it.
What do you mean?
Well, you were saying that they were okay with it, right? They don't have the ability to be okay with it or not okay with it. Wouldn't that be an indication that sticking a catheter and that makes them jerk and kick and all that stuff? Wouldn't that be an indication they're not okay with having a catheter stuck in the vagina?
I mean, okay, but it's not done for sexual. It's done for, like for
Hey,
food.
not all rape is done for sexual.
Okay, but it's not done to get nutrition. Like the purpose is different.
Well, what if I need to increase the population?
Also,
It's still
well, as I said though, the cow won't have the same like cognitive ability as a woman getting raped would.
again, do you think it freaking out, kicking, moving, trying to get away is an indication that they can process that they don't want it to happen?
Okay, but where's the actual proof that cows getting milked, they experience the same like psychological scarring that a person would?
What is the
Like they can
indication?
feel like, yeah,
Hold
okay,
on.
I
What
agree
is
that they
the
can.
indication? Hold on. What is the indication that women are not just lying to get attention and they are truly going through that repercussions of being raped?
Okay, but they can like feel. I'm not saying they can feel
How do we
like.
know? How do we know they can
Okay,
feel based
not
off of
letting
what
me
they say,
finish.
how do we know they're not lying?
Okay, but that's not what I'm saying right now. I'm saying, like you said, cows can be kicking and comfortable and stuff. I'm not saying that can be true, but they don't experience the same emotional damage that a woman would.
What is your
Do you
basis?
understand? Intelligence?
Okay, well, we're gonna go into this. So, if you watch the stream right now,
Okay.
yeah, if you look at the stream, right, we're just gonna go into this. So you will see that cows do have huge. I'm sorry, DVFTA. I should have warned you before. I should have warned you before I played this. I do. I
Yeah,
forgot.
I mean, this
but
is like kind of fucked up, yeah. But like, I'm thinking more about like how
hold on.
farmers do with
So
their
the
cows, not
intelligent.
like
You're saying they lack intelligence to not feel upset about their children being taken away from them
Well,
and
not
being
that.
raped.
Not upset, not like discomfort, not like. I'm talking about like the emotional scarring that raped a woman would do isn't the same as milking a cow would, do to a cow.
Again, what basis do you have on that? They're locked inside of a cell. You have more than just the basis of being raped at this point. You have the basis of being locked up, children ripped away from you, and being raped. All of it happens.
Namor, what
So
would
what
convince
base-
you? What would convince you that these animals do have an emotional reaction to all this happening to them?
They have like, I'm sure they have some, but not nearly the same amount.
Okay, again,
As a
what
person would.
basis? Look, just answer the question. What basis do you have on this? Because you can't just say they have no repercussion to being raped, because that is not the only consequence of what's happening for the sake of milk. They are locked inside of a cage. They are born into this fucked up society that they are in, and they are having their children ripped away, and they are being molested on a daily basis. They are going through the worst kind of treatment. So what basis do you have that they don't have the mental processors to be in mental distress for being raped when they are going through far more than just rape? They are going through so much that they are not able to even process what their life is. If you were going through this amount of treatment, you would not be able to process every mental stress that you were going through.
So what are you asking me here?
What
You're
basis
saying-
do you have that they don't have mental distress for being raped?
Okay, and I told you it's lack of human awareness. Like they're
Human
not
awareness.
like aware like humans.
Okay, go rape a wild cow and see what's gonna fucking happen, okay? Even though a wild cow doesn't exist. So go rape a fucking horse or something else that you deem to go to be not aware, and see what that animal is gonna try to do.
Well, I'm not saying they don't
Axel,
feel this.
are you really interested in continuing? Axel, are you really interested
Well,
in
I
continuing?
I'm just really trying to get this.
He's not.
Guy
he doesn't
to-
understand. He literally, like, no matter what argument you bring, the minute that the individual is an animal, the minute all logic goes out the window. That's just what I've noticed.
It's literally self-awareness.
There you go.
Like,
see,
like the animal is not. It's not the same self-aware, and it doesn't have the same.
Okay, well, I'm
social,
gonna just.
It's not the same
going
social.
to either mute you or disconnect you. It depends on if you're willing to discontinue this conversation or not.
Because I don't agree with you, you're gonna mute me and kick me out.
No, because you
That's
didn't
kinda
provide
messed up.
basis. You keep saying the same claim over and over again. It's
Well,
a
that is
loophole.
a pretty strong base, no? I already
you
told
keep
you.
making the basis without. You don't have any base to your claims. You
Yep,
just
no.
keep
Okay, and
making
where
a
is
claim.
your base that the cow is as self-aware and as
We never
has
claimed that
same
they are
doesn't
as.
feels
need-
the same humiliation as a woman getting raped with?
They're not. It doesn't have to be the same, right? If there's an let me put it this way. So, if a female human would get raped and they would suffer some form of humiliation, but it would be the same amount of humiliation or the same
Okay,
amount of
but-
mental distress as the cow would feel, because they do feel some of it, right? So, if that female human suffers only a little bit afterwards, it's still immoral, is it not?
But cow
And
don't have
even
a
Please,
still-
Namor, I'm gonna need you
I'm
to
telling
answer my
you.
question. Is it
Yeah, I'm
is it
answering.
still
I'm answering
immoral?
the question.
No, you're not.
I'm answering the.
No, you're
I'm
not.
answering the question. I'm telling you the whole point. It's cows don't have the same concept
Hey, that's
of
another claim.
humiliation.
That's not
No.
an answer. That's
Can-
another claim.
Yeah.
That's not an
Yeah.
answer.
Let's
That's a
just
claim
move
that
on.
contradicts your claim.
This guy cannot answer any questions, and he's not interested in answering any of
I
them. And no
answered
matter
the
how much we
question
say,
with-
no, you did
I
not.
answered the question.
I clearly stated the same thing. If the same injustice happens to a female human, and that female
Yeah.
human suffers just as much as the animal would suffer, let's say we create a machine that could measure suffering, and they would measure suffering on both of them, and both of them
But
would
a
show the
cow
same
cannot
number.
suffer
No,
the
no,
same amount.
Namor, I'm
That's
telling
the
you, I'm
point.
telling you, in the hypothetical scenario that they do
Yeah.
suffer exactly the same. If you acknowledge
Okay,
that the
but
cow,
that
wait,
hypothetical
Namor,
scenario
no,
doesn't
Namor,
exist.
let me explain to you. Do you acknowledge that the cow can
Okay.
suffer?
Yes, but not.
Okay,
not the
Namor,
same as human.
Namor, no. Namor. So
You're
if a
just
cow
taking
can
one
suffer,
part of my answer.
let me finish. If they can suffer,
Okay.
and can we assign the number 1 out of 100 of how much an animal can suffer?
Okay, sure.
Okay, so if a human being suffers 1 out of 100 out of the same injustice, does that make the injustice moral?
No, but I already
There you
explained,
go.
but you
So
ignored
we
it.
came to the same thing. Even if they do suffer the same, you don't really care. It doesn't really matter to you if they suffer the same. The minute that they're
Okay.
an animal, the minute that they're a different species is the minute that all logic gets thrown out the window for you. So that's why I keep saying for a while now that we shouldn't continue this conversation, because yet again, you have absolutely no logical base to stand on. And there's several other people who might want to have a conversation, like Jacko. So Jacko, please, let's have a conversation.
Yeah, but I told you you ignored the
Hold on,
part of my argument.
hold on. So again, I'll just finish what I was gonna say real quick. Not all humans respond to the same level to rape. It doesn't mean that we can go rape those people that experience low levels of suffering to being raped. Now at that point, if we are going to continue, like, you can participate in other conversations, but we are done with this particular conversation.
Okay, but I just want to say something because I let you guys speak. So
Okay,
I mean,
make your closing statement,
okay, let
and
me
then
make my
we'll move
closing
on.
state. So the chip guy said, if we assign to a human like a scale of pain like 1 and a cow 1, then it's the same thing. But I said a cow can't feel the pain. I mean, it can't feel the pain and suffering in the same way a human can. So saying a cow can feel pain 1 and human can feel the pain 1 and it's the same thing isn't true, because they're constructed entirely differently and process things entirely differently as well. So that claim falls out of the window. It's an entirely different thing.
That wasn't my claim, but thank you for not listening. Let's move on.
You said one human,
Oh,
one cow.
We're done.
Now you're contradicting your statement. Okay.
I am not,
do it
but
one
I
more
am not,
time
but
and
I
you're gone.
appreciate you, Namor. That's it. That's it, Namor. We've had a conversation. If you want to make a closing statement, please don't make something about me, because then I will have to rebuttal. So, do you want to make a closing statement, or do you want to end this conversation?
As I said.
Okay, so you don't want to make any statement. As I said, you said,
it,
well, if you're going to make another
We
statement about myself, again, I will have to rebuttal, and I don't want to continue this conversation.
Then I will say cows
you
and
made
humans
your
cannot feel
statement.
or
You
process the pain
made
in the
that.
same way?
You made that statement. We do not need
Okay,
to
and
repeat
no one
your
countered
statement.
it. So what's the
Okay,
point?
it's a closing statement, dude. Do you know what a closing statement is?
Okay, but
It means your final opinion. Now move
yeah,
on,
and what is
Jacko.
your opinion about that? Like, no one
I
said
don't
anything
have.
about it.
We already said all of our claims for closing claims.
Can I
Okay,
just
done.
make a point on that? Can I make?
My
I know you
statement.
want to finish. I know you want to finish this conversation off, but can I just make a point on that? You took that same cow that you inseminated, right? And then you left for the day. You did your job, and somebody came in and they decided that they wanted to rape that cow. They'd still be arrested, right? It's still an illegal offence to rape an animal, right? So where do you draw the line? Do you know what I mean? It's because it's still technically
Who's
the
the
same type
question
of
for?
action, right? Well, this is for Namor, isn't it? Because he basically just said
Who
that,
who are you asking the question?
to Namor.
Okay.
I mean, intentions, I'd say. Like raping with the intention to, to just fulfill your pleasure, I guess it is.
No, I'm not saying why they're doing it. I said, what's the difference? Like,
Well, I
because
just told you the difference was the
saying,
intention.
okay, mate.
How does intention make a difference?
Well, one
To the cow's
is
perspective, how does intention?
inseminating the cow for food and resources,
How
and
does
the
that
other is
make
for
the
pleasure.
difference for the
Exactly,
cow?
but one guy is going to go back to work the next day, right? And the other guy is going to get locked up, right?
Yeah.
That's the difference. So it's all so by me saying that, right?
Yeah.
I'm basically saying it's obviously seen by the vast majority of people with its law, right? That raping an animal is morally wrong. You've just sat here and said that it's completely different because there are lesser species, right?
Well, because if you don't throw that guy in the jail, then
that
you're
argument doesn't hold
acknowledging that
up
rape is
because
okay.
it's illegal, right?
Yeah, it's illegal.
Yeah.
Can we like
Yeah.
it's been 1 hour, by the way. It's been 1 hour since we've had this conversation. Let's set the timeline from now on, because honestly, this conversation is going nowhere. Like, we'll always reach the same point. The minute it's about an animal, it's the whole logic goes out the window. So let's just move on.
Yeah, if a concept of a conversation can't move on beyond an hour, that's the cutoff. Like, if it's got, I would even say, no, let's do 30 minutes.
It wasn't an hour just about the animal, though. It was an
let's
hour
say
about
30 minutes,
species and other stuff.
But hold on. If a singular subject cannot move on based off of or past 30 minutes, it's a cutoff.
Okay.
So, anyway, Jacko, do you find vegan pet food ethical?
Maybe. I need to learn more about what vegan pet food involves.
So vegan pet food involves plant sourced ingredients that do not involve exploitation to other animals, but they still get all the nutrients just acquired from plant or synthetic sources.
Okay. But with in creating this vegan pet food, is there pesticides involved, and does it have a big environmental impact?
Okay. What would the environmental impact difference be between the animal agriculture and pesticide agriculture and stuff like that?
Well, I think mass production of synthetic. Are we talking about synthetic meats or?
Well, no, synthetic taurine, in nutrients, synthetic nutrients.
I think that a lot of the vegan stuff does have a negative environmental effect, right? When it's produced in mass. Specifically when they use pesticides, right? That can make an entire area uninhabitable for animals and insects. which I don't agree with.
I mean, there is veganic organic practices. You don't, and even organic uses pesticides. Almost all vegetation requires some level of pesticide.
Is this debate like specifically about, like, I've only just joined recently, but is this specifically about vegan pet food?
No.
No.
I
We
feel
can
I'm
move
like
on. I just wanted
completely
to.
uneducated in this.
Okay. So if somebody were to feed, let me get into a different question. If somebody were to feed their cat vegan pet food, would you find that to be abuse?
I wouldn't find it to be abuse. I think it depends if it provides the correct nutrients to the pet. If it's kind of like if you're not taking away certain nutrients and making the pet less healthy by giving it a vegan alternative, I wouldn't say that would be abusive.
So if you're presented with empirical evidence that a cat or a dog can thrive on a plant-based diet, then you would agree that cats and dogs should adopt a plant-based diet, correct?
I think that would be up to the owner, I suppose. But
are you vegan? We should go to that point now.
I'm not
Okay.
vegan.
Okay. Chip, do you want to take it from there?
Yeah, sure. So what do you think being vegan is?
I guess you guys are totally against the abuse of animals.
It's one way of putting it, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're
Chip, are you
against
gonna answer my question?
So we're against the exploitation of animals, the needless exploitation of animals. Do you think it's okay to, we can use the word oppression also, because it's kind of, I think it encapsulates a little bit more even, right? So we're against the needless oppression of animals. So if we don't need to oppress animals, do you, according to your values, think it's moral to oppress animals?
It's hard to say because for me, for example, I wouldn't say you are oppressing chickens, for example, to take their eggs.
What does oppression mean to you?
I don't know.
So oppression means cruel and unjust treatment. Do you think it is cruel and unjust to use an animal for what they can give to you, and the minute that they can no longer give that to you, to kill them?
That sounds cruel, yes.
Yeah, so it would be oppressive, right?
Yes.
Do you think it's okay to be oppressive to an animal? Is it moral to be oppressive to an animal for something that you don't need?
No.
No. So that means you have vegan values. That's the reason why we're all vegan, because we acknowledge that it's wrong, it's immoral to oppress animals for something we don't need, and we just follow through with it. So we didn't just say it is that, we also, follow through with our actions.
Is there like any situation where you guys would allow yourself to consume animal products?
In a situation of life,
off the table?
So in a situation of life and death, we're not, I think, like in a situation of life and death, you cannot be, like, you are not going to care about morality in that situation. You're just going to be doing what is, what keeps you alive, basically. So in a situation of life and death, you may throw all your morality out the window. Does that mean that what you're doing is moral? No, but, you throw it out the window because you want to live.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. So, why are you not vegan then? If your values say that you're vegan, why don't you adopt a plant-based diet, not wear leather, not pay for animals, for entertainment with animals?
I feel like I fit into a maybe unique position. Maybe. I definitely feel like I do have vegan values, but I feel unwilling to sacrifice.
Why?
What I get out of eating meat or animal product.
What is it that you're not willing to sacrifice?
I think nutrients would be a major one.
But
And I don't fully believe in vegan alternatives. I feel like in some cases, some of these alternatives are less healthy, and we don't fully understand what having a diet consisting of this long term could do.
so, what would convince you that you can thrive on a plant-based diet?
I guess educating myself on it and seeing if it's possible.
Sure. So there's this Oxford study, because you talked about long-term effects. I dropped it in the chat. And as long as you match all the nutrients, as long as you eat healthy, which we can help you with that, there are actually benefits to adopting a plant-based diet. But let's imagine that we provide you with all the resources that you need to thrive on a plant-based diet, like access to a certified nutritionist and all of it for free. Would you still wanna, would you be willing to, as you said, give up? I don't like saying it, give up, because I feel like it wasn't yours to begin with, to be giving it up. But would you be willing to, and I'll use your same words, give up consuming or exploiting innocent animals?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm not super set in my ways. I'm open-minded, so.
Appreciate that. So what other concerns do you have? Like, we can provide you with all the resources for that, and like including studies that show that you can thrive on it. And by the way, I'm not just a health nut. I'm one of those hypochondriac people. So I care very much about what I eat and my health. And when I adopted a plant-based diet, and I'm also a certified nutritionist, FYI, when I adopted a plant-based diet, I literally looked into it, and when I gave up meat, I gave it up for health. When I gave up cheese, I gave it up for health. And then when I became vegan, I became for the animals. But, you know, I'm just saying, like, animal products are not that great for your health anyway. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, like one genuine concern of mine would be, let's say we, or people like you can convert the majority of people on the planet, right, to switch to this plant-based
I don't know if that's the case, but sure, let's imagine that would be the case.
Let's say that is to happen. How do you believe that can become sustainable?
You mean for the whole planet?
Yeah.
Sustainable, and by sustainable, do you mean like environmentally speaking, or what?
Yes, environmentally.
So environmentally, it actually takes considerably more land, more water, and more biodiversity loss to produce animal products. It takes between 6 to 8 times more land to produce 1 gram of animal protein versus 1 gram of plant protein. And the reason for that is because a lot of the times people forget, and as I also didn't know when I wasn't vegan, we forget that animals are fed plants, and we have to grow those plants. We have to use a lot of space to grow plants for those animals. And a lot of the times, the amount of plants that we feed them, we could already feed ourselves. So we could feed ourselves on less plants than we would grow for the animals. And then if you add also the space that the animals are using themselves, then obviously it would be less. But if you want, I can show you, like, I'll put one link from Our World in Data. Somebody put it in my chat, and that's a good thing to start with. There's also the IPCC report. The IPCC report mentions that a plant-based diet would reduce your carbon footprint by a quarter. It wouldn't reduce it by a quarter, sorry, it would reduce it to a quarter. So that means it would reduce it by 75%. So yeah, it would obviously be monumentally better for the planet and for everybody if everybody would adopt a plant-based diet. Are you still here? I guess he left.
So I can still hear you, Chip, but maybe they left.
There's a person C in the comments that, do you want to have a conversation with us? I can't see your name. Do you want to open your mic and have a conversation with us?
Yeah, it's Chill Slug.
Chill Slug, do you want to open your mic and have a conversation with us?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, so
so I want to hold on. I want to address what he was saying real quick.
Sure.
So you were saying that killing for hunting and why that is unethical. The reason why is because, for one, it's not for survival, it's for sensory pleasure. For two, even if it were for survival, if everybody were to live on that basis, we would eradicate the planet because it is the least sustainable way to support the population. And lastly, it is still exploiting another for your own benefit when you don't need to.
Fair enough. I guess just to go back, I think the first thing you were saying is that it's actually, sorry, I've forgotten the first thing you said now. Just to go back, I guess one step, you said that we'd run out of food essentially, and that we that it wasn't sustainable. I guess the idea that, I guess, these populations can't be in balance. So we lived for millions of years evolving as omnivorous creatures, and there are lions doing the same thing now, and bears, and again, maybe you couldn't sustain the population we have now, but to your, I guess, if we've lived in that world framed that way, then the human population would need to shrink, or we'd need to think about eating other foods. But I guess that argument doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because again, these carnivores exist now. So the idea that you can't eat meat and maintain a population, again, that population may be smaller, is not really an argument to me that's based on any sort of morality. That's just a kind of, again, I guess, flawed sort of view on how populations
Well, no, we would
balance between
eradicate the
prey
planet. That is an unethical thing to do.
But we wouldn't, is my point. Again, as even if you kind of
We
think about
have
this
we can't
statistically,
go hold on. We can't just say, on your premise, right? If it's to talk about whether hunting or is not ethical, right? We have to go on the premise of, can everybody do it? Because sorry, did you hear that when you left?
I didn't drop for a second and pop you straight back in. Sorry, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, so what I was saying, when you go on the premise of whether something is or is not ethical, we have to go on the basis that, can everybody do it, right?
Yeah. I'm not challenging that. What I'm challenging is, you had said that we can't all do it, and what I was saying is that one, I actually think that's not correct. I think if everyone did hunt, I don't think we would eradicate the planet. And I think secondly, that's really just that's an argument really against the population. So what I was getting to is, if we did that, and if your claim was true, which again I think is potentially not the case, if we did hunt to the point where we were starting to eradicate our food source, then the human race would also shrink, and these things would rebalance, was the point I was making. So I don't think that's a defeater for what I had claimed, or I guess what I'd challenged.
So are you saying that it's everybody should hunt, because if there aren't enough animals if there aren't enough animals to hunt, then the people who cannot hunt should die?
Can we go maybe? Look, I'm happy to stay on this, but I'd actually suggest maybe going back, because what I was actually challenging was not so much, and look, we can get into the the practical implications of what I'm saying, but what I was actually challenging is, I guess, that there seems to be this kind of view, and I know you talked about this nuance between intrinsic and I guess non-intrinsic value, but I was actually challenging the comment about intrinsic value because I think we make value judgments about the value of life all the time. Like if are you okay with sorting a fly or and again, I kind of think. Well, can I just finish this point? I think the problem I also found with that conversation with Neymar was I think this argument about and drawing lines about what's sentient and what's not, and whether that holds more value or not. Like we kill bacteria, we kill insects. Like whether or not, and I'm not suggesting I'm not trying to play reductio ad absurdum and just suggest that. Because we make certain judgments, we can't make. We either need to make that all the time or the counter. What I'm saying is that there is a line somewhere, and I don't think the line is sensibly drawn between human beings and animals. Because to your point, Chips, we are animals, and I think suggesting that we aren't is silly. But I think that also flips back the other way. Lions hunt and kill, and what I was getting at is I don't think there is an intrinsic value. I think we make value judgments the way that we would make value judgments on a whole range of things. Like we prefer our family over non-family. Like we make these sort of judgments all the time. Like we do place value on the lives of other people all the time, human beings, animals. So I was just framing that as again a flawed foundation to what I had understood your argument to be. Correct me if I misunderstood your argument, Chips, but that's what I was challenging, is that implication from what you seem to be asserting.
Okay, so you've mentioned 4 items in that one statement, so we'll take it one by one. Okay. So killing a fly, I would say killing a fly is immoral if you don't need to. Yes. If the fly is attacking you, or if the fly is infringing on your space, you have the right to take them out. That means try your best to give them out of your house if they're in your house. But if you cannot possibly have them in your house, they are in your space, and you should be allowed to take care of that, just like you would if a human being is infringing on your private space. So that's one, killing a fly. Second, you mentioned sentience and the line. So sentience is not an arbitrary line that we draw in the sand. The reason why we chose sentience is specifically because if an individual is sentient, that means they have the capability to suffer, they have the capability to feel what is done onto them. So any action that you do onto them, if they can feel the repercussions of that action by either suffering or by feeling negative emotions towards it, whatever that implies, then maybe you shouldn't be doing that action. If they don't have the capability to feel, however, then that action cannot possibly be negative or not. Let me put it this way. If the individual cannot create positive or negative valence emotions from that action being done onto them, then that individual, while you can place value on them, intrinsically they don't have any specific value, because when you do an action onto them, if the action cannot be negative because they cannot have a negative relation to them, then that action isn't necessarily immoral, correct?
Sorry, I was going to jump in because I do have some problems with that. I just didn't want to cut you off before you got through the full list of 4. But if you want to jump on that one, so I understand what you're saying, but I'd probably say 2 things. The first is, if suffering's the problem, this again goes back to the other comment I made in sort of criticism of what I was hearing. That's an argument against the way we're farming or the way that we're hunting. If you for argument's sake,
by the way, no, I'm sorry for interrupting you there.
Could I just frame to you? Okay,
but that's not what I said. You didn't understand it. I said capability to suffer. I didn't say the problem is the suffering. I said the fact that they have the capability to suffer means that you should not inflict any action that would lead to some form of suffering. And suffering doesn't mean feeling pain. Suffering means emotional suffering, means all kinds of other stuff, okay?
I understand that, but what I'm saying, I guess there's an obvious implication that if your concern is, I'm not talking about pain or it can be any kind of suffering. I understand your point. What I'm saying is, if I guess it was more of a question to try and understand where you're at. If I was hunting and I could guarantee that a headshot was perfect and it would kill this, deer, so it hadn't suffered, it had lived in the wild, it had done its thing, and I've shot it now and it's dead instantly, it doesn't emotionally suffer, it doesn't, hurt. I guess what's your issue with that in the framing as you put it before, I guess, would be more probably the question I'd ask you.
So let me ask you, if I do the same thing to a human being and there are no laws, so there's no legal repercussions to it, and this human being also doesn't have any other family members to suffer from that loss. So this human being is basically alone on this planet, or alone with them. They don't belong to, they don't have any friends or anything. Would you still find it moral if you did exactly the same thing as a headshot to a human being?
Sure. Again, that's immoral in my view. Well, actually, it's
coincidental, man. That's a hard question to answer. I'm sorry to cut in like that, but that's a hard question to answer.
Well, I do have an answer. I was more thinking about whether I'd frame it in morality or not. So I think it's wrong, I guess. But the reason I think it's wrong is I can explain it. Is there isn't like, and this goes back to the point I made before about how we value things. So again, I think that as human beings, we quite rationally base value on other human beings above other species. The reason we do that is evolutionarily. Like there is a benefit to our species.
Let's not get into this.
Propagating.
Yeah.
Well, okay, we don't have to, but this is my counter to what you just said, and we can cut it off there and then move on. But what I'm saying is there's an evolutionary benefit to doing that. We also live in societies, so living in a society where I know someone can just kill me with a headshot at any minute is not the kind of society I want to live in. So we set up laws and structures to stop that.
This wouldn't be part of us as a society, as I've established. This individual is somewhere in the wild, minding their own business. There's no family, there's no society, there's no laws for him. You killing them would have absolutely no impact on society or anything. And if you want to tackle the fact that that we biologically developed some form of protecting our own species, that is not true also, because we biologically fight amongst each other. The reason why we fight amongst each other is because we have ingrained in our DNA that we will fight amongst each other. So it's not
that is true, but
wild
it's
animals have morality laws built into their own ecosystems.
Can you wait for a second?
I think
killer whales, for instance, when killer whales attack seals, that's them doing that's their ecosystem. That's them using the seal and abusing the seal for their gain. It happens in nature all the time.
Yeah. So
it's not in any comparison to a human being.
This is a different argument. We can go to the nature argument, sure, but I think the first argument that was being made, the argument that what we are trying to discuss right now is why is it sentience that matters, as far as I understand. And the reason, and let me just put it this way, the reason why it feels bad to kill a human being, or why it's wrong to kill a human being, is because we can empathize with them and we wouldn't want to be in that situation. In a sense, we know that they would feel...
We understand them because we are them. It's our same race.
Let me finish. Even if they didn't have the capability to communicate, they would be mute. They would be intellectually challenged. Whatever the reason, we would still not want to do this, and it would still be immoral to do this to them, according to most people. And the reason for that is because of their sentience, because we know that they would feel the repercussions of us doing that to them. And it's not necessarily that if you do it fast enough, all of a sudden you're not doing something immoral because they don't actually get to feel, but you are still taking away their subjective experience, because the part of morality that matters, the part of sentience that matters isn't. It is the capability to suffer is very important, but in my opinion, the most important part is the subjective experience of the world. They are born with a subjective experience. They want to experience the world, whether positively or negatively, however they want to experience it. You have no right to take that experience away from them, just like nobody else has the right to take that experience away from you.
Hello. What are you guys watching?
But why though? Why?
But these animals you're talking about were domesticated over thousands of years.
Yeah.
Wait, why? So if they were domesticated by us, if we did horrible things for them for thousands of years, does that all of a sudden mean that the horrible things are okay to be done?
That doesn't mean we've done horrible things to them over thousands of years. That means that we've done good things to them over thousands of years and kept them around.
We have not done good things to them
as a food source.
So
which
let
means
me see.
Population was able to grow.
So you said good
which
things.
Which means that there was a lower food source, which means we had to pump up production and make factories. Which, yes, it downgraded on some situations, but it improved human evolution to where we could have more knowledge about what those animals need. like when we give them antibiotics or when we do inflict a temporary pain for their future gain. You know, they're going to live, not in every situation. I do agree there are situations out there that are very questionable. I'm not going to doubt you on that, not a bit. But as far as the big picture of it, we have done more for any animal on this planet than what we've done bad.
Nope.
We have
that is
laws
objectively false. And let me explain to you fairly simple. Like, can you please? You made already three statements. Can I please reply to one of them?
But we actually have laws in place that protect certain animals, and you lose your human rights if you violate the animal's rights.
Okay, are you done?
That's all I want to say. That's that statement. You're good.
Okay, I wrote down everything that you said. Okay, so first of all, the reason why we give antibiotics to animals is because we want to consume their flesh. We have a vested interest in killing and exploiting them. If we had no vested interest in killing and exploiting them, we would not take care of them. It's pretty simple. Then let me ask you this. Do you think it is moral to take care of somebody for your own interest?
Do you or do you not agree with zoos? And I'm not talking about zoos that
I don't agree
animals.
with zoos, but you have not answered my. I don't agree with zoos, but you have not answered my question.
Okay, so since you do not agree with zoos, and I do agree with zoos, because some of the animals that are in zoos aren't capable of living in their natural habitat, so we bring them and we put them in an enclosure so they can live that, happy, not necessarily as happy as it could be because they're, inhibited in some way.
Do you have evidence for that?
Yeah, like if let's say in Africa or something, there was a chimpanzee that was newborn, and there are some poachers that come around. They just wanted to,
Can you show me the evidence for that? Can you show me the evidence for the fact that we created zoos to protect animals?
I mean, there's maybe not just like zoos exactly, but I can't think of the word I'm thinking of. I can't get it off the top of my head, but it's like the safety enclosures,
So you mean like a natural park?
Somebody help me out here! Come on. Yeah, like the big parks. Yeah, the big natural parks and stuff the natural reserves.
So let me see if I get this straight. Based on your logic, you think we did more for animals by creating rules so that humans can no longer kill and exploit animals. So we as humans have done more for animals because we protect them from ourselves, correct?
Well, we also protect them from
No, we don't.
Their actual habitat themselves, you know what I mean? Like
we protect them from ourselves. All the rules about animals are made to protect them from any animal protection law is made to protect them from humans.
Right, but I'm saying
I want to point out.
Right, no, but you're talking about we're not talking about like you wanted to answer the morality question though, right? Like where's the morality in it?
Yeah.
We don't have actual laws set up to, hey, let's go save that penguin from that polar bear. That's a law. We see it happening. As a human, we need to go do it and make sure that penguin's safe. Well, for one, that's taking away from the polar bear because that could be its dinner. So that's death for one or the other.
What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? We started with the idea that you're saying that we started farming animals, and by that farming implies sexual exploitation of animals, so we bring them to life and killing them whenever we want to. In the process, yes, we do feed them and we take care of them as much as we can so that the meat and all the animal products are good. But we bring them to life, we sexually exploit them, and then we kill them when we want to. And all of this, you think, is protecting animals because this is where we started from. Do you think this means protecting animals? The fact that we control their breeding process and we choose when they die? And by the way, most animals are killed in animal agriculture as babies. So do you think that means protecting animals?
Well, that in itself is not protecting the animal because you're turning it into a food source for our species.
For something we don't
just
need.
As
an optional
just as
food
their
source.
Species would. I mean, well, you say optional, but the humans have lasted on this planet for thousands of years because we've used all the resources on the planet, not just the 5 out of 100, because we wanted to save some of the other ones. Let's only pick berries and eat lettuce because those animals look like, they're good over there. No, we decided to divvy it up and save some of the berries and lettuce and take some of the hogs and deer. So that way everything could work.
So let's come back to this idea, right? Do you think that whatever we did in the past, we did in the past? I'm not even really interested in debating that, because you have an opinion on it, I have an opinion on it, and we would just be discussing opinion. But let's end on today, right? Let's come to today. Today we're exploiting animals for something that we don't need. That means we bring them into existence, we separate them from their mothers,
we need food,
we
though.
exploit and we kill them
Make
for
like
optional
make
food.
like alligator boots and belts and
Okay, but you need
backpacks and
food.
stuff like that, correct?
It's not like we're only exploiting them for no reason.
So
Right, to
Namor,
make
please.
belts and boots
I said
and
for
stuff that,
optional food, for
luxury
optional
items.
products, for optional
Okay, for
products,
food.
for optional
How do
products.
you get all your supplements
Optional
from
products.
just vegan diet? You can't.
Okay, Namor, I asked you yet again, time and time again. We've had a 1-hour conversation with you. Can you please give somebody else a chance to have a conversation with us?
I muted him.
Yeah, because I actually want to try to get on your topic. I'm not
If you don't
exactly
stop,
sure
I'll
what your
just
topic
kick you.
is.
Yes. So
I'll
coming
unmute
back
you,
to
but please stop.
Thank you, Axel. So coming back to today, we exploit, we bring to life animals, we control their breeding process, and we kill them as babies. That's what we do to 99.99% of the animals in animal agriculture. Do you think that it is moral to do so, knowing that you do not need to do any of it?
Well, we don't kill them all as babies. I would say yes, some of them do,
Don't
because
strawman the argument, please.
well, you can't say 99.99% of all animals get killed as babies, because that's not
They
true.
are. That is
That's
very much
absolutely not
true. What? Let's take
saying
chickens.
as soon as the chicken's egg hatches, you take that chick, and that chick turns into a chicken leg. It
So
doesn't happen.
Let's
That
talk
chicken
about
grows
chickens.
its life.
How much? What's the natural lifespan of a chicken?
I'd have to look that up. I don't
10
know
years.
the lifespan. Okay, 10 years.
What age do you think they're killed at?
Well, I'd imagine that because the amount of human population that is so wasteful, that the supply and demand is supposedly way up there, so they try to cut it sooner. So I'm not going to say 8 years, because that would probably be a little bit ridiculous. I'm going to say maybe 6 or 7.
They're killed at 42 days
Because
old.
that's midlife.
42 days.
Okay.
And
So maybe in 40. So maybe there's something I don't know about a chicken's actual.
let me
how
explain it
grows
to you this way.
from-
Let me explain
from
it to you
chick
this
to
way.
actual full developed, because it could be that type of animal. It goes from chick to fully developed in 42 days, and then for the rest of its life, it stays the same.
Let me
please
tell you
explain.
one more thing, and let me tell you one quick interesting thing. The fact that we, especially in the United States, started farming insects, certain insects, so that we could feed them to chickens, so that they grow even faster and we kill them even sooner. But which is even more fucked up. But let me ask you this, because do you think
just
that
in the
once an
plant.
animal has grown up and their body no longer grows, do you think that the farmer has any incentive to keep them alive anymore once their body is fully developed?
For eggs, if they're not an egg producer, then possibly,
So let me put
yeah.
it. So did you know that the chickens that we grow for eggs are
Or they
different
they
than the
might not be
chickens
used-
that they're not the same chickens. The chickens that we use for eggs are not the same chickens that we use for meat.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So that chicken that might not get killed, they might live a full life on a farm. So they use they have that
Okay,
whole
so you're
process.
strawmanning pretty much every argument that I'm bringing to you. So
No,
yet again,
I'm just saying that there's situations out there where the morality is not really at question, because there's a balance of it. There's a yin and a yang. So there's a lot out there
Sure.
that's bad, but I'm trying to
Sure.
argue it that.
Sure. Let's imagine that this chicken lives 8 years old, as you said, right?
Everybody should be vegan, right? Is your
Okay.
argument is
No,
everybody
no.
should switch their diet?
So the argument is that you should be vegan because you can. So the same principle applies to you, right? Because if you can be vegan, that means you can choose to not oppress innocent animals. So then I'll ask you, is it moral to oppress innocent animals knowing that you don't need to?
But me personally, because of my experience with living in cities and stuff, there's no way, and the way that we have restrictions on hunting to preserve the populations of certain animals and fish, you can't just go and hunt for food normally. And the lower population or the higher population of lower income people, they can't survive on the natural resources in the woods in the backyard.
So I'll ask you the same
even
question.
they might not even have a yard to be able to produce these things for themselves, to be able to get away from it, to do it.
You seem to be answering a totally different question than what I asked you, so I'll ask you the same question again. Knowing that you do not need to oppress animals, what makes it moral, according to your values, to oppress animals?
Well, see, that's the thing that's getting me. It's the word oppress, because
oppression means cruel and unjust treatment.
Right, but what's unjust about preserving our own race?
No, it's not about preserving. You can preserve your own race without killing the animals. You can be healthy and thrive on a plant-based diet, correct?
Well, some people can.
No,
I can't. I've tried.
Can you?
I can't. No.
So what exactly, biologically speaking?
I'm healthy and stuff, but I have to have certain proteins to be able to survive.
Wait, certain proteins. So please tell me, what specific amino acids do you need from animal products that you can't get from plant-based products?
I'm not gonna break down all my medical with you on.
It sounds to me like you don't really. Okay, so let me put it this way then. If I give you the resource, let me finish. So if I give you the resource, you have tried, but you have not tried with a certified nutritionist. So if I give you access to a free certified nutritionist, and that would help you thrive on a plant-based diet, and you would have no health issues. Let's imagine this scenario where you have actually access to all of this without any health issues. Then would you still think there is any reason for you to continue exploiting innocent animals?
Well, so the reason why I say I can't go through my medical stuff with you is because I have a certain type of blood cancer.
So
I
hold on.
I have to have a certain type of diet.
Enkabi.
What?
Hold on for a second. I want to point out that you did completely interrupt the conversation that was going on with Chill Slug and completely took the floor from him. Could we go back to him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I apologize. I thought he left because he was saying something. He was saying something to him, but he didn't never say nothing back. I thought he left.
No.
And then the other guy, you said he was done with the conversation. I'm sorry. My bad.
No, it's all good. Chillbug, floor is yours.
Yeah, sorry about that,
All
Chillbug.
good.
I should have paid more attention to it.
That's all right. I did sort of try and join in, but it's just very hard with three people kind of talking across each other, and it's also we're just all on a call, not sort of in formalized debate setting. So so people aren't sort of given turns. So it's just very hard to have a conversation with three people talking about different things. But I just wanted to respond to what you said before, which was the if you want to go right back, the point about if you were to, I think you're framing of if there was this lone person in the wilderness and if that person, we could kill that person. I think it's the same. And I guess maybe just to go back on kind of like what my, I guess, view is on this. And I think what frames this is, I don't, if the argument is that like factory farming is immoral, we don't need to debate. Like I agree with you.
So
it's
we agree on
immoral.
that.
We shouldn't do it. Yeah. So I have no issue with that. Where we differ, I think, is, again, on whether it's wrong to eat meat. Just
I don't
in
think
general,
it's wrong
because
to eat meat.
I don't. Okay, well, potentially we agree then. This is what I was trying to ask before, I guess, and the crux of the criticism I was sort of framing about the conversation I was listening to with Namor, and I guess some of those arguments being put up and how I'd understood them. And I get there are more questions. Kind of, I'd like to understand people's points, I guess, before I kind of challenge them too aggressively. But what I was getting at is I don't think there is an intrinsic equal value. I mean, you could say equal as in, maybe they have no or no starting position or an average starting position. But what I was getting at is that I think we make these value propositions all the time. And to your point about the, lone person in the woods, I do think if I was to look at that objectively in my framing, that human doesn't really have any more value or less value than the elk. And I think, again, if you wanted to eat that person, again, it's hard to imagine that because we're coming at this from a position where we are living in a society and that's wrong. But there are cultures that have eaten human beings. Again, I think kind of I took a step back, as I said, and looked at my argument in its framing. I don't think there's a problem with saying that the elk and the human being you've come across and decide to eat is that there's any more value or less value. I think your observation that we can relate more to the human being obviously holds something. And I think, again, my point about, again, not to get into the nature argument or natural perspective, but there is an evolutionary, like these things are wired into us. Like we look at other human beings, we want to propagate our species. I know your comment about tribalism is true, but again, to be successful as a species, we must have prioritized ourselves over animals, other animals, or other species in general. Whether or not we bicker amongst ourselves, again, that's not unique to human beings. You know, lions kill each other, but again, they're much more likely to kill something else than each other. And I think that's probably what I'd say in response to that point. But again, to get back to your question about the
I've written
lone
down
human.
six items.
Sorry,
so far.
I do. I'll be a little bit verbose. Sorry, but yeah. Look, I think if you want to get back to the point, and you might just want to comment on, I guess the main point of what I was saying is, yeah, I think to your question, I would answer, I don't see that lone human being as having any more or less value than the deer in a general sense.
Okay, so I'll explain to you. So extrinsic value is the value that we place on other individuals, right? Take for instance, I value my family more than I value you. If I were to have a pet companion, I would value my pet companion more than I value you. Okay, that's called.
Sorry, could I just ask a question? So, are you saying extrinsic or intrinsic? Because it might be it might not be me under. Oh, sorry, I thought you were saying intrinsic.
No.
That might just have been me misunderstanding your accent.
No.
Sorry.
So yeah. So I'm saying
that might be my mistake.
I'm talking about extrinsic value now. I was talking about intrinsic value earlier. So let me be clear.
Okay, I'm happy. It'd be very clear to be. I'm happy to hear the explanation, but I do understand the difference between the two. So but yeah, you're more than welcome to explain them.
So I'll explain it for you and for anybody else listening, just in case. I'll make it short, okay? So extrinsic value essentially means the value that we place on others. Just like I said, I place more value on my family than I place on you. And if I had a pet companion, I would probably place more value on them than I do on you. That's the value that I place on individuals. I have my own scale of values, right? And there's certain individuals who are on top and certain individuals who are all together at the bottom because they basically have no value to me, aka strangers. Now, I don't think we should be basing our morality based on that, because then if I base my morality based on that, then essentially anybody who's at the bottom of my extrinsic value, which is all the strangers that I meet or all the people, maybe even people I don't like for whatever reason, then if my values would be if my moral values I would derive them from that, then according to me or according to that, I should have the moral right to do whatever I want to those because they don't have any value to me. However, the reason why I mentioned intrinsic value is because intrinsic value is what matters. And intrinsic value is the value that comes from within, is the difference. And it's the acknowledgement that each individual on that list of mine of intrinsic value, each of them, if they're animal or not, or if they're human, all of them value their life equally. Because to me, my life is everything. It's my whole universe. If you take that away from me, I no longer exist. My whole universe doesn't exist. And it's the same for any other animal on this planet. I can verbalize it, but there's also other humans who cannot, and animals definitely cannot. So do you understand what I'm trying to say here? So yes, intrinsic value is equal between sentient beings.
Yeah, so look, I agree with you. I don't think we should be basing our, I think that there are I'm not sure if you've heard of this framing before. You probably have. You seem relatively well read on philosophy, but the framing of moral values and moral obligations. I think the way I would look at eating meat is, to your point, I agree with you just saying that human beings don't have any more intrinsic value than any other sentient, feeling life. And again, I don't see a lot of value. And the point I was making before about a line is not so much to say, is there a line or where is the line? It's more, I just don't think ranking in that way is necessarily helpful. I think obviously an ant is less sentient than a human being is, but again, I don't think that drawing those distinctions that are sort of, is really kind of particularly relevant or helpful in these types of conversations. But assuming that, again, that there's some point at which that kind of starts to dampen and we look at, again, insects differently to say a mammal or a large mammal or something. I don't think there's any intrinsic value difference between a human life or a lion's life or, again, a dog's life.
Or a cow's
life.
I
was saying, or a what, sorry?
Or a cow's life.
Or a cow. Yeah, sorry, I was just grabbing random animals.
Yeah.
Sorry. But the point I was making about those rankings and decisions, I guess, was when we're evaluating our actions, not just whether we eat meat or not, around how we treat things, we look at, to your point, I'd extend that scale around your extrinsic value framings for value sort of scoring for different creatures. As you said, obviously family, close friends, you've got, you know, maybe people from your hometown or your country, or, you know, and it kind of goes out probably in terms of, you know, people you're more comfortable with or know, out to strangers. There's then an expansion of that out to the animal kingdom more broadly. And again, to your point, a lot of that stuff probably just ends up at zero in that extrinsic scale. I'm not saying that those values should drive our moral decision making, but what I was just saying and observing is that the way we treat people on different levels does differ. Because again, I don't think that there's necessarily in all these cases a right or a wrong kind of moral absolute. This is what I was saying about moral virtues versus moral obligations. I think any killing of any creature for no reason is wrong. I think, you know, like to your point about the fly, if you're just walking around pulling the wings off flies like a, you know, a naughty little boy would be doing, maybe that's wrong, and you shouldn't do that. Whether the fly can feel or not feel or is sentient or not, it's just a cruel thing to do.
Can you make
the
a
same
point?
for your?
Sorry, it's just really
Sorry,
long.
no, I am verbose. I apologize. So my point is, I think that eating meat is not eating meat is a moral virtue. I agree with you that it is less cruel to not eat meat, but I guess because we're omnivorous and we live in a food chain, and again, I don't think that we necessarily do or need to put those different values on you know, cows versus human beings. I don't see an issue with, other than in factory farming settings, that hunting and killing is wrong, because again, lots of animals do that, and if you think it is wrong, then you think what lions do is also wrong by expansion. And you know, we should be either help.
We gotta end this because I've already written down another 8 arguments, and I already had 6 more written before that.
I'll let you respond.
Yeah, so thank you. I'm sorry, it's just you said a lot. Let me even see where I start from this. But you know what? I think I'll start from somewhere else, because all these arguments, I can easily debunk or talk to you about them. But let's talk about factory farming, since it's the place where we both agree on, okay? So factory farming is wrong, correct, right?
Yes.
I'm afraid to ask you why, because I feel like you'll get to a really long answer, but I have to ask you why.
When it's pointed out to me, I can shrink. So
can you please give me a relatively short?
Cruel.
Yeah. Because it's
wrong because it's cruel. They're suffering.
Why is it cruel?
Because they're suffering. We put them in inhumane conditions. They're, you know, diseased in many cases, and we just pump them with antibiotics. We force feed them. If you're looking at like foie gras, yeah, it's cruel.
So if I show you a study that says that the animal welfare of factory farms versus regular farms, as you said, it's actually similar, then would you still find factory farming wrong?
Look, I'd be interested in seeing the study. I think if you're looking at like, and a lot of this probably depends on the type of farming. I guess I wouldn't draw a line necessarily between factory farming and non-factory farming. I would say like humane farming practices. And I know your comment before about lots of things about farming this is not humane, but I think there's obviously a relative comparison to be made. There are some farmers that genuinely care about their livestock, they're not overstocking pastures, versus let's cram them all into like marbled sort of
no. Look, so we got to stop with this. We got to stop with this because I feel like you're not understanding the question. So so let's imagine I'll find this study and I'll send it to you, but let's imagine that while you answer the next question, I'll find it. So let's imagine that the life of one innocent individual, right? I don't care if there's a lot of them there or if there's one of them there. Okay, I merely am interested in one individual, and that is one single cow. Okay, so if the welfare of that one cow is the same whether they were in a factory farm setting or in a small farm setting, because factory farming is just something we invented, but the reality is a factory farm is just a large scale farm, right? So if a small scale farm, if a cow in a small scale farm feels the same as a cow in a large scale farm, then do you think that large scale farming that cow is okay?
Yeah, so this is the point I was making. I don't think that the distinction between factory and non is helpful. I think it's about how, like, what their life is like. If their life is they're in a pasture grazing and, you know, then they're sort of killed at some point as an extreme, that's
best
probably okay
welfare.
with me in general. If
best-
they're shoved into like stalls and force-fed grain, I don't think that's a good life.
So the best, the similar to good welfare that they can have in a
So I'll take the
specific.
things off you, buddy.
Say it again. What did you just say? Sorry, you meant to say.
Sorry, it cut out for a second. Then can you just repeat the back end of that?
Yeah, sure. So in the best the best or whatever can be best. I by the way, I pasted the study in the chat. So in the absolutely, well, not absolutely, but like in the best case scenario that an animal can live in a farm, right? In the best case of a welfare that an animal can feel in a farm. If both of them are, if the same animal would be in a large scale farm or in a small scale farm, and I'm not saying grazing on grass, as you said, on the field. I'm strictly talking about their welfare, whatever that implies. That doesn't necessarily mean they have to be on the field to have good welfare. But if that welfare was similar, would you find factory farming okay, or would you find small scale farming bad?
Yeah, so
I
what I
like
was saying is,
at all. This is so good.
what I was saying is I think that these, like, relative suffering is the problem, not whether it's factory farming or not farming. So I guess to your point, if the welfare was the same, if the welfare was both bad, then I would have a problem with farming. If the welfare was better than you're saying, if it was on the other end of the spectrum, was better than you would expect from a factory farm, then I would maybe soften slightly on factory farming. My point or frame of reference is the suffering, not whether it's factory or non-factory.
Okay. So why do you care if an animal suffers or not, if they have a good welfare or not? Why does that matter to you?
Because again, my issue with like farming or eating meat or others is not so much that the meat's being eaten. To my point before, if you shoot a deer that's just lived out in the wilderness somewhere, I have no issue with that at all. I guess that's
same
the point
as you
I'm coming
wouldn't
from.
with
That
a human.
deer is not. Well, again, I wouldn't because I live in a society and I have again, I'm making extrinsic values about whether I value human beings or not versus animals. And I don't think eating and killing human beings
But
is right.
wait a second. But you said we shouldn't be deriving our moral values based on extrinsic values. So that means that you shouldn't be making a moral judgment based on the extrinsic value that you have towards that individual. So if that individual has no extrinsic value to you, then you shouldn't be making a moral judgment whether it's okay to oppress them or not, or to kill them or not. So then why are you making a moral judgment based on the extrinsic value if an individual would be shot in the head without them feeling anything, as you said, in the forest, but if their human is wrong and if their animal is okay? Like, what exactly is the difference?
This is potentially maybe just not understanding my moral. Have you seen this frame before of moral virtues versus moral absolutes? It's very similar to, like, I've only seen Matt Dillahunty speak or what's his name, Sam Harris, like that frame.
Yes.
Intrinsic.
Yeah,
Well, there are
yes,
very few intrinsic moral rights and wrongs.
You cut off. I don't know if you cut off for everybody, but for me at least you cut off. Can you please repeat the?
Nah, he's glitching in and out. You need to check your internet, bro. Sorry, but what were you trying to say about Matt Dillahunty, his like moral rights and wrongs?
Yes, and but that's the starting point for my frame of reference.
You yet again cut in and out.
Yeah, you cut. Yeah, that was like so perfect. But like, what's your starting point of reference?
Moral relativism, is that what you're trying to say?
Sorry, I was getting a call. I think it's sort of muting me.
You're good, bud. Oh yeah, that happens.
Yeah. So sorry. Yeah. No. So what I was saying is, it's like it is that you know, and he sort of starts again. You know, he often when he's debating sort of religious morality. But what I'm debating, I guess, is, or what I'm pushing in this sense is that, you know, I'm starting from a reference point where I'm talking. Framing morality in terms of welfare, and I acknowledge that I'm extrinsically valuing human welfare differently to how I'm valuing animal welfare. But I guess that also is contextual. Like I said, if you're talking about a human being not in a society in the wild and there's a reason to kill them, I don't have a moral issue with that under my framework. The same way, if you're hunting a deer in the wild and then eating it, I don't have a issue with that either. I think, again, I personally wouldn't eat a human being because unless, again, I was in some kind of extreme, what's that movie where they crash in the Alps? But yeah, some kind of extreme scenario.
But why?
Well, again,
Why?
because I extrinsically, and I'm clear that it's extrinsic, value
so
human beings and their welfare more than animals.
So we should be caring about extrinsic value, right? More than intrinsic.
Well, no, but I would argue that all morality has some extrinsic starting point.
No.
Like,
Wait a minute.
You wanted, well,
wait a minute.
No, but it does.
But we get into a contradiction right now because you said no.
It's not a contradiction. I can explain in 2 sentences. So, like, if you're talking about morality, you're actually talking about like how you make value propositions about certain actions. What I'm saying is that when, like, you need to start from somewhere, and you need to start, in this case, I'm saying welfare, and I'm acknowledging the fact that welfare, in this case, I'm talking about human beings. I think welfare for life in general, but there is we make these judgments about the value of different, creatures, people that we engage with. So I understand that it might seem like it's a contradiction. I'm happy to hear if you want to push that it is. I don't think it is. I think that
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt you because you said you're making these value judgment statements whether something is moral or not to do to this individual based on the extrinsic value that you place on this individual, correct?
No, I'm saying that the starting point for the moral base is extrinsic in that it is a preference. Because if you said to me, for example, that you base your morality on like a holy book or some other thing, what I'm saying is my starting point for morality is welfare, and I'm in that framing of welfare.
How are you not vegan then? You should take welfare into all considerations, not just factory farming, all types of farming and unnecessary animal abuse, right?
I don't think there's a welfare issue if you're talking about an animal that's lived in the wild and been hunted, because you can make the exact same argument. I don't know if you've heard Neil deGrasse Tyson does this framing about, you capture the mouse and you don't want to kill it in your house inside a trap, so you let it go outside where it's immediately caught and ripped apart by an owl. Like, what I'm saying is that you're framing this as like this dichotomy that I don't think exists.
But wait, I really want to get to the end of this, and then somebody else can have a conversation with you, because I really want to understand this perspective pretty clearly. So, what is the difference that makes it moral to kill an animal, as you said, in the forest, and not a human being in the forest?
So again, I'm talking purely about needs here. So if you're hunting to eat,
none of them.
And
are
again,
needed.
Well, okay. When I say need, I mean you put it probably for a use is a better way to frame that. So I understand what you're saying, and we could now, and I don't argue with that at all. We could all live on a vegan diet now, and I don't challenge that at all. I think that's right. It's probably healthier for most people. I don't challenge any of that.
Wait,
what
besides
I'm saying
the health,
is
though, it's about the. Bro,
I don't accept that it's wrong to kill the animal. Is, I guess, the difference in the point. So the difference to me is if you're farming.
What is the difference between the individuals? It's called name the trait. Okay, let's put it this way. What does a human being need? What does an animal not have? That if a human being didn't have that, it would make it moral, according to you, to shoot them in the head in the forest and use them for something that you don't need.
So again, I know you challenged this before, but I think the way we live matters. So we live in a society where, again, I don't want to live in a society where I know I can be murdered. If you take away the society, I agree with you. I don't think there is a difference. I think they're the same thing, and killing them is as right or wrong as it is in any other way. The reason that it's not okay to kill a human being, in my opinion, is, again, an evolutionary imperative that we have grown up in society. Evolved in societies, which makes us value. And I appreciate it's extrinsic, but it's based on that societal framing. If you take that societal framing away, I don't think there is a difference.
So let me ask you this then, because based on a society 200 years ago, extrinsically, in let's say United States of America, black people had very little extrinsic value societally. Also, society was evolving with that. We enslaved them. A lot of people were getting benefit from that enslavement, And the extrinsic value that was placed on them was clearly almost nothing, since we were enslaving them. So then, would you?
And it was wrong then, and it's wrong now.
So it was wrong then, but it's using the same
Yeah,
arguments
and I think
that you're
I
using
think that's
now.
completely. I think it's completely in line with my position. They're human beings that live, like, again, whether or not you want to say they live in a different society or not. Human beings, even if they're not in our society, we've all evolved as human beings out of a shared gene pool or gene line. So that social imperative is inherently embedded in all of us in terms of our genetics. So whether or not they live in our society or not is irrelevant to me. A human being has a different value.
So then yet again we come back to the
all
same
human
question.
Beings.
Yet again we come back to the same question. So this individual human that is in the forest, that is not part of any society even, and a different animal in the same case, in the same scenario, yet again, what is the difference between them that justifies the difference in violent treatment? Because you have acknowledged, you say that it's extrinsic value. Then when I pressure you whether it is moral to base your moral judgment based on extrinsic value, you say no. So then you say it is moral. Like you do see that you're flip-flopping between these, right? So I really want to get to the clear. What is clearly different between them? Is it just the fact that they're your species and all of a sudden that means they morally, because they belong to the same group as you, that means it's okay? Or that means you should not oppress them? Or what exactly is it?
What I was responding to before was this. I was stripping away the concept of a society. I'm not saying that because they didn't live in a society. What I was saying is I think that we place that that is wrong because
not everybody. Speak about your value. Not everybody.
Okay,
Please
well, I was just using. Sure, it can be again. It's a little bit pedantic, but I'm okay. I can use different language if that's helpful. What I was saying is that if you strip away the concept of a society in its entirety, then I don't think there is a difference between a deer and a human being or a rabbit or whatever else. What I was saying is because we live in societies, and I think that is an extrinsic position, but what I was saying is I think all moral foundations are subjective in the sense that we choose our base. If you want to value welfare, then you value welfare. You want to value the words of a holy book, you value the words of a holy book. Those are all subjective decisions, but the conclusions from them are objective. That's the point. So yeah, I guess to summarize, I don't think there is a difference if there isn't such thing as a societal concept, but only because we live in societies. All like human beings have evolved to live in societies with other human beings. Like that's an evolutionary imprint on us. So
but that has nothing to do with our situation. It has nothing to do with
I think it does. I think it does. I think it actually has a lot to do with our moral
so what
grounding
you're saying,
and why we feel like it's wrong to eat or kill other human beings and not animals, because that's imprinted on us. That's an extrinsic or subjective assumption or value starting point that we start from. That's why they're different.
So what you're saying is that because we human beings have lived in societies or in tribes or in whatever, that means we have developed biologically this distress towards killing other human beings, correct?
So, sorry, can you say that again quickly? I just want to make sure I understood what you'd said.
So, because we have lived in tribes or societies, as you mentioned, we have developed a form of distress or a form of preference, as you say, to not kill human beings of the same, because we lived in societies, right?
Yes.
We biologically have.
Sorry, I missed.
We biologically have this thing, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what if a human being, like a sociopath, who does not really care about other humans? By the way, that's 1% of the population. It's between 1 and 4% of the population. So this isn't just one human being on this planet who has this condition, but several. So 1% of this population, they do not care about other humans. Killing the other humans would not give them distress. Does that mean that one sociopath killing another human being would be moral, according to you?
So again, I think morals are always frame of reference, but again, you get objective conclusions that we can both agree on from the same basis. In this case, the psychopath would say it's not immoral because they don't have the same foundation. They don't care about welfare. They're a sociopath.
But what
I
would
do
you
care
say?
about welfare. So when I judge their actions, yes, it's immoral because
But-
I'm judging their actions, not them. Whether or not they think what
But
they're
you're
doing is wrong
judging
is
their
not
actions.
relevant.
But you're
But I'm judging their I'm judging their actions, but what I'm saying, their view about whether what they're doing is right or wrong is irrelevant to my judgment of their actions.
No, wait a minute. But you're not judging their actions correctly because what you're saying, because based on your moral values, is that if a human, because that's what you said, because you used the word because, and it's very important in this context, right? Because we have ingrained in our psyche, in our biology, that it is not preferable to kill humans, then it is immoral to kill humans, correct?
Yes.
Then logically speaking, simple logic, if I don't have this ingrainedness within me and I kill a human being, then it should no longer be immoral. According to your same moral values, to the same moral values that you just said.
I think that what you just described is completely consistent with what I've said because I'm making the judgment. So whether or not they care or not,
but you're making the judgment. But you're making the judgment when you make this judgment.
Because I care about it. Because it's imprinted on me.
Because
it's imprinted on me. That's why it's important to me. It's about
no.
One
second. Let's clarify then. Because according to your own moral value, it's not the person who makes the moral judgment that needs to have this concept of society or this ingrainedness of not killing humans ingrained into them, but rather the person who is performing the action. So if you're saying that your moral rule is that the person who is judging whether it is moral or not should have this ingrained in their society is a different thing. But what you said, if somebody has this innate thing that it's immoral to kill another human being ingrained in them, then it's immoral. So that logically follows then if they don't have it, then it's not immoral. So or it is possible.
I think you've misunderstood, or it could have been again me using like the royal we or you versus the individual one. What I was saying is any single person you talk to needs to you need to agree a moral foundation. In this case,
no, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but like listen, I completely understand.
If you understand what I'm saying, but you
don't understand what I'm saying.
What you're saying back to me. I think I do. I think you've misunderstood my argument.
So let me put it logically, okay? Yet again. So there's a person, okay, there's three people involved in this, okay? A, B, and C, okay? Person A, person B, and person C. No, even for the sake of, just for the sake of ease, there is the person O.
I can jump to the end of this. All three of them could come up with completely different views on the morality of this.
No.
Quite rationally.
No.
They could. Under the framing, and it's a correct framing, I think I know where you're going. All three of them could come up with completely misaligned and completely correct moral judgments.
Please let me finish. So we have one observer. That is called O, and then A and B person, okay? The observer will simply make a moral judgment on whether A and B, whether A killing B is moral or not, okay? So what you said so far is that if A has this trait within them that has been ingrained by the society or whatever to not kill humans, then it is immoral for A to kill B, correct?
No, you've misunderstood my argument. It's what I was trying to correct you on before. What I'm saying is the morality is based on the observer. So I observe what I see and I determine whether I think it's right or wrong. Because to your point then, we could never ever, if we, for example...
But what is the rule?
Murder has... Well,
what is the rule behind
murder,
it?
I just told you, if I say my view is I want to maximize well-being and I prioritize human life over animal life, or that killing, in your example, like killing another human being is wrong, then I will judge the action of that person. Whether or not that person also agrees it's wrong or they have the same imprint I do is not relevant to my moral judgment of them. I don't believe in this inherent intrinsic moral values that I think that you're pushing, and it's why I don't see an issue
I'm
with
pushing.
eating animals.
Do you
And
disagree? Do you
well,
disagree
sorry,
with the fact that the intrinsic value exists? Do
I'm
you disagree
sorry,
with the fact that you
shouldn't-
value
I
your
sh-
life just as much as I value my life, just as much as any animal values their life?
Okay,
Do you disagree
again,
with that?
I shouldn't have put a motive on yours. I apologize. What I was saying is that my view is that I've lost my train of thought.
I know what you're saying, but let me explain it this way, because it's a lot of the times I feel like this is it's a little bit of intellectual laziness, and let me explain why. Because, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to be insulting when I say that. It's just my opinion.
I didn't find it insulting. I just that's fine. But I think yeah.
So let me put it this way: if you want to explain these rules, okay, so you as your morality, you have a child, okay, you have your own child, and you want to explain what is right and what is wrong to that child. And you as a person, the child will, not like you, will ask why, correct? So when you say to this person, to this child, it is wrong to kill humans, right? This simple act, it is wrong to kill humans. The child will ask why. If you answer with because we as humans have this ingrained idea that it's wrong to kill humans, right? That you just say because biologically it's ingrained in us, we feel it, that it's wrong to kill humans, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say that to them, but yeah, that would be correct. That's not how I would say it to them, though, because I think that you've skipped a step. But keep going.
But if you do describe it this way, then this child, if this child does not feel that, if this child does not have that, if to them it doesn't feel wrong to kill humans, then they would be acting morally
I don't think
when they're
would
killing
be,
humans.
because I'm judging. I think. Yeah.
And by the way, they would be moral rules that you taught them. So please explain to me how you would teach the moral rules that you have to a child.
Happily. So I think you're conflating 2 points I made, but secondly, I think you aren't actually understanding my argument if that's the kind of question you're posing to me. So let me explain it again.
Explain how you explain to a child. Explain how you explain to a child. Okay.
I would say this. It depends on the age, but I would say, if they're able to understand this, I would say that I don't think there is an objective, inherent, intrinsic morality to the universe. The universe is atoms smashing into each other. So I don't think there is morality in that sense. What I think morality is when
I'll be the child in this situation.
Well, okay, sure. No, we determine what we think is right or wrong based on a moral foundation. My moral foundation, and I think should be your moral foundation, child of mine, is that we should be maximizing welfare. So we should be maximizing the welfare that human beings are feeling if we're talking about human beings. Because we don't want to live in a society where other people don't also maximize the value of our lives.
So if I live outside of a society, I don't have to.
It's better if as many of us as possible all value welfare, because the more of us value welfare, the better the world we live in will be.
So if I live outside of this society, I'm still the child, by the way. If I live outside of this society, then I don't need to follow this moral foundation that you called, correct?
You don't have to follow it now. It's completely up to you. I'm telling you, and this is how I approach in general, how I approach.
No, you're telling me to have a moral foundation. I am. You're telling me to have a moral foundation, and I'm asking you about this moral foundation.
Yeah. I told you, I value and maximize welfare. My kids are raised to think for themselves. So I will tell them what I think. I'll tell them they should do their own reading and they should think about it themselves. So my value and my foundation is based on maximizing welfare. That's how I to make my moral determinations. I think about whether they maximize welfare.
Why?
And or not. Because I would want to live in a society where most people think like that.
Okay, so if
that's
me,
why. I can only control what I do. I can't control what you do or the neighbor does. I can only control what I do.
Let's stop padding it, please. Just for the sake of continuing this conversation. So if me as your child, I don't want to live in a society. If me as your child, I don't want to live in a society, right? Then the whole moral foundation of maximizing human welfare, because I asked you why, is you said because I want to live in a society that does ... And if me as your child, I don't want to live in a society that ... then I should not have this moral foundation, correct?
They don't have to have the moral foundation whether they live in the society or not.
No,
It's
but
up
I'm
to
still
them.
following your.
The
I'm still
base is
following you what you
subjective.
taught me. I'm still following what you taught me because if
Well,
I
you're
don't
not.
want to live in a society, then I don't need to have this moral foundation of maximizing welfare. Do you have any other
what you're
reason
saying-
for why I should maximize welfare
Well, yes,
other than
because
I want to
the
live in a
f-
society?
Your framing renders my moral foundation moot. If you don't live around other human beings, then why would you be making value determinations about your interactions with other human beings? Like you're framing a scenario that completely like removes the need for any moral
No,
foundation
so
at all.
I'll explain
if
to
you,
you
if
what
you
I'm
live by
trying to
yourself
do.
in the forest.
So
Sure.
let me explain what I'm trying to do because it's pretty simple. I'm trying to show you that within your moral rules there are gaps. Okay, that's simply it. The reason why we did this experiment with showing to the child.
To do that though because
the reason why we
keep
did
going,
this.
but I think you've actually failed because your very first example is logically like absurd because
No, it is
there's,
not. Let me
like,
explain it to you
what
very
you're
simple.
saying-
Let me explain it to you very
Go-
simple.
go
You
for
said the moral foundation that we have is that you maximize welfare of humans. And me as a child, I say, okay, I will take this moral foundation, but first I need to understand why should I choose this moral foundation, correct? And you as a parent explain the reason why you should choose this moral foundation, or the reason why I choose this moral foundation is because I want to live in a society that ... So all of a sudden, me as the child, you said, because I want to live in a society. Then I think, logically, I don't want to live in a society that ... Therefore, I don't need to have this moral foundation, correct? Because the only reason you provided for me adopting the moral foundation you said was because I want to live in this society that ... So if I don't want to live in a society that ... then obviously what logically follows is that I don't need to follow that moral foundation.
In the very last step, everything you said was both correct and completely consistent with what I'd already said. So the conclusion you've got at the end is the flawed part. So again,
Excuse me? What
people
was
can
flawed
base
about
their
it
moral
logically?
judgments.
What was flawed
I'll
about it
explain it to you if you
logically?
want. I'll explain it to you if you want. So the problem is this. Again, what base you choose is completely subjective.
Please
So if
explain
the
to me
kid
how it was
decides,
flawed logically.
I'm literally doing that right now, and you just jumped in. So the kid can decide to take that on or take that not on or not. But in the framing you gave, if they don't live in a society, then those value judgments about how you interact with other people become moot because it isn't. Like what you're saying basically is like, here are the rules for soccer, but then they're playing cricket. Like like if they leave the society, then all those morality considerations are no longer relevant.
They are.
In terms of the
They are.
interactions
It's
with
like saying.
other
Let me
people.
finish the
Again, we're
example that
talking-
you said. So you said about soccer. No, but it's simple. With the soccer, it's simple. If you play soccer, you follow the rules of soccer. That's what you said. If you want to live in a society, you follow this moral baseline.
You follow the rules of the society.
Yeah,
exactly.
But if you don't want to play soccer, if you
You're
don't
agreeing
want
with
to,
me.
exactly. So if you don't want to play soccer, you don't follow the rules of soccer. So if you don't want to if you don't want to live in a society, then you are free to adopt a different moral baseline. Correct?
Yes, they are. 100%.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So then, by your own values, then
what
if
I've
you.
said.
But then if you only say this to your child, you teach morality to your child, correct? You teach all of this morality to your child. You set them as rules. And then your child has the rule. He's in a situation where he thinks, do I want to be part of this society or not? And he says, no. All of the sudden, their whole moral foundation that you taught that child goes away because you said that moral foundation works if you want to live in a society. He doesn't want to live in a society, therefore that moral foundation is no longer applicable to him. So therefore, if he doesn't live in a society and he wants to kill a human being because everything else you taught him was with that moral foundation and he no longer has that moral foundation, then it would be moral for him to kill a human being if he has no feelings towards that, correct?
It could be moral according to him. It would not be moral according to me. Because again, what you're
But it's your
missing is
rules.
about but I'm making the moral judgments. This
But
is
it's
what I
your
think is
rules.
like really flawed with these. But you're appealing to some moral absolutism. I'm not.
No, I'm
I
just
don't
showing
think
you
moral
that-
absolutism exists.
But that's
no,
I'm
you're
also
not. But
not
you're
doing
failing
that.
to show me. You're failing to show me. You are there. You just don't realize it. Let me
No,
explain
what
why.
I'm doing is I'm
Well,
trying
I can
to make
explain- I can
I'm trying
explain
to
why
make
or not.
morality complete. You're making it incomplete.
You
because
aren't.
the
Though.
only
You're
no,
misunderstanding.
your whole morality.
You are not realizing that you're appealing to
No,
moral
your whole
absolutism.
morality.
You're not
Your
realizing
whole
it.
morality is on the basis of living in a society. You just said
It's
that's
not.
your moral baseline.
It isn't.
You just said
That's
the
not
only
what I
reason
said.
why you prefer human
What
welfare
you're
is
doing
because
is
we
you're
live in a
walking into these
society.
You're walking into these examples. You
Jesus
were talking
Christ,
about
man.
killing a human
Simple
being.
logic.
You
Simple
were
fucking
talking.
logic.
You were. It's not. But you're missing it. Let me explain to you what you've missed. The example I was
Do
talking
not
about around
write unit
society.
code. Do not write unit tests, because if I could write a unit test that would fail everything you said in a matter of seconds.
It's not. Well, I lecture in economics. Like, I've written tests before, and I'm telling you that you're failing to understand something. I'm happy to explain it to you, or you can just not.
I'll write the code right now according to what your moral values are and show it to you. Okay, I'll write the code.
Okay,
so you
well,
see it in code.
I want to point out to you where you've gone wrong first. The very first part of this, like the society framing, was you talking about killing someone. We're talking about killing human beings. That's a societal configuration. So that's why I was talking about society. If you want to expand it to other morality around animals and other things, that has nothing to do with a society. You were talking about why we value human life more than other lives. I was telling you why I believe that's the case. And that has everything to do with a society. So that's not all my morality. That's not my moral base. That's my moral base around killing human beings and interacting with human beings. If you're talking about animals, that's got nothing to do with a society. So this is where I keep telling you, conflating my arguments and misunderstanding what I'm saying.
But wait a minute, because I never even brought animals in this equation. This is annoying me because I never brought animals in this equation. We've been talking for 15 minutes about simply the act of killing a human being and your moral baseline. And let me explain it very quickly. I'll draw a function.
No. Hold on. No, Axel, please.
Well, there is a 30-minute limit to the.
Yeah.
Oh, but he's right at the cusp, bro. Don't right before the chestnuts, bro. Like, come on, he's literally about to say it.
Yeah.
Okay,
so,
go ahead. But then wrap it up. Just wrap it up.
Okay. So, I think you need to understand this very simple. So, if I write a function that says this is the moral foundation, correct? This is the function called moral foundation. In this moral foundation function, based on your understanding, and I need you to confirm only this, and please confirm it if yes or no. Does this function start with if individual lives in a society?
I don't know what you're talking about.
So, this moral foundation, does it depend on the individual living in a society or not?
If it's to do with interacting with other human beings, yes.
No, if it has to do with whatever your moral foundation.
Well, this is where again I think you're conflating my position. It's not. You're asserting things I've not said. But keep going. For argument's sake, if you're talking about a society, then again, I think you're strawmanning what I'm saying and/or not understanding it.
I'm not. I'm trying very
you
simple.
Are, but
I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not.
I don't
explain
think
to me
you
what
are.
strawman I'm making.
I think you've fundamentally misunderstood my point.
No, I understood your
Like I
point.
said,
Your
I'm
whole
happy to
point.
explain it, but if
So
you
listen,
wanna move
listen.
on,
My
we can move
my
on.
whole point about showing you this. My whole point about showing you this is because the whole point of morality, as we do it, it's not about morality as an aspect. By the way, you can have, of course, pass a moral judgment on one action or pass a moral judgment on another action. Of course, you can do that without any form of moral foundation or whatever, right? The whole point of why I'm saying this.
You can't do that without a moral base.
The whole point why I'm saying all of this.
You can't pass judgment on things without a base for your morality.
You can. You may not know. Okay, fair.
But you definitely can't.
Okay, let me put it this way. You may not know what your moral You may not know what your moral foundation is. Okay, is that clearer? Do you agree on the fact that there's several people who don't know what their moral foundation is, and yet they still pass judgment on what is right or wrong?
But they do have a moral base. They just aren't aware of what it is.
Exactly. Okay, so that's exactly what I said. So that's exactly what I just said. Okay. Okay. I corrected it. Okay. So now let's move on.
Okay. That's fine. We can move on.
Okay. Well, morality, then this person makes judgments based on what they see left and right. And then all of a sudden, they're faced with an impossible situation where they could see both it being right and both it being right and wrong at the same time. They don't know which one to follow because that's usually the case, correct? So what this individual does then is then it traces everything back. They go back, and start questioning the moral foundation that they have, correct? So if this individual, they're reaching the solution that my moral foundation is based on the fact that if I want to live in a society that does XXX, and I all of a sudden realize that I'm not in a society, I don't want to be in a society, then everything that I was taught about my moral foundation, everything going forward from there, no longer works because there is that predicated if to all of it, correct?
So again, the moral base is not living in the society. The moral base is about maximizing human welfare.
Which is why. Why is that?
Again, everyone can make their own determination as to why they make that.
No,
My
why do you
personal
say is that?
determination,
Yeah.
My personal determination is that I believe that I want to live in a society where most people think the same way I do and want to
There you go.
maximize welfare, because I think
So
that's a
that's
better
why.
society, which is
Anyway.
completely consistent and completely logically sound. But that's fine.
It's not. I can explain to you yet
It-
again in a
it is.
functional statement, but I
Again,
think
I would
we're
strongly
wasting time
encourage
here.
looking-
We're wasting
Yeah,
time
yeah,
here.
we should
Look up a
put
Matt
the
Dillahunty
function. You need
lecture
to
and you'll understand it better. Look up a Matt
put the
Dillahunty lecture.
you
He'll
should put
explain
the
it better than
function
me.
in chat because I think that would explain it because it's.
I'll
exa-
post in Matt Dillahunty's lecture on this. And again, what you're saying is flawed, but yeah, we can move on. Thanks for the chat.
Hello guys. Can you?
You're well
please
spoken. Thank you, bud.
Speak one by one.
Do you guys
please,
want to have your
understanding you
closing
as well?
statements?
I think it's about the end there. There's just like a fundamental disagreement about like, oh, what should we do?
Yeah,
Like if
I
someone
feel
looks
fine.
outside of.
Yeah,
sorry,
obviously
Chill.
got a little bit impassioned towards the end. I feel like that was very respectful though, and I feel like we both made our points and people can draw their own conclusion from it. But I appreciate the chat. That chip
Yeah,
guy.
you're very well spoken, Chill. Like I thought you were talking very well. I thought like you weren't being rude or incredulous or bad faith or anything like that. Like it was a pleasure to listen to you. Honestly, you're very well spoken. Like you said, you were an economics lecturer, so like you're very well spoken.
I'm not a regular. I'm a PhD, but in economics, not
If
in
you
philosophy.
ever
But,
do want to come back and like talk further when it's not an event setting, there would be very much appreciation for that to happen.
Super duper, yeah.
No worries. I literally just I came across the live and just thought I'd join in. It sounded like an interesting chat. But no, thanks. Appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, mate, it was a good combo. If you ever want to chat with me, or I can get other people in here with philosophy degrees and go into it, dig in further, it'd be great. But yeah, thanks for the chat, mate.
You got a closing statement, Chip?
I'll just write down the function, and maybe when you see the
that's what I'm waiting on.
statement,
I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, maybe you'll understand what I mean by the fact that it is not complete, and therefore it encapsulates a scenario where, according to your own set of values, you reach a point. But let me just write the functional statement and see where you're at, okay? Otherwise, I enjoy the conversation with you, of course.
Enkabi, did you want to touch on more of what you, since now that we've kind of moved on from that, did you want to touch up on what you guys were discussing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still here. If you want to hold off on a couple of those points, I don't have anything wrote down. If I can kind of get back on track where he was with your question about the morality of killing a human in the woods and all that, or do you not want to go there?
Can we just talk about animals for a second? I feel like we've been talking about humans for so long, and I understand that everybody values humans more than they value animals. That's not the point. But at the end of the day, when you make this choice, it's not the choice between a human being and an animal that you're choosing to kill. It's the choice between your taste buds or your convenience over the life of an animal.
Well, I mean, there's a lot more in line with it for me. That's why I was asking if you wanted to go ahead and touch on that, just like maybe a minute, just a quick basic, I guess. All right, so if I were to be walking through the woods and I came across a human, how I would teach it is because we have the ability to communicate. There is a situation there where you can pick up signs of aggression or non-aggression coming towards you, whether it be an animal or a human. So you can determine through logical thinking, whether you need to fight or flight. That is genetic, fight or flight. So if you found that you're in a situation, you use your natural instinct to create a morality in the situation, whether you need to fight or flight. That morality is based on the level in the situation. Now, when it comes to an animal, because I would potentially kill a human in the woods if they performed a sort of aggression towards me. But if they did not, I wouldn't. I would try to communicate. Otherwise, if there's no gain, I would continue on my way. Now, as far as the animal, I would try to avoid the animal. But if I'm coming across a bear or even a deer, if I'm not just going to kill it and just walk away. But if it tries to, charge me, I'm going to put it down. I may or may not get resources out of it. If I can't get it out of there, I won't. If I can, I'll try to get resources out of it because that's my morality.
Yeah, but like, why should you do that? Like, why do you think that's justified?
Because it could preserve my life or it could preserve others' lives. So
Okay.
if I here,
So like it's like so there could be a situation where that's wrong to do. So you're describing a situation where that's like a morally okay thing to do. There may be a situation of someone else who has plenty and probably doesn't need to hunt. Let's say if they can get everything they need from a plant-based diet.
Okay,
I'm just going straight into it, bro. I mean, like, if you don't have to do it, like, you're not in the woods, are you? And could be.
Right. So you're talking about like sport hunting, right? So just going out for like
no, to kill and eat, like hunting. I thought that's what you were talking about.
To kill. So if I were to be going out to actually specifically be hunting, yes, I do feel like it is morally right for a human because it is also morally right for a deer to eat lettuce just as, and obviously this wouldn't, well, I guess I could say a wolf. A wolf, it is just as moral as for a wolf to eat a deer.
You're lowering yourself to the like moral standard of a wolf?
I believe in the circle of life, whether
Well, no, that doesn't answer the question. Do you or do you not? Because that's a little silly. We get Jeffrey Dahmer type situations out of stuff like that, I think.
Well, I wouldn't eat a human. That's so obviously there's people out there that may disagree. Human might taste great to them, but as of life, stuff tastes good. So there's animals that we don't even touch as per resource, but we still may put resources in to preserve their lives. But as far as
it's about like, is it about resources for you at the end of the day? I just kind of want to level like and see like, is it because it's like it's a resource that you see it's okay to like have innocent animals be killed and be like eaten? It's like why you're not against it.
It's not just that. So, let's say, like, there's a lot of people, like humans, that own animals that would normally be in captivity, being eaten or whatever, and they, keep them as pets and stuff. But, or it could be a situation where I may be.
Do they only have value? Like, so you wouldn't kill and eat them just because they're like under someone's ownership or property?
Well, no. Well, let's say that there's not. There definitely is some people out there that would maybe come across a deer and then just
I'm
say,
saying
hey,
like you, like if you came across like someone's pet pig, like why wouldn't you, like would you think it's morally okay to like kill and eat that pig?
I'm sorry, ask that again. I was kind of talking.
So sorry, you're good. If you had a friend who had a pet pig, like would you just like automatically think it's morally okay to kill and eat that pig? Like,
okay, so actually I can answer that, and some people are going to disagree with this. I already know. So if you don't want to hear it, I suggest you plug your ears now.
Yeah, go ahead and mute your mic. Might as well. No one wants to hear your chatter. Yeah, go hit it, bro. Hit it, bro.
By the way, I sent the morality code in the chat if you want to check it out.
Oh, I'm playing Xbox. I'm in Battlefield 1. You know how it is. All right, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah. How would you do it?
So if I were in a situation where I had to eat my in order to survive because it was the last source of any kind of nutrients I could have, if I could have any kind of plant, like if I can get tomatoes, potatoes, beans, anything like that.
Yeah.
Whatever it is that you guys consider your vegan diets. I don't know the menu. But if I could do that, if I had that source of food, any person who has a pet would most likely, because this instilled, like the guy was saying, it's in a human's brain. If you admire something, which would most likely be a pet, you keep them around for companionship, friendship, having something around to move with you. You know what I mean? Because we're a pack animal. You know, we're
So
humans,
I
but
see
we're
you're not like a wolf then, who like no matter like what would kill like that lamb at the end of the day. So your morality is different from that of a wolf, or like your consideration for that individual is different than the wolf. That's basically what I was trying to get at. Is like you're basically earlier you were like, oh, our morality is equal to wolves. So I
I'll
eat.
as much right to kill an animal for food as much as the wolf has a right to kill another animal for food. That's what I meant to say. If that's
Yeah,
more
but that basis comes from like a different place, right? Like you have the capacity to like clearly you have the capacity to like consider the individual, unlike the wolf. That's why I'm saying you're like lowering yourself, not to be like speciesist or whatever. I don't really. That's like, I'm not trying to talk about that right this second, but like
I can't really compare humans too much to wolves because wolves are carnivores. I mean, obviously they can eat some vegetables and stuff, but they're built to eat meat. Humans can eat, just about anything. You know what I mean?
so,
Eat it all.
that's literally we're omnivores. We have the that's why there's like these plant-based studies that show you can live a happy, healthy life on like a because it's about calories and then micro and macronutrients and RDAs and stuff like that. It's not about who you eat, right? So you don't have to eat individuals. It's kind of like the meme.
Right. It almost makes sense though or it almost seems like the body was actually designed to be able to live anywhere on the planet. We can eat vegetables.
No, we're not meant to live on the sea, are we? Like literally in the middle of the sea.
Let me rephrase that. We can live anywhere on land. We're not fish.
Okay.
I know. Sorry.
I mean, we could be. It could be like that one village in Pokemon Emerald. But anyways.
That brain cell knew what I meant. We're not fish. So we can
No, I
live
got you, bro.
where we can stand on ground. And well, that's not complete hostile. We can live in the Amazon jungle. That's point proven, like we can live in these areas where we're not even on the top of the food chain. We have no rules set in place and we're actually under the ecosystem's laws.
Right, we've kind of risen above this circle of life that you've kind of like described earlier, right? Because we can hunt, we can grow mass food, we can create antibiotics, and we're like a whole different. We're on a whole different circle of life, right?
Right. We have the ability to, and I know that there's not always a farmer that's like, yeah, I 100%, take care of I put my animal, sing to my baby sheep to sleep every night in my farm. That's a little bit ridiculous because like the host here was talking about before with his tier system, he puts his kids above him, and and there's his kids and his wife, then him, and then his pets, and then farm animals, whatever. Well, the farm animals are going to get the least amount of care possible because he needs to put as much resources as possible towards his family because that's his blood. You know what I mean? So that makes more sense.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that you can like that just because you have them on a hierarchy doesn't mean like you totally disregard like animals, Well,
you don't disregard the animal, but if it came to either your children eating or your cow, would you starve your cow? Okay.
No, but that's not the situation that like you and I are in, right? I mean, you could say that's like a flaw in veganism or whatever, but veganism has to do with what we're doing right here and now, not like the hypothetical situation of like us. Who do you choose? Your mom or your grandma, right?
Why are you appealing to extreme situations?
It seems
right?
you're excuse searching instead of like I understand that you're like, oh, there's like a flaw in the thing, but it's like people are allowed to have different hierarchies, but like the unnecessary like harm in it, that's like it's not like save your grandma or grandpa, right? It's like you don't have to do this. Like why? It's like because the differentiator is like animals and plants, right? Like do you think that they're exactly the same or whatever?
No, okay, so with that, I mean, I did learn in biology that we're both living, but we're different cellular structures. And I respect our cellular structure above the...
Wait, but like, yeah, why? There's like a reason. And I agree with you because I'm not a plant, right? Because animals have like a little, like we have something different from plants, right? It's like that agent or whatever, that individual.
For me, it's the form of sentience.
Form? That's like... I think that's Plato, right? The forms of things. I don't know.
Yeah, how would you define what are the forms of sentience?
Plants communicate in a way like they communicate throughout their systems and
what are the forms of sentience?
Than any kind of like single cell, like, well, I can't. You see what I'm talking about here? I'm going a little bit deeper. I'm biting off a little bit more than I can chew here. So
You're fine, bro. The main point I'm trying to convey, because this is all I'm trying to say, is that you're right. There is this difference between plants and animals, and we are part of like the animal class or whatever. And it's that there is like plants don't have there is no driver. There is no person there. Plants don't have like individual experiences. Or at least not someone there to register them, and that's the difference between plants and animals. Like at the end of the day, do you understand? That's like why it's like, you know, killing other animals that aren't humans is like not cool, because there is an individual there.
I can kind of argue about that a little bit because, like, for instance, koalas, they have evolved in such a way that their bodies can live only on eucalyptus leaves, and so they never.
Is it a dietary? Okay, so is it a dietary thing? I don't understand. Do you think it's not possible to live?
No, they did this because the eucalyptus leaves are poisonous, which when they eat them, it causes their meat to taste disgusting. So the predators don't like them. So they've weeded off predators by doing that. But by doing that, though, they've surrendered, like, they have to sleep, you know, I think it's like 18 to 20 hours a day. And one of the side effects of them evolving like that, it shrunk their brain. And like that whole void kind of filled in with fluid. So they actually don't function. Their brain literally can't function like what you would think. They can only do, I don't really want to use the certain words, but you know the certain word.
I hear you. Yeah, they're redacted, aren't they? Yeah, I hear you, bro. Yeah, I understand. So
about anything, all they do is sleep. When they're up, they think about eating, and that's it. So
okay, but yeah,
sentient. I mean,
you could. It's just that there is someone there, right? For whatever part of it, there is someone. I mean, you could say it's water, and that they're like this was a very interesting Science Friday, but I don't understand like what that, or Science Saturday. I don't know what that has to do with.
It's the brain cell, I think, is what does it for me, because the brain cell, any plant that you find anywhere on this planet, there's no plant that has anything similar to a brain cell. The way we trigger and the way plants trigger, they're different.
Yeah.
So they're not sentient.
Exactly.
That's basic on that. That's the end of that period. That's how I feel about it. Plants, they don't trigger as advanced as a animal cell.
But it's not that they're like at 1 and we're at 10. They're just like at 0. There's no person there, right? There's no conscious. You can say like they respond to stimuli, but it's not an individual responding to stimuli. It's like a automatic action.
There may even be, because you can have a plant and water it and have a good nutrients and stuff, but have it around like constant loud music. I've seen tests with how plants communicate with its environment, and they definitely even with being healthy can change due to its environment.
Yeah, but that's a natural. That's not an individual reacting to something. That's like a planned reaction. So that's why it does the same thing across all the plants. That's why they can test it in that way. It's not I'm not. You're just kind of describing like
plant shock.
Or else maybe I'm missing what this guy's trying to say.
Root shock? I don't know. I'm not a green thumb either. I think it's root shock.
Yeah, I think like listen. We go way off tangent, right? The question on the table is very simple, right? If you make a distinction between a plant and an animal, presumably you do, right?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Yeah, sure. So the only question that is on the table, if you think there is like a hierarchy, right, between human animals, and plants, right? All the vegan is asking you is this: if you are in the supermarket, would you rather kill, right? Literally, would you rather choose to kill a plant or an animal? There is no human on the table that you have to kill, just an animal or a plant. That's it.
Well, I know out of experience and just research and scientific facts.
If you can, if we can ensure, right, that you can get all the nutrients and all the health by eating plants, right? The question on the table is, why would you choose to kill the animal?
Because if we agree there is that distinct difference between plants and animals, right?
Right. So, hold on. Are you asking that if am I willing to sacrifice
Taste, pleasure, or whatever, yeah, for the sake of the
Yeah,
individual,
yeah,
knowing it's an
exactly.
individual, not a plant.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the question on the table, bro. The whole time.
Not sacrifice part of my health?
No, it's not. But you have the capacity to feed and nutritionize your children and offspring and generations, right? It's not about like survival or like. It's literally taste, pleasure. That's literally it, man. Thank you, Val.
Yeah.
You're right on course with that one.
Yeah, you again you if you want to become a vegan, right, you're not committed to the view that animals and other humans are on the same level, right? All we are asking you is your sense pleasure and your convenience and your habits worth more than the life of an animal and their suffering? That's all we are saying. You can still deem humans to be morally more worthy.
Disagree. That's where we disagree. I'll eat all day long. I'll go. I'll eat.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. It's Enkibi and Val and I are just talking right now because this is a conversation. We're just gonna keep because we might mute you guys and we want to talk to you guys later. So let's.
Yo, can this other person? Yo, can you mute yourself, please?
HKC, mute yourself. All right, go ahead. Just mute him. Get rid of him. All right, go. Enkibi, that's like what we're trying to say is like you're talking about like what's your like why if you understand this.
All right, so you're asking me to surrender certain nutrients that can better my life?
No, because we already established that all the nutrients you want you can get on a plant-based diet. No. We're asking you to sacrifice taste, pleasure.
Yeah.
And like
there are certain nutrients.
And by the way, hold on. Before even with that, right? Even with sense pleasure, I mean, although we are arguing to surrender or to abandon some kind of sense pleasure, we are not saying that it's like a binary. Either you have it or not. You will have some form of sense pleasure on a vegan diet, but not the kind that you get from eating meat.
Okay, so obviously pleasure would also entail feeling full and healthy.
Yes, you can be satiated on do you know what satiates you? Not empty calories, but hearty fibers. Like that's like it's fiber. That's what satiates you. So just eating meat doesn't satiate you. I mean, it can, and that's what meat takes a long time to digest, and it's not good for your gut biome. But like, blah 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 blah. Those are all like sciencey things. Like it's about like at the end of the day, the individual. Like the nutrition is there. Like you can be vegan and healthy. There's no. You're not even giving up taste pleasure because your taste changed. Like I don't know. Like when you're a kid and you didn't like pickles, like, and then you like pickles when you're old. I don't know. Like you
eat a cucumber. It's the same thing. People don't get taught these things though. They think a pickle is just a pickle. They think they pull a pickle off the tree and they throw it in a jar.
Yeah, but you're understanding that you have a different understanding than what's normal or what's regular or what's taught, right? Like you understand that like you're at least aware of this understanding that vegans act their life upon. Like now that you're like aware that like animals and plants are different, right?
No, they
in
do
this way.
They have people thinking that Walmart makes their meat in the back and it's not real meat. They don't kill cows.
That's okay. But it's more about like not understanding. It's more about not understanding where your food comes from. It has to do with understanding who it comes from, like the individual, right? And that's like.
Yeah, if we can ensure, right, that you can be healthy on a vegan diet and get all the nutrition and satiety as well, right? That you don't have to lose weight necessarily, that you can maintain your weight and everything else, right?
Gain, whatever you need to. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Because by the way, maintaining weight or whatever has nothing to do with animal products at all. Nothing. So why would you then not choose to leave the animals alone and rather choose to kill the plant?
Because it's a living creature.
I would balance both
No,
ways.
hold on. NQB, answer the question. Like, why? Why choose? Like, why is it okay? Like, isn't that like a moral? Like, aren't you making some kind of an error there with yourself? Like, do you not? Because if you're aware of this, like, what's the excuse? Like, why not? Like,
also an animal, and it's in my DNA and in my RNA. I'm genetically coded to want either.
Okay, your dad's cock is in your genetic like DNA. Like, it doesn't mean like you have to like have it. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
But
the cock.
Oh,
Sorry, not to be crass, but like, who cares? Like, that's it's
So
a
you basically said, hold on, are you basically, hold on, are you basically saying that you have a what?
Trying to answer.
You're cutting out horribly.
Hold on, let
Biolog-
NKB speak. Sorry.
Biologically, when I'm hungry and I crave food, I sometimes think of salad, which
No, dumbass, that's cultural, and I don't think of like whatever they eat in China because that's not where I'm from. That's not what I'm raised on. But that's like that's not morally okay just because of like what we eat around us. That doesn't make that okay.
So memories, right? Memories and cravings. So memories and cravings, they are largely dependent on your learning history, right? And on conditioning, basically. So if you have associated eating meat, right, or eating chocolate or ultra processed foods, you will create memories, right? That will obviously reoccur in your mind later, so that you can get pleasure again. This is learned behavior in general. And even if what I just said is completely wrong, right? Even if that's completely wrong, a craving doesn't tell you whether something is moral or not, right? I can have a fucking desire or a craving for all sorts of things, and I shouldn't act on some of them, right? So this has nothing to do with morality.
That's part of free will, though. We have the choice to do that. I mean,
Yeah, you do. So why make
Yeah,
that
but your
choice?
choice could be wrong.
Why?
Yeah, but your choice. Yeah, exactly. But your choice could be wrong. That's what we're saying.
No,
Right?
so you can the experience. Who's to say that if you eat this plant versus this animal, you'll be more you'll be more sustained from the plant than the animal. You have to test these.
Whatever standards you have, that it has been met. Like that is just the fact of the matter. You're searching for excuses when we're asking for whys. Like that's not. No. That's not how this works. Like you can't go back to health. It's already like we've already like established that it can be done. Like stop going back to health. Stop going back to nutrients. Go back to the individual. Why is it okay? Why is it okay?
Why is it okay to choose hamburger patties?
Yeah, the individual. Yeah. Why is it okay? Why is it morally okay in your view?
It is okay.
Well, I understand it's okay. Why?
I'm answering.
Please.
It's okay because for the last 6,000 years of human history, that
irrelevant. It's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
You wouldn't hold that view. You wouldn't hold that view with anything else that society could or could not have done for the last 6,000 years. Like if we didn't wash our hands for 3,000 years after we shit, do you think we should go back to that? Like hello, I'm asking you, why is it okay to murder individuals? Just for unnecessary taste pleasure. Yes.
The duration of a given act, the duration of a given act doesn't determine whether something is right or wrong, right?
Right. That's why I told you.
Always have to listen. You always have to look. You always have to look at behavior from a contextual lens. You can never ignore context. This is very important, right? It's always about the fucking context, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean,
so we have done
how Tyson deals with their. I don't support.
Sorry, you're cutting out.
That where I knowingly know that they do it, and they're kind of dirty about it. I don't buy Tyson products because of that. So I agree with the whole animal abuse thing, but where it comes
just
to
follow through with it all the way. If you already if it's you have the capacity to choose different things, you're in such a position where you can choose one thing over another. You go all the way. You don't just have no other. If this is already a stance you have, then why you don't do this with CP or molestation or anything like that. This isn't something that's okay on some level, and then on one day and then not the other day. Like it has to be a 24/7. It's you go through with it.
And availability. Some people don't have,
I'm not talking about some people,
yeah,
bro.
But do you? Yeah, do you?
I'm speaking to an individual. I'd make maybe you don't understand. Do we have to go back to the individual part? How animals are individuals?
That includes me too.
Yes, sir.
They taste like good, bro. Have you ever tried a steak?
Yes, I'm literally not talking to you right now. You're irrelevant to the conversation. Let my friend speak. NKB. So why?
Let me speak or let him speak?
You, NKB. Why is it okay?
I was just saying it.
No, so
No,
the
you were
question
saying-
is,
Okay.
so
You're
the question was, why is it okay? Why is it okay to oppress an innocent animal?
It's not okay to oppress anything unless.
Okay, based. Heck yeah, go vegan then. Follow through with your actions.
Yeah.
If
So
it's
if I say it's not okay to oppress women, but
you cannot violate animal rights.
So let me
I
ask
own
you-
a dog.
It's just an extension of human rights because we value human rights equally to you. It's literally because you have the capacity to like respect human rights. And then you also have the capacity to respect animal rights. You probably should, especially because you understand you literally said the words animal rights. I haven't said that. No one else said that. Like you literally understand the concept that could be.
Right, but I would still eat my dog if I had to survive.
But that's not the situation that
That's
you're
the
in.
situation that you find yourself in right now. Yes. Oh my God, Chip. Thank you.
I don't know whether you're tracking or not, but we have been through this,
I
right?
love meat. I love meat. I love meat. I love meat. I love
All right,
meat.
let the
I
troll
love
wave
meat.
pass. Hold on, Enkibi. Think about it.
You are always
You're not in that
appealing to
situation.
extreme scenario. Yeah, you're always appealing to extreme scenarios. We don't care what you would do in an extreme scenarios. We are talking. I said it before. You always have to consider the context. You can't just dismiss the context. The context
This
is
is
right
like there
now.
being this is like there being a child on the street and me being like, hey, why wouldn't you save that child in the middle of the street? And you're like, well, I can think of a different world where it would be morally like okay, and like there wouldn't like there would be a good reason for me to do it. And it's like, okay, that's fine, but why didn't you do it right? Why aren't you doing it right now? Why aren't you saving the child in the street right now? Enkibi, do you understand Enkibi?
Probably try to save the child. Yeah.
Okay, but that's the question with like the animal stuff is like you keep going up to like why aren't you doing it now? Like the child's in the street right now, the animal's being slaughtered right now unnecessarily. You already agree, you understand.
I ain't got no money to fucking go build a campaign. There's people already.
Oh,
in
you
place.
don't have to. I'm not telling you have to change the system, dumbass. Don't get a big head about it. Just change your 3 meals a day that you eat. It's not that hard.
Yeah. So we're just to be clear, we're not asking
You're
you.
finding every excuse in the book. You're literally an excuse machine. Do you understand that, bro? Like every time I ask you for something, it's not like I love you though. I think it's very fun.
But just to be clear, by the way, 1 second, just to be clear, we're not asking you to become an animal rights activist to do what we're doing right now. It would be cool if you did that, but we're only asking you to do the bare minimum and not choose for animal to be oppressed for you.
Well, I already do the bare minimum because I can't. Like I said, I might even live in poverty, so I might not even eat that much. But what I'm getting at though is when I originally answered why I would eat that animal life and why I think it's okay, is because I put human life above animal life, which means if a human life needs to eat, they're gonna eat whatever the hell I can give them.
No, then you don't. No, then you're not putting human. Then you're not putting human life above animal life. You're putting human taste pleasure above animal life. Do you see the difference there?
Yeah. Again, because
It's
when
like
you hold
you're
on,
so, like I think you need to take a second here and just think about like everything you've said just now. Because
this is very important now. This is very important now because when you say something to eat, right, you're referring to meeting. What you are saying is basically this, right? You have to get some calories in. Hold on, please. Let me please finish. Let me please finish. This is very frustrating.
All right.
So you have to meet energy needs like calories, and you have to meet like your macros and micros, basically your micronutrient, like all your nutrients and the energy. But you can fulfill these needs by eating plants, right? And this
now,
other
hold on,
and this
Kat,
other
you're
guy, I will.
interrupting.
Yeah. Stop.
Enkibi, you're like so with the program, but like you're getting lost. Like again.
Okay, so here's here's a good thing. Maybe get back on track. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Go ahead. Yeah, hit it.
Pull off a sheep. Is that animal cruelty?
If you're doing it, if you're literally raising and breeding these individuals for the sole use of just stealing their wool from them and separating like bad and good like of these species just like in killing them unnecessarily, yeah, that's wrong. I think you agree so too. Like if you're on a sanctuary, right, and you're like feeding like and you're like saving sheep from like a bad farm and then you go and sell their wool or whatever to provide 100% for the sheep, yeah, that would be okay. Like there's like, but that's not this. You're like going to the extreme. You're the excuse machine again, bro.
Yeah, let me put it this way. So if you're in a situation where you can choose a plant-based meal or an animal-based meal, knowing that the animal was oppressed in the animal-based meal, you have the situation where you can choose one or the other. Which one would you choose?
Me personally, the hamburger, because it tastes pretty damn good.
So there you go. You don't make this choice based on what you're saying need or nutritional value. You make this choice strictly based on taste.
Guess what's going on my hamburger? A tasty piece of lettuce. A tasty piece.
And you already agree that those aren't individuals
No, that
like
is
cow that was slaughtered.
NKB, please. NKB, you also have to be. You also have to notice, right, that when you make a comparison between, let's say, like an animal product, right, you have to try to be charitable and make a fair comparison. So when you, let's say, and this has nothing to do with morality right now, what I'm saying, right, but when it comes down to taste, pleasure, you can obviously try to compare like an animal product with an equally tasty or like a similar tasty plant alternative. And in the same way also when it comes down to nutritional value, you should not compare, let's say, like chicken to cucumber. That makes no sense. You have to be charitable on both sides.
I think he was literally, yeah, that's true. I think he was literally just saying I'm an omnivore. I'm literally gonna have meat and I'm literally gonna have a lettuce on my burger. Like I think it's the stupidest thing in the world. It's not 1 second, Britva. Like give us 1 minute here. We're still finishing up.
Other thing.
Yeah.
Farming, you got to make. How much?
Yeah. Okay. I think we. Yeah.
How many animals are you potentially killing? Because you want to grow plants. So all these plants.
Okay, and do you agree that it's wrong to kill those like those little you're not just saying, "Oh, look, this is the vegan moral." You're like, "Oh, I agree with you that killing animals is wrong." But like what about those pesky little bugs that we kill? Isn't that terrible? Do you agree with us that that's wrong and bad?
You see, that's the common misconception. It's just and spiders that get killed when they plow fields. No, they kill.
Bro, you're not listening to me because that's not what I'm saying. That's literally not what I'm saying. Do you think it's wrong that those chipmunks and those squirrels and those other small mammals get eaten up and destroyed for plants? Do you think that's like, it would be better if we could avoid it? Like, I would guess it's like the other way to describe it in this situation, but like.
I don't think I understood that because what I just got from that was it's okay to kill animals for plants.
No, okay. You're bringing up crop deaths for a reason, right? Do you think it would be better to live in a world with more or less crop deaths, or are you indifferent? Knowing what you know about crop deaths.
For crops, which there needs to be more cleared fields, which means you got to take more habitat away from these animals.
And is that like good or bad in your opinion? Like, what do you agree with the vegans? Like, that's bad, right? Like, if there's animals being killed, like that's bad unnecessarily, right?
Right, but they're doing.
Okay. You agree. Thank God. Okay, so here's the problem though, is that all of those fields are being. Hold on, bro. Hold on. All of those fields, or at least a vast majority of them, especially in the United States and Russia and places like Canada, what they're growing is food that goes into plants. It's like a reduction of like a 1/10 of the energy, like negative output from it. Do you understand that? Like all of those, all like this. You're talking about you're talking about like, dude, on a scale of magnitude of like hundreds of thousands of millions of acres, literally, like just to feed animals. Like you agree that's, do you understand? Like your argument entitles you to like also not, if you agree in this argument, or you're not just being a dumbass about it and saying like, oh, vegans should believe this. If this is, because I just got you to admit this is where you agree from as well, you should probably go vegan, because plant-based products take up less farmland than animal-based products do.
Therefore,
in the society that we live in today. Yeah.
On that one, I've worked agriculture, dude. The amount of fields that you'd have to have of greenery just to be able to support the human population right now.
Bro, and right now, what farming sector are you in? What zone are you in?
Sahara Desert, and turn it into in order to feed.
Okay, that's not farming, bro. That's like bioengineering. I live in the Midwest. Do you know what the most produced crops in the Midwest are? Corn, which goes to animals like as feed, and soybeans, which goes to animals as feed. Sorghum, which goes to animals as feed. Hay, which goes to animals as feed. All this stuff that we're growing goes to animals as feed on a mass agricultural scale. Do you not understand? Like, this is not a good thing, bro. This is bad.
They do this is antithetical
to your morals, bro.
They do the same thing with humans. That corn. I'm from the Midwest as well. I know all about the corn.
Why are you
Okay?
talking about the Sahara Desert then? What the heck are you talking about?
Because it doesn't have to do with just corn. The human population can live off of 4 states worth of corn and 2 states worth of potatoes. We have to rely on other countries. These other countries don't have the same morals as America and law.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, I think you kind of lost the plot here, brother.
You want to hear
Like,
Hold
I'm
on,
as
hold
American
on,
as the
hold
next one,
on.
but that's not a
Hold on.
justification to
Anchorby, fix
unnecessarily
your
kill.
connection before you
Yeah.
respond, please.
Yeah, you need to unplug and plug your mic back in. Like, your first 2 seconds are being cut off. That's why I'm getting a little heated here, I think. All right. And could be like unplug. Oh yeah, your mic is like booty cheeks. Unplug and plug. Like, I'll give you some free tech support here. I won't even charge you. How about that, bro? But that's like and could be like you're trying to bring up crop deaths. But the issue is that like vegans are on your side with crop deaths. That's another reason why a lot of us are against animal agriculture, because it entitles more crop deaths.
Well, that's what I was saying with you making a kind of a stale point, because even though I say it's wrong to kill the animals to make the fields, it's like you're saying, well, yeah, it is wrong, but they're doing it so they can grow more crops to eat less meat, right? I mean, you have to kill animals to not eat animals. Almost, it's a stale argument. It's like, hey, let's plow the snow, but make sure there's snow on the road when we're done.
I hear what you're saying, but I kind of understand what you're saying there. But like the main point is like why are you bringing up crop deaths? Like, it's not that, again, you're searching for excuses rather than just saying like, yeah, I should follow through with my morals. My actions should follow through with my morals, and I shouldn't consume and eat animal products if you think they're individuals. Like, it goes back to that. Like, I hear what you're saying, but
because I mean, I'm an adult at this point. I've had my childhood to look at life how it is, and as far as
you
I'm
think you're looking through life how it is as a child? That's the most like insane argument I've heard for like child grooming and like child being like a child bride. That's a ridiculous way to look at life, bro. You're an adult. You're just making decisions now for the first time in your life without the shackles of your parents and honestly society for the most point. If you're like you're thinking about these things, you don't think about what you eat as a child.
trying to explain to you, as from through childhood all the way into adulthood, I've been able to experience life. Not just through, I'm not looking through. Now, I'm not acting like a child. I wouldn't think so. Some people might believe, which they have the right to that opinion. I don't care. But from what I've learned, it is better to be able to balance my diet between both greenery, vegetables, whatever have you, and meats. Certain meats I eat, certain vegetables I don't. You know, morally, I feel like because humans are, if you look at the entire planet as a whole, it doesn't matter what animal you put against us. If you put our advancements behind us, no animal on this planet can hold a candle to us. Which
Okay, that's fine. That's like okay, but that's a might makes right situation. That doesn't mean you should do it. That's just saying you can do it. I'm not.
But that's my answer, though. Morally, I feel
Because you
like
can do it because you have the capacity to do so. That's why you.
I wouldn't do it just to do it. I do it
No,
because
but you literally are doing it just because you can do it. That's like what you're saying right now to me, unironically.
Because if we didn't do it, we would have to change our entire structure, whether it just be one country that did it
Okay,
or
and we've done that before for things we thought and agreed are wrong. Like so what? See how you're an excuse machine, bro. Like, this is like we're running down the same thing over and over and over again.
I want it to be broke down in little bits by little bits, which I understand that's nothing happens overnight. I'm a firm believer. So yeah,
I mean, why not? If you had like a rapist in the room with you right now, and you like you don't think like you would. So if you don't think there's like a capacity for that person to change right then, right there? Like, what are you talking about? Everything you say is a little silly. I'm sorry. I find myself disagreeing with you a little too much.
But sometimes it's just perception. So some people they've never even seen the ASPCA stuff, videos and Guardians Angels, whatever commercials. Some people have never seen that. So they think that, like I was saying before, they sing their little lambs and pigs to sleep every night. And Walmart just prints it out on paper, like, hey, let's print out some steaks. Like, people believe that because what they are told. But
or rather what they're not told about it. And again, we've talked about this before. It's more of the fact that they're not told that these animals are individuals just like them.
Right. So societally, my moral belief on it is the reason why we do it as a whole is because we have
I'm asking why
realized.
you do it, bro. Because why does it? Like, I'm not asking. Yeah, I understand like why the society does it as a whole, bro. I am a part of society. I was not always a vegan. I understand. I'm like trying to understand like why you don't do it.
Well, for one, I mean, it could be one of it could be affordability. You know, not every.
No, not what it can be. What it is. Like again. This is why I'm calling you an excuse machine because you're not telling me what it is about you.
So I would probably have to if there was a situation where a scientist broke down, like they was able to be like, hey man, you're going to be completely healthy if you stay on this diet, or here's more information, whatever, and it's going to be completely free. Who wouldn't take that?
Okay. Yeah. So again, who? Well, we're talking to you. Why aren't you taking that?
Because for one, I can't afford it, and two, like I said, you guys may call it pleasure, but when I eat vegetables alone, I don't feel as energized and healthy.
Is it because because you don't eat proper, like, yeah, the vegetables, if you're American, you eat like broccoli and carrots with your wings, and that's vegetables. Like, there are more vegetables than that. Like, you can satiate yourself off of plants. So you're going back to like the nutritional thing.
Okay, so NKB, can we make a small? I feel like this conversation is long, and let's just make a small recap. I think you've understood that you can thrive on a plant-based diet. I think you've understood the fact that animals are oppressed if you make a different choice. And all we've been trying to get you to understand is why, and you keep saying because it's for taste pleasure. So do you think that it is moral to do something for taste pleasure to anybody else just because you get pleasure out of it?
Now, when you say anybody else, do you mean a human or an animal? Because I'm not going.
Why does that matter?
Again, there's no distinction.
Why does that matter?
I'm not a murderer or a psychopath.
Why does that matter?
We know in society that a human being for pleasure.
Your mic is so bad, bro. I'm so sorry. Repeat. Could you slow down and repeat yourself?
If you are eating, if you are killing a human being for pleasure or taste, I'm pretty sure in this chat, everybody in a phone call, whatever, can agree that morally, in everybody's mind, you are wrong in the head to try to kill a human being for taste or pleasure. That makes you.
Why are you saying things nobody disagrees with? You don't sound very smart right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and also why? Wait 1 second, because that's I think because we keep getting to the same situation. You say, well, doing it to humans is absolutely horrible, and what we're trying to get you to understand is dive a little deeper and ask yourself, why is it horrible to do to human beings? Because maybe the reason why it's horrible to do it to human beings is the same reason why it's horrible to do it to animals.
Okay, so is my dog gonna, build a rocket ship or?
No, they won't. And even if they don't, it doesn't matter, because if there's humans that don't do it, you still provide them some type of moral like respect, that you don't eat them, like, right? You choose to eat plants over them, bro. I'll build you a rocket ship if you want. Stop killing animals and eating them, like.
You're asking a lot of people to kind of stall the world, though, like.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking you to change what you eat 3 times a day, bro. Like, it's just about you. Stop going about the world. Stop talking about like the people far away. Talk about yourself. You.
You don't eat
Your
the
dog.
animals that produce. Okay.
Dog.
Because don't.
Yes. Go ahead. Sorry.
Gotta die eventually. Why not die and go into my stomach?
Okay, you're gonna die eventually, right? Why isn't it morally permissible for another human to do that to you?
If I go to try to hurt somebody, they have all
Not
the
you,
right.
not you. Other parties, A and B, not you. Oh,
Hey, if party A was going to party B's house, and party A wanted to beat up party B, or I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit confused here because I don't usually say party A, party B, but so
You're
this is
good.
gonna be a going on, right? One person really wants to do serious harm to the other person. I feel the person that's about to have harm done to them has every right in
I'm not
their
talking about what they have the right to respond to do. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna have to bow out. I think it's
morally. I
Yeah.
believe it's right. Morally, I believe that's right.
You keep
No,
saying that
so
you do, but not like
yeah,
that we
so
understand your
Anchorby.
position, but you're not explaining it.
Yeah, so Anchorby, just to be clear, when we talk about morality, there's a baseline for it, right? The axioms, and then there's rules on top of it. And you seem to reaching a point where you think that's the axiom, and you saying that humans all of the sudden value more than animals, and it's wrong to kill a human and it's right to kill an animal. But that is not an axiom. You need to go deeper. So that means you need to have a reason on why that is happening. And we've asked you several times, and you can't seem to be providing that. So let's just move on. Come back to this conversation. Come back to this thing. But there's
Yeah,
a
think
lot of
about
people
it.
in
Think
here.
about what he's saying.
Yeah. So, but there's a lot of people in here, and we want to have conversations with more people because it's been a long time that we spent with you also.
It's been a pleasure. Like, you've been super respectful, super kind. Like, it was nice talking to you, but it was a little bit frustrating because we're handing you the shovel and we're like, hey, let's dig a little deeper, and we're just not. For some reason, we're not moving. Just think about like the why behind things. Like, not just like, oh, because society or because it's everyone else does it. Like, just think for yourself why.
I said though, because after I eat said item or experience that said
But
thing.
that's the thing. It's not an item. It's more than just an item. It's an individual, which you already agreed to. So that's like you gotta shape up, bud. That's all I can say.
No, just talking about the hunting thing. Like I
Hold
agree
on,
with
hold
hunting.
on. So
whole-
hold on. What Nick just did, it was a closing statement. So now Inkaby, you can provide a closing statement. But we're kind of done with the rebuttals at this point.
Okay. Let's see. I don't normally do this. All right. Well, maybe I'll look into seeing what the whole vegan thing entails, get a little bit more details into it, so I'm a little bit more informed, and we can possibly have a future conversation. I appreciate your guys' inputs. You guys all sound professional thing.
Yeah,
but
dude, you're sick as heck, man. Thanks, man.
Firm on the. I do feel it is okay not to oppress and harm for no reason animals, but if they're treated right, I feel like they could be consumed or used as resources until
Yeah, I understand. That's the whole crux of the argument, is that you haven't said why. We understand that you think it's okay. You should really think about why you think that's okay to do to animals and not to humans. Like, really think about that, like, deeply. Okay. Okay, that's our closing statements. We're gonna have to. We can't dive deep back into it, right? You know.
You can follow up.
Heck yeah, yeah. Come around. Like, this chat's like always available. There's always people that want to talk and like want to have these kind of conversations, because it's super important to like just like on an individual basis, like think like why we do things in the world, because there's plenty of historical examples of people who don't really think about what they do, and it ends up not being the greatest thing in the world.
Conversation is king, even if we disagree.
True, just like cash. Yeah, exactly. Let's go.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, does anyone else have any questions or want, like, because there was a few people saying like, oh, like meat was pretty tasty. I was just curious if anyone has anything else to say.
I do want to add one thing though. I do apologize to anyone if I offended anybody in that conversation at all.
We're vegans. We're tough, bro. We're tough. Don't worry.
Some people get hurt in the feels.
Yeah, they should buck up then, honestly. But
agreed.
Good, bro. Yeah, no, it's very nice talking with you. Is there anyone else that's like
Opto,
was listening and has something to disagree
came
with?
in with a server mute. Do you have something to say?
Oh yeah, what's up, bro?
I just unmuted you, Opto. Do you got something to say?
Yeah, I have a question for veganist.
Yes, sir. I'm here, bro. I was talking. Were you hearing me earlier? I was talking. What's up, bro?
But I have a few questions. Like I already talked about my opinion, which is practically that for me, this is not about ethics at all. But I will try to argue about ethics anyway. So my question is basically, vegans often focus on human-caused animal suffering, right? However, wild animals experience immense suffering from predation, disease, starvation, and environmental disasters that most of the times are not human-based.
Well,
So
I
if
mean climate
nature
change, but
is,
okay, I hear what you're saying. I understand. So,
inherently
like,
bad.
we should. Do you think we should hold equally that vegans are being inconsistent and wanting to stop factory farming because that's something they have control over versus like a hurricane or like predation in the
My
wild?
point is that vegans actually don't have. I already talked about that. Vegans don't have any control over
Tomako, I'm gonna catch these guys up. Tomako is a person that has the position that ethics and morality are not crucial. He can correct me. They're not crucial to make decisions whether or not we should or should not do something.
Well, my point was not really that. My point is that ethics does not change behavior of people as a society as much as, for example, economy. Like, for example, I may.
But that's not like why you should or shouldn't do something. That can be a fact of the matter, sure. Okay.
Well, the problem is that in reality, it's not really an interesting question to ask if something is bad or wrong. Like, if you can just assume that something is bad, and then you have to do something about it, right? So what you can do about that, not that much as we think. Like, there is not that much control over animal farming, for example, because people want meat anyway. So without a different product, which is like meat, it will be very difficult to change the mind of 8 billion people.
But
because
that's fine. And if I was in the room with 8 billion people, I don't know how I would go about it, honestly. But I'm talking about you, Tomoko. Are you just saying because is this because like, oh, there would be some type of like is this like a because it can't be perfect and everyone can't change over and the world would be exactly the same? Then it's like
inconsistent to give the responsibility of such a thing to other people. That's the problem. Like, this is not the responsibility of me or you.
Wait a minute. Are you not responsible? Are you not responsible for the animals that are killed because you choose for their meat?
Analog question.
Wait, hold on, Tomoko. Answer the question. Wait, you were asked the Tomoko. You were asked the question.
Are you not responsible for the animals that are killed because you choose to eat their flesh?
Wait, are you? Wait, would they be killed if you and other people didn't eat them?
Yes, of course, they will be killed anyway. Because
no, not if you and other people didn't eat them, right? So the only reason they do it is because of an action that you take. You're not. You're complicit.
Why I eat meat? Like, because you think that I eat meat because, I don't like plants, or maybe I like meat more. But
we think you eat meat because you don't. Because it's expensive.
Like, no, it's not expensive. It's the opposite, actually. In my
okay, so if we give you resources to help you thrive on a plant-based diet, and be within your budget, and be cheaper maybe, or within your budget, then would you still consume meat?
I prefer for taste.
So you choose it for taste.
Diet. For taste, I prefer plants. But meat is less expensive in my country because there is a lot of animal farming.
Yeah, and that comes out of your pocket because of taxes, because of subsidies at the end of the day. It is your responsibility. You have to have some agency over your actions, bro.
Yeah, hey, hold on, Tomoko. You said there's a lot of animal farming. A lot of animal farming means there's a lot of plant farming as well. The plants are available. You're just using them incorrectly.
I'm not using them incorrectly. My society. I have no control over my society. I'm
No one's
just an
asking you to
average person.
control your society. That's not the
Yeah, you
question at
are, because
hand.
the point,
No.
your problem is that you want to give responsibility to a single person, but this is not individual responsibility. Like,
It's
this
they
is
choose
societal
what they eat at the end of the day. It's not
responsibility.
the government.
People
It's not the
cannot
society that
change.
chooses. It's the individual that chooses what they eat.
Yeah.
It's like
No,
not that
really.
hard, bro.
Like,
So-
this is why you believe it. Like, it's like a religion. Like, it's
In
it's
what
the
way?
same thing.
There's
It's a
nothing.
religious
There's
stuff.
okay. There's it
Yeah.
has
Do you
nothing to do
believe
with
that,
religion.
for example, people
I'm Christian, but that has
choose
nothing to
in
do with
what,
why I'm vegan. That's like so
well,
irrelevant. Like there's
No,
atheists
the
that are
problem
vegan.
is that maybe you believe you are a Christian because you choose to be Christian, but the
Sure,
majority
that's
of
fine.
Christians
That's
were born as Christians and they developed those thoughts.
But
Like,
okay,
people eat
so
meat because they are fed to that. They
no,
cannot
one
change,
second, Uncle Nick. So I want to try something with you, Tomako. I want to try something with you. So we're not trying to describe what is happening. I'm just gonna put the situation in front of you, okay? So in front of you, there's a plant-based burger or an animal-based burger, okay? You know that for the animal-based burger, an innocent animal got their throat cut, and you know that for the plant-based burger, that didn't happen. Which one would you choose?
It depends on the cost.
Both of them
no,
are
it's
equal
free.
cost.
It's literally right.
Or
Let's
they're
just
free,
say it's
yeah.
free.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the whole point of the exercise.
Well, I think that the animal is already dead, so why should we waste?
Okay, that's fine. Let's back it up then.
Like,
Let's back it up then. They haven't made the burger yet. They're going to choose. They have the animal's throat right in front of you. Like, hey, if you choose this burger, I will go back, slit that throat, and make you a burger out of it. Or you can choose a plant-based burger that'll be equally as tasty, as nutritious, and everything else. Why wouldn't you choose the
I would
plant-based
choose
burger?
The plant-based burger because the animal is not already dead, and there is not an entire ecosystem of factories and corporations.
Bro, you keep
Wait,
going to
wait,
society.
Tomako. There's no system in this hypothetical scenario. There exists no system. Imagine that white space that you see in movies, and in front of you, as we said, just to be clear, in front of you, there's a plant-based burger or an animal-based burger. The plant and the animal are not killed, but you can choose to kill one or the other to make those plant or animal-based burger. There's just the images there, let's say, right? So both of them are equal cost. Both of them are equal nutrition. Which one do you choose?
I would choose the plant-based burger based on
Yay! Good answer. And why? Why?
Simply because I prefer plants.
Well, if you is this like?
So
Like,
if Tomako.
It's more tasty.
Okay, but if there is a person next to you, and this person next to you, you see that they're faced with the same choice, and this person chooses the animal-based burger, right? Not because they like it more, just because they want to choose that. Whatever reason, you don't know exactly. Do you think that this person is acting morally?
Depends on his moral.
No. According to your own moral values, is this person acting morally or not?
According to my own moral value, I don't really know.
So them choosing to cut the throat of an innocent animal for the same thing, is it moral or not?
Maybe immoral. Depends on the animal, actually.
Okay, so if it's immoral in that situation, so
if it's a mammal, probably it's kind of immoral, right?
Okay.
But if it's a fish, I don't see that as immoral.
Okay, so what would be the
Because
difference
fish is
between the
not
two?
really-
Yeah, what would be the
complex.
difference between the two that makes it okay to like farm and like do all that kind of crazy stuff to them, and not the other? In your view, not what society thinks, not X, Y, and Z. What's
in my view, the complexity of the animal. Like if an animal is very socially complex, have emotion like that, like emotion are just bioregulators. They practically are pattern recognition tools that the brain uses to analyze some aspects of life. They are not.
But
as
there's a
complex.
reason why plants and animals, like the plants don't have emotions, right?
No, the plants don't have that because they don't have a nervous system, so they can't
And-
have that. But
And
also
what besides a nervous system? Like you think just a nervous system alone is capable of having emotions?
No, like because the nervous system alone die. But if you put, for
But no,
example,
yeah, but that's the thing.
nervous
You need something
system
more than
in
just a nervous system, don't
yeah.
you?
but you can use only the nervous systems with the right tools. So you can make like some kind of weird small brain, and this kind of brain can feel emotion. Yes, they don't have a body like that of an animal. It's a synthetic organism, but you can make that in a lab with like 300 heroes. I can show you how to do that step by step, and they have emotion. You can train them to use some kind of electrodes to send signals to electrodes, so to use even motor systems or stuff like that.
But
And
so
these
it's
are not
only a
animals.
trained. So it's only a trained thing. I thought the things about emotions is that they're like evoked, like.
No, actually, emotion are just a pattern recognition, like from a biological
So how can I
standpoint.
have emotion about something I've never experienced before if it's only about pattern recognition?
Because you know what experience is.
Okay. Yes, I do.
Is
And is that maybe
perceptual,
it's the
like
yes?
like it's perceptual input.
But just my
They are
nervous system
sensors.
experiencing something doesn't make the emotion happen, right?
Yes, it does. Exactly. This is how emotion work. Like even an insect can feel very basic emotion, like fear.
Huh.
So you need the brain.
The problem is that layer by layer, the emotion become a model that is exponentially more complex. And the way you feel pain, the type of pain you can feel is more dynamic and more weird. Like humans, when you see something, you see a color. This is emotion. This is what emotion is fundamentally. The fact that you see a color instead of measuring, for example, the light source, and this thing like emerge from simply the interconnection and the architecture of how neurons work.
But
We know
you acknowledge that animals have feelings, right? You acknowledge that
we make
humans have
many
feelings.
experiments about it. Yes.
But let's just move
Insects
on, because I think
also
we
have
all
feelings.
acknowledge what you're saying.
The
So
thing is that,
So why
the
don't
problem
you
is
like?
that we
What's the
have
differentiator?
exponentially more
What
complex.
hold on, Tamako. You're kind of arguing in
For
favor
veganism.
of veganism.
Yeah, I'm not against veganism. What
Yeah,
I'm saying is
everyone
that
isn't against it. Why don't you follow through with your
nature.
actions? Why don't you follow through with your actions?
Because, in my opinion, like from a individual standpoint, and that's what was going on. Animals do not like there is like moral. It's not something that exists universally speaking. Like maybe it emerged in social animals, or maybe eugenetics animals, social like hands, stuff like that. But the fact is that nature is intrinsically very.
yeah, I can't do that anymore. I'm sorry, but it's the discussion is just not interesting to me anymore. And it's been 3 hours. I feel like I wanted to have more conversations. We just got bogged down on some of the conversation. It's just one of those days where it takes a long time to actually have conversations. Yeah, and this person with the code that I had the conversation with keeps writing in the code saying that wrote a code, because I wrote a code about what my perception of their freaking moral rules are. He wrote the code of what their perception of freaking moral rules are, and I used that code for within their values. I can't. I'm getting tired of this. I'm getting tired of this conversation and not actually having good conversation. It's much better to go on the street. Sadly, I cannot do that because it's very hot outside, and it's for my own health. I think it's better to stay out. However, I will sit and interact with some of the people here. Well, you know what? Maybe we can have a conversation with this person. Let me see if I can punch them in just to continue this. tired, need some meat. No, I'm tired because I've been sitting 3 hours in this stream and I barely had any conversations. And because it's extremely hot and heat it's very tiring. Okay, so this person says they're willing to, let me add them as a friend. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's do this. He's replying. Perfect. At least we're having a conversation. Hi. Can you hear me?
All right.
Hi. So just FYI, for full disclosure, I am live on YouTube right now. Is that okay?
That's fine. I think this will take like 2 seconds. I actually think that the issue where we're misaligning is what I think you've done is like we've hit my axiom, and I think you're like the inclusion of whether they live in a society is not relevant to the decision. Once you've agreed the axiom, that's the base. So
But
I think what
so let me understand,
is,
because
how does someone form that view? And if someone to form that view could be one of dozens of reasons. My personal reason is I want to live in a society that values well-being, so I emulate that, or I put that out into the world. That's not relevant once I've set that axiom. That axiom is maximizing well-being.
But okay, so what you're saying is that because based on the functional code that you wrote, you're saying that you derive whether something is moral or not, whether you're doing an action towards a person or not, whether that action is moral or not, based on if you're maximizing the well-being of that person, correct?
Yes.
So if that person is an animal, do you think killing them is maximizing their well-being?
So I already said that I think that I have a different frame for animals, and I think like that's
But you see,
so this is what I was saying.
But this is the problem.
This is where we
because
disagree.
why do you have a different moral set of rules if they're animal or if they're human?
Well, again, I could say the same thing about sentience. Like,
well,
and I know you will
no,
point
because
to
I
their
explained
experience.
why. I explained why sentience matters.
But I think what I try to point out to you is then I can ask the same question, because your answer to that is why should I care about their sentience? And you said because you respect, like you're saying to that effect, you respect.
I'll respond to you again. Why should you care about their sentience? Well, the reason why I should care about.
Frame it in this way? Sorry, can I ask you to frame it this way? Explain it to me like you're trying to convince me that that's a good moral system. How would you do that?
The reason why the sentience of somebody matters, the reason why the fact that they're sentient matters, is so sentient is the baseline. The reason why sentient is the baseline for everything when it comes to morality is because if they're not sentient, then an action being done onto them can neither be positive or negative, cannot be moral or immoral. The action that it's simply just an action. In other words, if I don't know, throw a chair from a building, that is neither positive nor negative. What happens to that chair? It's just an action. There is nothing. That chair does not feel it being destroyed by it reaching the ground. That chair does not, like, maybe I can even put it back together.
I
whatever.
understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So the reason why sentience is like I agree with you that we can complicate things and create groups and whatever, but the group that we should care about when it comes to morality is the sentient group. Everything outside of the sentient group does not really matter morally.
Okay, I guess what I'm saying is I feel like you get to the same point as me, because then at some point there's a subjective reason why you think that's a good axiom. Because
I explained to you why. It's not my axiom, this one. This is logically speaking.
But it's not. But well, so it's logical. But what I'm saying is, if you're making a moral judgment based on that axiom, you need to care about the axiom. Like if someone, like you said in your example, or a sociopath, for example, decided, like if a sociopath having the same conversation with you and didn't care about the sentient beings, then
It
how
doesn't
can you
matter.
argue that
It
from
doesn't
their
really
position?
matter if they care or
but
not.
now you're arguing an intrinsic.
No.
Absolute
No.
moral value, but you are though,
Yeah.
because that
Yeah.
person doesn't agree with you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're right. You're absolutely right. The the absolute base of sentience is objective in a sense. It's not subjective. I don't want to have I don't necessarily. It's not my preference for sentience or for sentient beings, but rather logically speaking, you should care about sentience and sentient beings. It is the logical
Why?
thing.
Why
Because
is I think the important
because if they're not sentient, then they cannot feel what is happening to them. Because if
why
they
should I care about that? I guess is the point. Like, we're talking about moral foundations now. So just again, I obviously agree with you in the general sense that it's important that sentient beings don't suffer. But what I'm trying to point out is that you hit the same problem I do. It's like the hard solipsism problem. Like, we hit this point where
fair
now
enough.
you're
Okay.
saying it's important because it's important. Like
okay,
that's
then let
what
me
you
ask
keep
you
saying
this.
to me.
Okay. So then let's get to this one, because I feel like maybe this one you'll get to understand this better. Okay, have you heard of name the trait?
Yeah.
So name the trait is a position, it's a thing that we as vegans do to test the moral consistency of somebody's moral values. Okay, so I will ask you this: name the trait, and when I say trait, I mean like a phenotype. I don't mean a group. I mean specifically like a phenotype. Okay, so name a trait that an individual, like that a human being has, that an animal doesn't have, that makes it okay to oppress an animal, but not okay to oppress a human being.
Name the trait.
Yeah. So
I
what
don't think
specifically?
it has one.
In other words, you say.
I don't think there is one.
So you don't think there is one. So if there isn't one,
No.
then there shouldn't be a difference between them.
Well, there shouldn't in that framing, but again, I have a different nuanced view in my morality structure. Like, again, I think that all morality base is subjective. I think once we agree on a base and what's important as a base, and in this case, I'm
But that's
talking
not the
about
base.
well-being of human beings. It is, though.
No, because you're
I would
differentiating
argue
based
that
on
every-
species.
No,
You're
so
saying that if
again,
an individual was born a
have you-
species, then they all of a
I'm not-
sudden they don't deserve the same moral value as a human being
Yeah,
does.
but what I'm saying is, and this is why I asked before if you've seen Matt Dillahunty's lecture before. So you may not
Don't.
agree with
Let's
it,
move
but
on
if
from that.
yeah, I know that, but if you haven't seen it, you won't understand what I'm saying. Like what I'm, it's very hard to explain in like a 2-minute thing. It's like a 20-minute kind of discussion just to understand the frame for the base. I
I'm
would
trying-
argue all, yeah, but what I'm saying is I would argue all, yours included, all moral bases are subjective. Every single moral base
Sure,
you
but
can
your
think
moral
of, I
base
can
is
tell
not
you
the
is
base.
subjective.
Your moral base
It
is
is a
not the
base.
base. No, because
this is
your
where we
moral
disagree.
base.
I think
no,
it
no.
is a base.
Well, you may think that, but your moral base is not a base. How can I tell you that? Because
I think my moral base is as
but wait,
firm as
your
yours.
moral base is saying that if they're humans, if they're humans, by the way, we have exactly the same set of values. But if they're animals, you have a completely different set of values, correct? And your moral base, as you're saying, is dependent on what species they are born into, correct?
Well, I guess if you want to pass it that way, yeah, you could frame it that way.
Okay, so why? Okay, let me ask you this then. Why is species? I explained to you why sentience matters. Okay, I explained to you why
Sure.
I make the distinction. Explain to me why species matters.
So species, I'm acknowledging, only matters to me. It doesn't matter intrinsically because I don't think any of this is intrinsic. So what I'm saying is I don't think, and this is where I think the
So
problem
there's
with
no
your
logical
framings as
reason
well.
so there's no
No,
logical
there is,
reason.
and this is it's just as logical as yours. And let me
No,
explain
I can
why.
explain to you. Let me
is,
explain
but I can
sentience
tell
in
you-
a
I can
better
tell
way.
you why it's
I
not
can
logic.
explain to I can explain to you sentience in a better way that is a 100% logical and not my position. Okay. So sentience means that individual has a preference, correct? If somebody has a preference, you should respect that preference. It's pretty simple. That's it. If they don't have a preference, I don't even care if they're sentient or not. If they have a preference, respect their preference. If they don't have a
So what about
preference,
someone
don't
who's
respect
brain
their
dead?
preference. If
Does
they
the
have a
person who's brain dead matter?
if they have a preference, then you should respect their preference.
So we can hunt and like kill brain dead people, vegetables in hospitals, people with dementia.
Is it the preference of the brain dead people to be hunted?
Well, if they have brain damage and they aren't able to form preferences anymore, then no.
Okay, so if an individual doesn't have the capability to form a no, it's pretty simple. If an individual has the capability to form a preference, you respect their preference. If an individual does not have the capability to form a preference, as you're saying, then it doesn't really matter what you do to them. That's it.
But I just need you to acknowledge this then. In your framing, it is less moral to kill and eat a dementia patient than it is to kill and eat a cow. That's actually your position if you follow that through logically.
If that dementia, if the dementia patient is an individual who is no longer sentient, who no longer has preferences, and by the way, I'm saying when I say somebody has preferences, I don't mean that they're able to say the preferences necessarily. Animals clearly cannot say their preferences, but they do have preferences, and a person who is in a coma still has preferences. That just we cannot know them, but they still have preferences.
How do you know that? What if their brain? What if they have like?
If they're brain dead, I'm okay. If they're brain dead, whatever.
So you think it would be better to eat the meat of a brain dead person than it would be to eat a cow? I guess I know it's a pressure. It's a little bit of reduction.
And I can answer you this question simply. Do you think it's wrong to pull the plug on a brain dead individual who no longer has any brain activity?
No, I don't. But I guess what I'm saying is,
so if it's not wrong, why is it not wrong to do that to them? Let me ask you this: according to your own set of values, they are human. Why is it not? Why is it wrong to do this to them? Why is it right to do this to them, or why is it not wrong?
If they're like brain dead and on a ventilator, I don't think that person's alive anymore in any kind of meaningful sense. If they're brain dead, I don't think that's a living person anymore. Is why I don't think that there's a problem with doing that.
So if they're brain dead,
they're not living the way that it's in. Yeah, living to me is not just having a pulse. Living to me is like, to your point, having some sort of sentience and being able to interact with the world.
So if they're brain dead, they're no longer a person. You said, right?
I'm not saying that they're not a person. What I'm saying is you're drawing this line between living and dead. If I unplug the machine, then the machines aren't breathing for them anymore. It's the same reason why I don't have a problem with terminating a pregnancy, because if the life of the mother or the mother's preference is that she doesn't want to continue with it, it's her body. She can turn the life support off, and then the fetus is unfortunately having to pass away. I don't think that's good.
At least we can agree on that.
What I'm saying, that's how I would view something like that, is in a similar frame. And again, I'm not suggesting that my moral framing or moral perspective is perfect. What I'm saying is I start from a base where I can make assessments on things as they are presented to me. On the animal side, I want to minimize suffering of animals in a general sense, but what I'm saying is I'm also cognizant that there is
you want to minimize animal suffering. Okay, let's go by that. Okay, so you want to minimize animal suffering. If in front of you, as I presented in the channel, I presented this hypothesis. In front of you, there's a plant-based burger and an animal-based burger, or there's the possibility of a plant-based burger and the possibility of an animal-based burger. When you choose to eat the plant-based burger, obviously only plants would be killed. When you choose to eat the animal-based burger, well, you know what happens. The animal gets killed. So in this situation, which one would you choose?
I'd choose the plant-based one.
But it seems to me, okay, so doesn't even matter. You choose the plant-based one.
It's a spectrum to me. Yeah,
okay,
it's a spectrum
so you choose the plant-based one. So then if in any other situation when you choose to eat something, if in any other situation when you choose to eat something, you have an alternative that is plant-based, why would you choose the animal-based option?
So again, I know this is not going to land particularly well with you, but like I enjoy eating meat. I like eating meat, and I guess my view on this is as well. And again, I view this as a moral virtue. I think it's morally virtuous to be vegan. This is what I was trying to say
it's
before.
Not. It's a moral obligation to be vegan. It's not a moral.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't think it's an obligation. I think it's morally virtuous. I think again, if you stripped away our society and we instead just lived in the jungle, we would be eating animals the same way lions eat animals. And I think it's a virtuous thing to strive to as a society. And I actually, again, if society shifted away from eating meat, I don't have a huge problem with that. Personally, I would just switch my diet more than likely. The
But
options
what is
available
that?
to
No,
me,
then
and
we
I
come
don't
back
have,
to the name the
I don't
trait.
see it as an obligation. I see it as a virtue, not an
I'm
obligation.
gonna interrupt you often because you speak a lot, man. Like so,
That's
so
fine.
I don't
that's
mean to
okay.
interrupt you, but like,
That's fine.
yet again, we come back to name the trait. What is the more? You said there is no morally significant trait between a human being and an animal that justifies the difference in treatment, and yet you formulate your values and your moral values based on a difference between human beings and animals.
Extrinsically, there's no intrinsic difference. There's an extrinsic difference, which is my subjective preference.
So should we then decide whether to do a violent action towards somebody based on the extrinsic value we'd have towards that individual?
So we're kind of back to, I think, maybe a misunderstanding of my moral framework.
No, please
My
answer
moral
these
framework is
questions.
based
Otherwise,
on
we yet again go in circles.
We can. But I know, but keep going in circles. I think you're fundamentally misunderstanding me. I make subjective decisions about what my base is. So what do I value in this proposition? If it's talking about
No, you
humans
don't
killing humans, I
understand it.
value
It's fine.
human well-being.
No, you just
I
don't
do
understand. You don't. No, because it's pretty
I
simple.
really,
You
I
say,
really
you say,
do. I've
you,
studied quite a bit of philosophy, and I listen. I understand. Like, it's fairly condescending, so I don't understand it. I'm trying to tell you what my base is,
But
and you keep asking questions that make me think you don't understand my base. I'm not being condescending to you. I think you're fundamentally not following me.
I don't mean to be a dick about it, but you describe your moral values pretty simply like this. If it's human, you do this. If it's animal, whatever. It's whatever you prefer to it, okay? So then but humans are animals, by the way. Do you agree that humans are animals?
They are. Yes,
they are.
Humans are
okay.
animals.
Okay, humans are animals. Thank you. So when you decide whether an action is moral or immoral, you decide, you make your set of values, your set of moral values is dependent on the species of the individual that suffers from that action, correct?
Yes. I think that's a fair determination. It's extrinsic though, like I said, not intrinsic.
Okay, it's dependent on the species. So I'm trying to understand, why is it that biological species is a moral justifier for the difference?
Well, so there's a number, like one is, I guess, some species are prey species and some species are predatory species. And I think, again, I don't have a problem with us hunting and killing prey species, I guess. If it's a cow or a pig or a chicken, like, again, this is what I mean about.
But that also goes against your values. Because if you wanna minimize animal suffering, then you should wanna kill the predators, because then the predators would no longer kill other animals, and therefore you would minimize the animal suffering.
Sure, and I think that is correct. But what I'm saying is there is a pragmatism as well to my view, and I'm not suggesting, like I said, that my view is perfect and there aren't contradictions. I believe all moral systems have contradictions in them. I suspect I could find some in yours as well if we ask questions about different things. But what I'm saying to you is,
please do. Like, my moral value system is pretty solid, man.
I don't think this is a contradiction. Again, like you say that the way that like this, you've got some sort of bulletproof philosophy thing. Again, I'm quite well read on philosophy myself, and I've thought quite a lot about these things. I thought as much about animal welfare specifically. But
please answer this question. Why is species a good enough moral justifier?
Again, some of this eventually comes down to the fact that I personally don't have I don't have an issue with eating certain animal. Again, I wouldn't eat a dog, for example, because I don't think, like, again, there's some intrinsic reason why that's right or wrong. I'm saying that when I'm looking at
a moral differentiator, like, why is it that you think certain species is okay to kill for something you don't need, and certain species is not okay to kill for something you don't need? Why?
So again, if you go right back, I think all this is atoms smashing into it. So I think we're ascribing these values anyway, which is why I don't think there is intrinsic value to anything. I think all of this is extrinsic. And what I'm saying is that for these particular, like, for delineating between species, again, they're prey species. I just don't have a problem with it, and I believe in them not suffering. When I'm talking about, like, minimizing suffering,
let's try something else. Let's try something else.
within the framework of again, I say a farm setting or hunting, I don't have a problem with the animal being killed and eaten because
Let's try
there's
something
also
else.
like an
Let's try
opportunity.
something else. Let's
There's
try
also an
something else.
opportunity cost framing. Can I just explain one more thing? There's an opportunity cost framing here as well. Like, I don't think it's
I'm really
if
suffering
they're
right
in the
now,
wild,
man.
they
I'm
would already
suffering.
being hunted.
I'm
I know
really
that, but
suffering
I'm
right
also
now.
very frustrated by the way the questioning's going.
But
what I'm saying to
the
you
reason
is,
why I'm frustrated is because I'm trying to get somewhere. I'm asking you a question and you're going around the question and explaining something else that you want to explain your view. I understand your view. I clearly understand your view. I'm
really don't
merely
think you
interested
do
in
understand
this
my view.
differentiation between species that you have in your view. Okay? So
Okay,
in
well,
your
I was trying to
view,
answer
this
that.
differentiation between species, okay? Let me ask you this. If we find out that I'm a different species, let's imagine that genetically I cannot produce fertile offsprings with you. I actually have a tail which you don't see, and I'm no longer human. I'm a different species. Okay, if I'm a different species than you, does that mean that
That took out for about 15 seconds for me.
Does
I
that
missed
mean
part of what you were saying. Sorry, do you mind starting again? Yeah.
Sure. So let's imagine that I'm a different species, okay? I cannot produce fertile offsprings with another human being.
Oh.
I have a tail, and genetically I'm quite different from other human beings, okay? So if that were to be the case, does that mean that that killing me for optional food is okay?
I mean, it's no, I guess, is the first answer, but it would depend a lot on kind of what you were, I guess.
Okay, so if no is the answer to me, then, and we keep going down this line, I have more hair. If I have more hair on my body, if I'm yet a species even further along from humans, at what point do you say that this is no longer that it's okay to kill and eat them? Like, at what point does an individual have to be born so different from you that you think it's okay to kill them?
I don't think there's a line I could point at. I guess there are certain traits, probably, like not being able to understand language or use language.
This is the traits that we're trying to get to. Okay, so I'm not understanding language. Okay, what else?
But I guess I don't. The reason I don't, I've seen the vegan trait. Like I understand what you were trying to do from the start, and I've seen this before. I understand the line of questioning and its purpose, but I don't really buy into the idea that these are like these binary things. Like I don't like to draw. There's no line for me. There's not like I'm giving you examples of things that would contribute to my perspective, but they're not hard and fast. Like I don't have a problem with killing if a crow needed to be killed for some reason. I don't have any more. I don't give a crow any more value than say a chicken. But a crow is objectively like cleverer, smarter. You know, pigs, for example, are quite intelligent. Like, but I'll happily eat pork. Like there is no line for me. The decision is more around it's partly influenced culturally. I'll accept that from the front, but it's also influenced by, of course, it's also influenced by things like the opportunity cost, like I was saying before. So if you have, like, again, if you're looking at a chicken, for example, like I know you gave the life expectancy of chickens, they're obviously significantly longer than 40 days, whatever you had said it was before.
It's
but
10 years.
Chickens in the wild are going to also be hunted and killed by something more than likely or die from disease. So it's not like not necessarily, but again, a chicken may have a fantastic life on a farm, pecking around eating seed, and then get its neck broken one day and have no suffering.
42 days. I think chicken in the wild will definitely be longer than 42 days. And they don't have a good time in those farms. They're literally kept inside, but yeah. But
I understand that, and we already agreed on factory farming. I don't agree with factory farming. So, like, what I'm saying is,
you agreed with factory farming.
There's not a set of traits that for me would be a line between kill, not kill. So, like a cat, for example, doesn't understand languages or whatever. I would never eat and kill a cat. Like that's not really like a
But like, do you think that because I mean, you could understand, you called it cultural. I think that's mostly it. I think you were taught that it's wrong to kill cats and dogs, and it's okay to kill cows, chickens, and pigs, correct?
I think you're probably right. Yep.
Okay, so
that's very fair.
Okay, so then let me ask you this, because if you were born 200 years ago, when slavery was rampant, and you were taught that it's okay to enslave black humans or a different race of humans, you could have just as well done that and think it's moral, correct?
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, but you see, this is where the problem stands. Okay,
I don't think it is a problem. So,
do you think morality? Do you think slavery was moral?
No, it never was moral, and that's
so
my
if it
opinion
never
now.
was. So if it never
what I'm
was
saying
moral,
is-
yeah, but listen to this, okay? So if it never was moral, but you acknowledge that if you were born during that time, you had the possibility to think that it is moral because of you're just going by what your culture says is right and wrong, then surely you have an error in this logic, right? Because you're saying now with new information or being ingrained in a different society, you say that is immoral. Whereas if you were in that society, you say that is moral. Your moral values depend on the society that you were born in. So,
well, can I put one back to you? Because I think this is a problem for you as well. And this is why I think all moral bases and foundings are subjective. If you need to jump back onto the live as well, just feel free to do that at any point. But so you said, for example, that you and I agree on termination, pregnancy, right? Do you think that you might also, if you'd grown up in like Catholic Ireland in the 17th century, that
I was a heavy Orthodox. I was heavily religious.
Well, sure, but you live in a society now where most people think that termination is okay in most developed nations, right?
Nope. I actually.
Well, you do.
Well, actually, I do.
You may
I
not
do
live
live
in
there
you
in the
may
Netherlands.
not in that
I
country,
do live.
but
You're right. You're right. No. No, you're right. I do live in a country where that is it. But that's not the reason why I changed my mind. Not because of the cultural reason. That's not why it happened.
Did you previously think it was wrong?
No, I always thought it's right.
You always thought it was right. You don't think that if you'd grown up in a society where no one thought termination was right, it was very heavily religious, that there's no chance you would have thought that.
But let me put it this way: even if I did,
but no,
let me finish. Let me finish. Even if I said that I did, even if culturally, like obviously, some things I learned from my parents or from the society that I grew up. You're right about that. But I challenged those things. I just didn't just take them for granted and follow them. Well, you didn't clearly, because you cannot possibly say why it's wrong to do this to a cow, why it's wrong to do it to a dog, but it's right to do it to a cow. You simply say because that's how I was taught up.
Well, that's not what I said. That's part of my framing of my worldview, and part of your framing of your worldview, I would argue, is also your
Stop
life
comparing it to
experiences,
me.
correct?
Stop comparing it to me, because you know what? I challenge all the rules that I have in my morality. I challenge them.
So do I.
And you
My
didn't.
parents are quite.
My
parents are conservative.
You did not.
They are very different
I showed
to
you
me.
one
They
rule
are.
that you didn't. I showed you one rule that you didn't challenge.
And so, like, again, you've picked out one thing I didn't challenge.
Yes,
Again, I suspect
let's talk
if we
about
went
that
through
one.
all of your worldviews,
I don't care. Let's talk about that one. I'm here to talk
Well, I
about
know you
animal
don't care.
rights. I'm here to talk about animal rights. That rule is infringing on animal rights. I want to talk about that rule because it's interested in the animal rights. The reason why you follow one rule, the reason why you don't want to challenge this rule, which goes against what I fight for. So yes, that's why I want to challenge that. Maybe we could challenge other ideas also, but I I personally have also views on LGBTQ, on, as you said, abortion, but I'm very interested in this one because that's what I want to fight for about right now. So this specific rule that was inflicted on you by society, did you challenge it? And if you challenged it, what is the logic behind you keeping it or you not revoking it?
That's fine. So I actually care quite a lot about factory farming from an emissions perspective as well. I'm quite
not
an
factory
ardent,
farming, regular farming.
Okay, you asked me a question. I'm just telling you that I have challenged and thought about this a lot. In fact, my wife and I were vegetarian for a while. Like, I have bounced around on this idea. I've not just always had this perspective. So what I'm
vegetarian
saying
is the
to you
same thing,
is,
by the way. Just FYI, vegetarian still exploits and slaughters animals.
well, that's fine, but it's obviously quite different to eating meat. Like it's a
the
step
same
in a direct. Okay, well, I mean, if you got this like militant hardline view, it's like
I can. Do you want me to explain why it's the same thing? It's not about being pure. It's not about being pure. It's about the fact that behind dairy cows are forcefully inseminated, have their babies stolen from you and killed.
Yeah,
it's
and
the same thing.
They leave the babies near. It's worse than that. They leave the babies nearby so their mums can hear them and they keep lactating. I understand.
Morally
all of that.
speaking,
What I'm
it's
saying
exactly
to
the
you
same
is-
thing. Morally speaking,
That's
it's
fine,
exactly the
but what
same
I'm
thing.
saying to you is if you can't see that someone who's thinking about these things and is stopping doing certain activities is a step in the direction that you're trying to push people, I can tell you right now why you might be having trouble convincing people. Because if you've got this kind of all or nothing perspective, that's challenging.
No, let me be clear. I don't. If you being vegetarian was a step towards you being vegan, I would not have a problem with it. But if you being vegetarian, full stop, and no more, that's not a step towards you being vegan,
Well, again,
then it's exactly
I know
the
you don't.
same thing.
I know that you don't know me, obviously, but like nothing in my life is full stop. You talked about challenging before. I've changed my
Okay,
views
but
on
you
lots of
understand
different
what I'm
things a
saying.
lot through my life. I
Are you?
understand. I can go back to answering your question. So
Thank you.
I have bounced around on this. The societal perspective is one. So if there are things that are available in the supermarket, for example, even if I wanted to eat dog, it's not available to me. So the
Let's
push
imagine that
or
it were.
incentives. Okay, if it were, I don't know. I probably wouldn't, just because I've had pet dogs and there's an emotive connection to the animals I've had owned in the past. I've never owned a pig. So that's another example of part of the tapestry that forms my worldview. I've owned dogs in the past. So I wouldn't probably
What
not, even
about
if I was living
koalas?
in a
There you
culture
go.
that did eat them.
So instead of dogs, let's put
I don't have a huge
koalas.
problem with eating a koala. Like I live in Australia. Like I've eaten kangaroo, I've eaten emu, I've eaten crocodile. Like I have no problem with eating a koala.
Yeah, so I just like, because right now you inserted this new thing that you had an emotional connection with the animal, but you know, the fact, like, I want you to, because you had an emotional connection to the animal and you no longer want to eat that animal species is not because you had an emotional connection to the animal. The result of you having an emotional connection to the animal was you acknowledging that these animals are just like you are. They think, they feel, they emote. Okay,
they do.
So yeah, they do. They're individuals at the end of the day, right? So you had that emotional connection with them, but you don't have an emotional connection to all those animals. You don't have an emotional connection to all dogs. But when you think about eating a dog, you think about that dog that you saw as a person, as an individual. It's easier to sympathize with dogs. But
it is.
And it's more difficult for you to sympathize with every other animal. But do you really think it's fair to choose whether to cut the throat of an animal based on whether you can sympathize with them or not?
Well, again, I kind of reject that there's some universal fairness. I guess if you kind of push me on it, I'd say it probably isn't fair. And again, I never said from the start that I've lost my words now, so it's quite late here. It's like 1 a.m. But it's my extrinsic perspective on what forms my foundation is not subjective. It is subjective. I said that from the very beginning. That's why I keep coming back to that, because
But this
all
is a
these things are formed by my. It's not a cop out. I'm trying to tell you that all these things. Well, I don't think it is. All these things are formed by my worldview. My worldview is built up by my experiences, my preferences, probably some biological preference, like tendencies. All these things form how I view the world and the perspectives I draw on a number of different things.
But
again, I've grown up culturally in a society that eats cows. I don't personally have anything that would counter that, like an emotive connection. I biologically, again, ancient humans did hunt large mammals. All these things.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
I understand what you mean. It's just that the reason why I have a problem with this, the reason why I say it's not the baseline of your morality, the reason why I think that, and the reason why I call it intellectually lazy, or the reason why I think you should think more about it, is because, as you just said just now, if I push you hard enough, it's not if I push you hard enough, because you know that deep down it isn't fair to judge whether an animal lives or not based on your emotional connection to them, or to their species even. Okay, so if you get to that point alone, then obviously you can go from there and create exceptions, or you can try to understand a little bit more. And if you try to understand a little bit more, you realize that even if you don't have an emotional, you don't have to have the emotional connection to a species or to an individual in order to respect that individual and not take their life for something you don't need.
Sure. So this is why, again, I said before, like, this is why I found part of this conversation a bit challenging, is like you fixate on like the next step. I understand that, like, when you're talking to people normally, that like you're probably talking to people that haven't thought a lot about this, or maybe aren't particularly well educated on philosophy or something, and you're stepping them in a direction towards something. Like, I understand all these things. I understand the direction you're going. I've seen a lot of these conversations with vegans and debates with vegans as well. So I understand kind of the arguments, and I can kind of see a little bit ahead, and possibly part of this is me guessing where you're going and trying to like kind of shift in a different direction. The reason I didn't want to answer or say it was fair was not so much that you're pushing me, is that I don't think there is like an intrinsic fairness. Again, I think the life's not fair. I was born in a wealthy, developed nation to educated parents.
But
I was not born in a hut in Africa, so I don't think life's
No,
not
no, no,
fair.
no, no. But
And
but life
if you're
not
a
fair.
cow born in a factory farm, that's not fair in a general sense. But I don't see it as this balancing of fairness versus not fair. Like
Okay,
none
but
of us can control
let
where
me
we were born
answer
or how
that,
we were
please.
born.
Let me answer that, because yet again,
Sure.
otherwise, I still have the 20 arguments you enlisted the previous conversation. So life is not fair. I agree with you. Life is a piece of shit for a lot of people and a lot of individuals on this planet. But I think that you, as an individual who wants fairness done towards you, because I'm sure you do want that, then logically what follows is that you want a fair world. So that means that when you're faced with a choice between doing something fair or doing something unfair, you would rather choose the thing that is fair, correct? Like, I'm not saying, like, that's the whole thing. I'm telling you that if you have the option to choose a plant-based option versus an option to choose an animal-based option, obviously amongst the animal-based option, there is unfairness, exploitation, and considerably more shit. Whereas with the other one, it is like there's issues also in plant farming. I'll give you that, but it's monumentally better than the animal-based option. Monumentally better in absolutely every situation. And yet again, you're respecting that individual. You're not being unfair towards that individual. You're making the world fairer, not unfairer. So if you think it's bad that life is not fair, then you should not want to make unfair choices.
I agree with you, and I guess the reason I was pointing out the fairness thing, or trying to explain the fairness position, is it's more of a temper to me than a kind of hard and fast rule. I think anyone trying to maximize fairness is gonna, again, you should try and maximize what you can, but the idea you can kind of make everything fair is a fallacy to me. Like, that's just not how the world works. I enjoy eating meat is the kind of the bones of this. Again, that's probably because of a range of things like I listed before. The enjoyment I have for eating meat is not offset by the known negatives. I'm not disagreeing with you on most of these. It isn't fair. I don't agree with factory farming. There are lots of problems I have with these. The enjoyment I feel in eating meat and the benefit I get from that is not offset by the counter. It's not to say that won't change over time, and it has shifted for me on a number of different things. Like I said, it's not just the animal wellness that bothers me about the way we farm. It's the climate change impact as well really bothers me. But again, if farming,
it just sounds to me like you should be vegan,
meat,
man. It sounds to me, sorry, but it sounds to me like you should be vegan. Like, it just sounds to me like
maybe
the only
I will
thing
be vegan one day. My wife doesn't eat really any meat at all.
The only thing
or
keeping
dairy.
you,
She's lactose intolerant. Yeah.
Sorry.
So
the
it's
only,
really just me and the kids that eat meat.
The only thing keeping you from not being vegan is your enjoyment of meat. That's essentially it.
It's not the only. Well, it's probably the primary reason, I guess. But I guess it is primary. It is the majority of the reason. Yeah, probably.
So then let me ask you, because I'm sure that even the meat that you eat, do you eat red meat? What animals do you eat? Like,
I mean, we don't eat a lot of meat anyway. I would eat probably be either beef, chicken, some pork, mostly beef and chicken.
Yeah. So let me put it this way, just in other terms. I'll try something else with you. Okay, beef is a type 2B carcinogenic, right? Every time you eat it, it increases your chances of colon cancer. So you shouldn't be eating beef, because, at least for you, if not for the animals. Okay. The same with bacon, obviously, right? And pork is the same. It's a red meat.
Sure.
So
anything with a nitrate salt in it. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So then we come back to chicken. Let's imagine. Okay. So chickens, when you eat chicken flesh, when you eat that, you put spices on that, right? You put sauces on that. So chicken flesh is literally, if you think about it, chicken flesh is literally the most basic taste ever. It doesn't really taste a lot. So we smother it in sauces and we smother it in spices, right? So you can smother all that in sauces and spices. You can smother tofu, soy chunks, or all other things. So if you're even looking after your own health, you're not eating those meats for your own health. For your enjoyment, you would have such a small taste difference for anything that you eat plant-based. And if you really want to try like the red meat types, you still have plant-based alternatives. Like, there's amazing ones these days that the taste difference is so minimal that you really have to be picky about it. You really have to say that small taste difference is worth killing an animal. Their whole life gone for me, for that small taste difference for what, 10 minutes, and then I forget about it.
So I hear what you're saying, and again, maybe we'll come back to it. I do have like some gastric issues that it's not so much that, and again, I should probably eat less red meat. Well, not again, we eat maybe 2 servings a week of red meat, but the at least probably a decade ago when we first had decided to try and eat, I wasn't really eating any dairy. Actually, I was fairly close to being vegan. Again, we would have eaten some eggs, I think, but we didn't eat any meat and no dairy. But the lot of those plant-based alternatives really, I couldn't eat them. I've got like a mild version of Crohn's that really upset my stomach. And with like coconut oil in it and lots of the like tofu I can't eat either, makes me really unwell. So just was quite difficult at the time to get protein. And a lot of improvement in like milks and things. Like I don't drink milk. We drink like nut-based milks, but again, we've shifted on some things, and it may be that we evolve on that in the future. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and again, I don't necessarily have. When it comes down to it, I think a lot of it does come down to a personal preference. I think the philosophical and ethical side is, like I said, I just don't view it as an obligation the way you do. I view it as a virtue. Again, saying
But
that's a virtue is still something to strive towards, but I don't feel like it's an obligation. So I guess I'm not. I don't feel morally judgmental on myself eating meat. That's not
But
to
you
say
do
I
view
don't
it
think
as an
that it'd be better
obligation towards humans.
if I didn't eat it.
You do view it as an obligation towards different species.
Well, I don't really. To be honest, if someone wanted to kill and eat a human being, I don't think it's necessarily intrinsically wrong to do that. I think objectively, from a societal perspective, it is wrong because, again, it goes against what I think is an important evolutionary social cohesion sort of drive that we have. But I mean, again, if someone's like for example, I did mention very briefly the soccer team that got shot, that crashed, sorry, in the I don't know whether it was in the Andes or something. Yeah. I
But
don't
they
have any
didn't
problem
kill.
with that.
They ate each other out of
kill.
necessity.
But I guess this is the other thing that I get to as well. Like if you come across a roadkill or a bear had been scared off a carcass, like would you have a problem eating that? Like I guess that's the other point to this is like this is it the meat or is it the farming? That's what I was trying to get to before.
It's not the meat. It's about the animals being exploited and slaughtered. But
yeah.
But let me be clear about one thing before that, and I can give you a more complete answer to that. So in the Andes, they were in a life or death situation. They did it to survive. They wouldn't do, like, wouldn't you say that on a day-to-day, like if you did that also to an animal in a life or death situation, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. But the whole point is, on a day-to-day, when you have other options, would you still have the same opinion that somebody killing and eating a human being is not immoral when they have other options like a plant-based dish?
Well, again, like when it comes to human beings, I guess, like you pointed out the species differential before, like I would want to maximize well-being or minimize harm. So yeah, that killing someone and eating them is wrong. And again, I don't think there's necessarily again, I would never do it. And I think I would certainly not feel good about it and not have a problem with it. People eating, a corpse of a dead relative, for example. But again, I think that's not probably morally wrong the way we're talking about killing and eating meat in the same way. But it's certainly, I personally would never do it and don't want to do it and would have a big problem with it. But I would. It's more like a social cohesion type problem rather than like I don't want to live in a society where people are doing that. And I do think that just it creates weird incentives. And part of it could just be me just not liking it. So to get to your point, I would certainly have a problem with people killing or farming human beings.
But
what if I don't with, I guess.
What if we lived in a society that just as a stupid, I'll just create one silly rule, okay, just out of nowhere, okay? I'm just curious to test this. I don't want to go any further because I think we've had a long conversation. So just to test this a little bit further. So let's say that what is it, the 47th president of the United States right now, right? Let's say, so the 50th president of the United States, or every 50 presidents, so the 50th, the 100th, the 150th, the 200th, and so on, right? That president is allowed to kill and eat one human being that they want, would you find that moral? It definitely doesn't collapse society. It does not collapse society. It doesn't affect it in any way. It only involves one individual, and yes, it does not maximize their well-being in any way. But you know, the president gets so much benefit out of it that, you know, maybe it's justified.
Sure, I understand what you're getting at. So yes, I think that's wrong. I guess my argument for that would be it could be me. So, and I don't want to live in a society, like even from a selfish perspective, whether if you care about social cohesion or not, do you want to live in a society where there's a chance that that could be you or one of your grandkids or something else? And my answer to that is just no. And I think that's actually what drives a lot of our views on, you know, theft. Like everyone would like to have a nice car and a nice big house, but we don't want people running around stealing things because they could take our things. That's why we don't like theft.
But let me explain, because it's very interesting, you know, like I think like you're right that we are very similar in a lot of things, because I also agree that it's bad because a lot of the times you think it could be you, right? But you just seem to think that because you discriminate based on species, it cannot possibly be you because that would be a different species. Just that
that's probably fair. Again, it's a complex set of reasons. I think, and I don't even necessarily know what they all are, but that preference probably does have something to do with that, certainly.
But let me explain my thinking. Why I don't think, personally for me, is that still doesn't curb the fear, right? Because then I try to think about what is the logic behind species, and it's simply a biological thing, species, right? There's no reason why we would bring it into morality and think that there's a logical reason for it. So then, quite put simply, it's just a set of phenotypes. So then any other set of phenotypes could be a judgment, whether it is moral or not. So then race could be justified in the same way. Sexism could be justified in the same way. But just to bring it back to species, where it makes the most sense to you, is that if we all of a sudden, you know, there's a lot of couples on this planet who cannot have babies, no matter how much they try. So let's imagine that we invite all of these couples to a giant test, and we have millions of people in this test, basically in this experiment. And as the more we inspect on them, we take all that data and we put it through an AI to get a statistical, and we find out that the way we've been differentiating species has been all wrong, because these humans, they cannot procreate with each other because they're actually different species from each other. It's wonderful. There's this part of the DNA that actually dictates what is a species and what isn't, and we just haven't looked at it yet. So if we find that out, and all of a sudden it's different species, and for all accounts and purposes, you are still part of a society of different species of individuals, you would not find it okay for somebody to use the same logic where I discriminate based on species, because you could, yet again, be a victim of that situation.
Yeah, so like I said, the difference in species is only one part. Like I said, I wouldn't eat a dog, for example. So that sort of doesn't really ring very meaningful to me in terms of my framing. It could ring meaningful in others. I guess if I could, so like one thing I was thinking actually while you were saying that, because I think this can be kind of flipped around a little bit, and I know you might need to get off and do something else, and we can pick this up another time potentially. But the point I was going to make is that you like I've lost my train of thought now. Sorry, it's quite late here. It's like 1 a.m.
I get it, and we've been having a conversation for a long time, so yeah, I get it. Don't worry.
Oh, it has. I've got like 3 sort of fairly young kids as well, and I've had a very big week at work, so I'm already quite tired as a base. But and it has been a very long conversation. And also, these conversations are obviously quite intense. Even if you're across even if you can have them intelligently, they're still draining to kind of focus on and think through what someone's saying.
Yeah.
But also, if someone's talking to you, I don't like to just sit here and wait for my talking point. I want to try and respond to what they've said, and I actually like to think about what I'm being said as well. Because again, I don't think or assume I have all these things solved, and someone might say something that really resonates with me. And some of what you said, I'll certainly go away and think about. I mean, to your point about the carcinogens and you know it being better for my health as well. You know, my dad's it's sort of genetically have got. I mean, I'm very tall and thin, but you know we've got genetically kind of high cholesterol and you know, there's good reasons not to eat a lot of red meat, for specifically, but just meat in general, or dairy. But yeah, so it's certainly I'll certainly go away and think about this again. I feel like I am quite well read on sort of philosophy and these topics generally, but that's not to say I know everything. I think it's a little bit the more I find anyway that you talk to people and read about this, the more you realise you actually don't know or haven't heard. So I'll certainly go away and have a think about some of this, but yeah, I cannot think what I was going to ask you because I had a question I thought that might be quite sort of telling about trying to unpack your perspective, but yeah, it's escaped me. Sorry. If I think about it, I might send you a message. But
yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. You can also always come back to that channel and have more conversations, maybe with different vegan people or whatever, because
Is it always vegan? The conversation, because I thought it was like an English hub. I just wasn't sure what the purpose of the server was.
The whole thing is English hub. You're right, but the conversation on that specific channel is about veganism. Yeah, so it's only about vegans there.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Good. Well, yeah. No, look. I mean, yeah, it's certainly something that we might think about.
Have you seen Dominion, by the way? Have you seen Dominion, the documentary?
No, I have. I've seen other people comment on it, but I've never seen it myself.
So I'll just drop this link. I don't know if you want to watch it. I'll drop Dominion just in case.
I'll watch it. No,
it's pretty gruesome, by the way. And if not, let me also drop.
That doesn't bother me.
Yeah. Let me also drop the other one. What is it called? The most important speech you'll ever hear. So if not,
we have a victim.
Let me drop this one, and I urge you watch one of these. I think it kind of skims through a lot of
whatever
arguments.
you send me. I'll watch whatever you send me.
Just maybe I think you'll.
I'm a fairly pernicious sort of news consumer, so I've always got time to watch stuff, and I'm always curious and interested in different things. It's interesting because I think, to your point, I think we probably do agree on quite a bit, actually.
Yeah,
I think just talking to you, I'm quite a progressive person on again, we obviously have different views about this, but yeah, on LGBT issues, climate change. I've worked in disability care, I'm a sort of public servant for the most part. So I think we probably have both very aligned on 95% of what we would talk about, but yeah, just not on this one. But that's good. No, I like to talk to people who challenge me as well. It's very boring to talk to people that agree with you all the time. So
let me tell you. Yeah, let me tell you one quick thing. Maybe it will resonate with you or something on how I became vegan. I don't know, because since we're so.
I'm always interested.
Yeah, so I was watching debates online because I enjoy just listening to how people argument, and I just every time I listen to another debate, it solved another argument that I had against veganism, essentially, right? And at some point, the final argument for me was because I live in the Netherlands. I go outside the Amsterdam, and I bike like 5 minutes, and I get outside of Amsterdam, and then I see this field, this green field where cows are, I don't know, roaming free happily. That's what I thought, right? So my whole argument was, yeah, I understand that what's happening to animal agriculture, and I was saying kind of the same way that you were saying that, factory farming is bad, what they do is bad, but I'm biking outside of Amsterdam. I don't see any of the shit that you're showing me, right? So I thought, surely that's what it is. That's not what I'm paying for. And I think somebody in debate that I was listening to said exactly that to that person. Yeah, but that's not what you're paying for. You're imagining something that's not what you're paying for. So then I thought, holy shit, that might be the same case for me. I don't know why only that time it clicked. So I looked into it, and you know what? I was actually paying for the same horrible shit. The only difference was the fact that in some situations, like as I went outside of Amsterdam, the cows had a green field, but everything else outside of that, everything else was happening in all the situations. So that's why I urge you to watch Dominion or this Gary Yourofsky speech, because maybe one part of it, you see it as good, but the rest is kind of prevalent almost everywhere. So I don't know.
But yeah, I'll definitely watch. Don't get me wrong. So I know what I'm buying at the supermarket is from a factory farm. It's not so much that I think that I'm, and again, I don't. I mean, you may be you may be more morally virtuous than I am, but I think all of us make decisions or do things we know don't necessarily. I think most of us anyway, always align perfectly. I think this is potentially one of the bigger ones for me, I guess. But I know that what I'm buying is not plodding around in a paddock for a good long life, and when it gets to the end, it's being sort of slaughtered and killed. I understand what I'm eating. I guess it's if I had any say in the policy direction, I would the same way I would ban overfishing. Like I would want to move society away from them in whatever way I could as a sort of policy maker, but I guess my justification, and I'm as weak as it may be, is that that's how meat's available. I don't have endless funds. Like again, I enjoy eating meat, so I guess it's not a good way to describe it, but it's effectively, and I'm conscious it's sort of holding my nose and just buying the meat at the supermarket. I know what I'm getting, and I know it's not right. But again, I'm a flawed human being, so it's that is something that I'm conscious of, but I'll certainly have a think about it and rewatch the documentary, or watch the documentary, sorry, and rethink this. But yeah, it's I am aware of that. I guess I'm not under any delusion that what I'm buying is coming from a nice green paddock. We did actually try and look into if we could buy. I've had quite a long history working in climate change policy in this country, and we did try and have a look if we could buy emission neutral. Produce, and we couldn't find it. This is
Because there's
again
no such
several
thing
years
as
ago, and there
animal
might be more
products.
now.
Yeah, the animal products like that.
Well,
don't
yeah, I
really
mean
exist.
it's very, very hard, and I mean again, having worked in that sector, I know having worked in like the climate change sort of emission sector. I guess not really a sector, but that kind of policy sector is it doesn't really exist. Certainly not in Australia. There are some farms that claim to be neutral. They're obviously doing that by offsetting, not by actually reducing their emissions, but it's it's very, very few and far between. And in Australia in particular, we've got a lot of like large stations in northern Australia that just graze millions of heads of cattle across tens of millions of acres of land. Like they're enormous, some of these land holdings, but yeah, so it's none of them are going to be carbon neutral. But yeah, it's something that we have thought a bit about, again, not necessarily just from an animal rights perspective, but from a sort of broader sustainability and climate change perspective as well. So I am
Sure.
aware that it's, again, like I said, it's certainly a moral virtue to me, but I don't feel obligated the way I think
So-
you do. But yeah, it's something I'll certainly keep thinking about. And I'll
Yeah,
be keen to talk again if this conversation's any gauge. It looks like a very interesting channel to
Sure.
engage with a bit more.
Sure. So, by the way, Dominion was actually filmed. A lot of it was filmed in Australia. Some of it was filmed in UK, and I think some of it in US. But a lot of it was filmed in Australia. I think most of it, if not mistaken. So, maybe if you watch that, you know specifically what you're paying for. And I feel like if you're watching it, obviously what you're gonna see there is bad. So I don't know. Don't dismiss it is my point, because when I tell people to watch this, we all know shit happens in the world, and we get a little bit desensitized when we see shit. But when it's shit that we're causing, I think it's a little bit more important that we watch what it is, right?
Yeah, no, I certainly won't dismiss it. I'll watch it and have think about it. But if you mean from the graphic nature won't upset me or anything, is what I was sort of commenting on. Sorry, I'll certainly watch it. I'm sure it may be emotive and make me feel a bit upset. It's not gonna. I was just commenting, if you give me like a trigger warning, that the graphic nature won't permanently damage me or anything, but it certainly may give me something to think about, and could certainly, well, almost certainly will be emotive. But yeah, it's not if you're concerned about me sort of being confronted by something that and being overly upset by it, that won't be a problem. But I'll certainly watch and have a think about it. And I've seen similar things. There's actually, again, talk about it being in Australia, there's not infrequently stuff on the news here about not the news, but like the sort of opinion sort of pieces, like current affair type stuff, where they'll run on live export, which again in Australia was a really topical issue at probably 2 or 3 election cycles ago, and chicken farming as well. There was another segment actually around the news. It was little bit blurred, but they were effectively all the male chicks that couldn't lay eggs were kind of obviously fed into a machine. So there's those sort of things on TV here occasionally. But I'll watch the. I've never watched it, I don't think, but I might have seen parts of it. But I've definitely seen people talking about it and commenting on it. But I don't think I've watched it. If I have seen bits of it, I've never seen it end to end. So I'll definitely watch it.
Yeah, so I think it's narrated by I'm not sure, but no, that's man. I don't even say it. So, but the reason why it's important is not just watching it, but it also kind of explains the reasons why they do all that. Because when you understand the reasons why they do all that, you also kind of realize that. Is there a better way of doing it? Because you can always escape and say, well, there's a better way of doing it, right? So when I say watch this, that's why I put both of these videos. It's because I don't really care that you watch the gruesome content itself, although that is powerful, of course, but rather that you understand on the practices and why they do what they do, because you're clearly an educated, smart person, and it will help you understand a little bit more, and then you can take a stance. I feel once you know exactly what they do and why they do what they do.
Yeah, no, look, I'll watch it. Yeah, like I said, it was more just making you feel comfortable. I wasn't going to be sort of triggered or anything. But yeah, no, I'll definitely watch it end to end. It wasn't so much about avoiding or not avoiding the gruesome bits. It was just I would like to watch the whole thing in its entirety. I think it is important to see that, like you said, it's a bit more powerful and impactful. So I'll definitely watch it end to end and check in. So no, thanks for the chat, mate. I do probably need to head off. It's getting very late here, but I've appreciated the conversation.
Yeah.
You too.
Same.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, everyone. That's it. We had a conversation. We had a really long conversation with this guy, Chill Slug. I wrote down so many reasons on this channel about what he thinks. I think I actually started with him basically a couple of hours worth of conversation. I hope you got something out of this. I don't know if it actually is anything, but what I did learn from this conversation with Chill Slug, which I appreciated, was that I don't know, the moral aspect is extremely important, but maybe prefixing it with a little bit more than just the moral aspect does make the moral aspect a little bit stronger also. But yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I hope you got something from this. I don't even know. It's been so many conversations and it feels like a lot, and my brain is a little bit tired from all these conversations, but I hope you got something from this. Yeah, let me answer some questions right now. Do you believe certain animals were made for us to eat? There's no animal that was made for you to eat. Only if you talk about it specifically that you sexually exploit an animal to bring another animal to life, then yeah, theoretically you make them for whatever reason you think you made them, but that does not give you the right to do what you want to them. Just like if you make a child in order for them to become a doctor, does not mean that that child has to become a doctor, and it would be immoral for that child to be a doctor just because you want them to be that way. Let's see, do you have any more questions about veganism? Morality is subjective. Chip in cases like this, at least where there is no harm to humans either way. I don't know what that means, James. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, Lewis is right. Mentioned Speedy Draculum. In our previous stream, Draculum has definitely won the chat. We have this competition where the person who comments the first is the person who gets a shout out. So shout out to Draculum for being the first one. I think Tone was second, so shout out to Tone also. But mostly Draculum. He was the king. He's the unbeatable king of the first person to comment always. Yeah. Let's see. I do feel bad for vegans, as it can't be nice believing something so deeply, such as loving animals and living in a world that doesn't care. Well, James, I don't love animals, if that helps. I like some of them. I find some of them cute. I find some of them extremely annoying. I just believe in liberty, freedom, values that most people share. I would assume you share the same values, that it's wrong to enslave somebody. We just extend all that to animals because the reason why it's wrong to exploit a human being or to enslave them, it's not because of their species, it's not because they were born under Homo sapiens, but rather because they have a subjective experience of the world. They can experience all that being done to them, and if you would also experience it, you wouldn't like it. So why would you assume that an animal likes it, since they can also experience it? It's the same reason. For the guy who said, what about horses being legally consumed in some areas of the world? It's subjective. It's up to the individual on what they consume. So if it's legal in certain areas to consume humans, then it's moral to consume humans, correct? That's what you're saying. To exploit and slaughter humans for optional products, because let's face it, animal products are optional. Sentient means to perceive. Venus flytraps perceive sentience. Perceive, therefore sentience. No, sentience does not mean to perceive, my man. Sentience is a emerging property of brains and entails a subjective experience of the world and positive and or negative valence emotions. Venus flytraps have neither. Eating meat and abusing them are two different things in the same reality. Well, depends on how you define abuse. If you define abuse as physical or emotional harm, then eating meat is a consequence of abuse, because cutting somebody's throat is definitely physical harm. Oh, let's see. Are humans not animals? Yes, humans are animals, yes. Does that go in hand in line with why are some animals allowed to eat other animals? We can go down that route if you want, but I'm waiting. Can vegans grow enough muscle on a plant-based diet? Yes. Look at these muscles. Look at their muscles. Yeah. My lats are not that big, as you see. Oh, but it's pretty good. Yeah, you can definitely build muscle, obviously. You can build as much muscle as you want, as long as you eat enough protein, and you can definitely eat enough protein. Yeah, animals eat animals. I was expecting somebody to come up with that. But, you know, we shouldn't take... yeah, oh, see, Gia, yeah, you're the person. You said, are we not animals? And then you follow through with, okay, are you going to protest against eat lions and tigers? So, Gia, let me explain very simply. Lions... I'll just put it this way. Lions commit infanticide. From time to time, lions kill their babies. Should we say that because lions kill their babies, then we as humans should be allowed to kill our babies also? Or in other words, let me put it also in a different example. Lions also lions do this thing when they want to mate with the females sooner, they kill all the males and all the children in their pride. Pride is just a fancy word for a group. And they kill all of those so that they can mate with the females sooner. Imagine if a human being would do that. They would kill all their friends' kids and all their friends so that they could have sex with the friends of the wives, or with the wives' friends. With the wives of the friends, sorry. So that would not be moral, I'm assuming, Gia, that you would not think that it is moral to kill and eat, to kill other humans so that you can mate with their partners. I'm assuming you would not consider that moral. So why on earth, if you don't apply this logic for everything that a lion does, that means you're cherry picking one thing that a lion does and you're saying we should do it because a lion is allowed to do it. But then if I use the same logic that you're saying and I'm saying, well, we should do it because a lion does it to the same thing, and that means killing and then having sex with their partner, you would think it's bad or wrong. Or Gia, you wouldn't even think it's wrong. I see you're saying lions have a culture and so do we. So Gia, let me ask you this then. Do you think It's okay. Oh, it's because it's cultural now. So now it's no longer because they're lions, but now it's cultural. So there are certain cultures on this planet, Gia, where they do female genital mutilation. That means they cut the clitoris off of women because they don't want women to feel pleasure during sex. Gia, would you agree that it is moral to cut the clitoris off of women because it is cultural to do so? That's their culture. I see you saying that, Gia, but you're not answering my question. I acknowledge that that's their culture. Is it moral to do so? Can you answer my question, Gia? Is it moral to cut the clitoris off of women because of cultural reasons? I see we got the response. No, definitely not. So, but it's not from Gia, it's from Basil. And yes, culture does not dictate morality in my worldview. But let's see Gia, because Gia is the person who says that it's their culture. So, Gia, is it moral to cut the clitoris off of women because it's a culture to do so? Because there's a culture to do so. Oh, so that's what it is. That's their culture and not for me to judge. So that means that it is not moral. It's so funny to me that these people don't want to engage. The minute you show that the error in their ways is the minute that they no longer want to engage in this argument. Gia, that's brilliant, Gia. Thank you for proving my point. So you clearly know that it is immoral to do so. So then you clearly know that culture does not dictate morality. You should not think that something is moral simply because it is cultural. Slavery was cultural. It was not moral. Women not having rights was cultural, and it is not moral. Hell, women, there's cultures on this planet where women still don't have rights, and that doesn't mean that it is moral. But yeah, you go ahead and think that because something is culture, that means all of the sudden, do you even know what culture means? Because culture is just a set of traditions that we as humans have created for a reason at some point in the past, and we just do them over and over again. It doesn't necessarily mean that we need to continue doing them. The problem with vegans is you're all snarky and militant. Well, Chet Hanks, I will explain to you why your argument is 100% false. Because you see, Chet Hanks, the problem that you're having is not with vegans, because being vegan literally means you reject animal exploitation as much as possible and as practicable. The problem that you're having is with animal rights activists like myself. So your statement should be, Chip, the problem with animal rights activists is you're all snarky and militant. And by that, then I will start asking you, well, what exactly is snarky about me fighting for animal rights? And why is it wrong to be militant about fighting for animal rights? Do you think it's wrong for me to use my words and have conversations with people where I challenge them on their values about with the scope, with the purpose of defending innocent sentient beings? And you call that militant, and you have a problem with that. Interesting. Maybe that says a lot more about you than it does about what I do. All cultures has practiced in slavery, so that means that slavery was moral, correct, Gia? Slavery was moral. Are you saying that, Gia? Since culturally, slavery was part of all cultures, that means that slavery was moral, correct? Come on, Gia, stop insulting me. I see you're addressing insults on mine. Now, don't answer it. Is it moral? Was slavery moral? It was part of the culture, was it not? So was it moral? It was part of your culture. Was it moral? That's not for me to say. Come on, say that. I know you'll say that. Look at this. Look. You people are trying to reach so hard. Why are you dodging my question, Gia? You know why you're dodging my question? Because you know that the minute you have to admit it is the minute you have to... Oh, look, you're answering. Slavery is not moral because humans are not the same as other animals. Gia, did I, when I asked you if slavery was moral because of cultural reasons, did I insert animals in that question? I don't think I didn't. So what you did just now is you insert a whole new context and a whole new topic that doesn't mean anything. So slavery is not moral because humans are not the same as furniture. Slavery is not moral because humans are not the same as water. That doesn't mean anything. I can insert also other things. You should say slavery is not moral, indifferent of culture. So that means that culture does not dictate morality. That's it. I asked you, Gia, why did you bring it up? I see you're not tracking, so I'll ask you yet again, Gia, because you see I see you have some issues. You're not tracking my question. So I'll ask you yet again, Gia. So knowing that slavery was cultural, the fact that slavery was cultural, right? It was a cultural action that we were doing. Does the fact that slavery was cultural mean that slavery was moral? Yes, it does. I'm assuming you say yes, it does to the cultural part, not to the moral part, right? The fact that slavery was cultural does not mean that slavery was moral. Why am I bringing up slavery? Because I'm trying to prove to you that something being cultural does not necessarily mean it's moral. Because I'm pretty sure that you are not, as you said, slavery was not moral, and yet slavery was cultural. But why are you bringing up slavery because you see someone that's brown? I don't even know what you're talking about. Who's brown? Am I brown? I'm not brown. What do you mean? Am I seeing so? I'm not looking at anybody who's brown. I don't know what you're talking about. I merely am asking you about something. You're not making any sense. Okay, Gia, I see you're not tracking, so I'm not going to have a conversation with you anymore. If you can't track the simplicity of something being cultural does not mean it's moral. Thank you so much, though. Oh, I hate these type of arguments the most. We are all still slaves in this world. Work, work, work to earn money to live. Jolene, you have freedom to choose a different workplace. You have freedom to go home. You have freedom to not be forced to eat what they tell you to eat, to not be killed when they tell you to die. And you have freedom to do almost everything you want to do, but you are limited by your budget, which everybody on this planet is. You claiming that that is slavery is you literally not like, it's the most ridiculous thing you can do, because slavery was, the slaves were brought into existence to be enslaved. They didn't have freedom. They were treated like property. So stop this bullshit, please. Stop it. Learn some leftism, Chip. I don't know what that means. Everybody except for Forbes 100. I would argue that even people in the Forbes 100 are not even having such a easy time. But yeah, maybe budget isn't the one constraining them. Didn't mean it in that way. Well, you shouldn't call it slaves or slavery, because that diminishes the plight that those individuals have suffered. It is not slaves or slavery. I agree with you that it is having a difficult time, but it's not slavery, okay? That's far from it. What's your favorite vegan food? I'm a sucker these days for a plant-based meat with some air fried potatoes and kimchi. That's my go-to meal these days. I'm a sucker for those. I have them at least 3 times a week. So convenient, and I also always change the plant-based meat as well as the fries type. The potatoes type. But yeah, I would say that's my current favorite vegan meat food. Otherwise, I would probably say either Rajma curry, the Indian Rajma curry, which was really nice, or another. But yeah. Thank you for asking. Kimchi is amazing. Yes, it is. Kimchi is freaking amazing. That sounds really good. It is, and it's so simple that for me the reason why I make this dish is because it's so simple to make. And I know a lot of people are thinking when I say this that, oh, this guy must be rich buying all that plant-based meat. But in reality, I buy the one that is discounted always. I go and buy the discounted one, 100%. And if there's no discounted plant-based meat, I just don't buy plant-based meat and I use tofu. I don't have money. I'm a pretty poor guy, by the way. I wasn't even thinking about American slavery. I was thinking about Roman slavery. Even same, yeah. There's been so much slavery around the world. It's insane. I tend to think that perhaps Roman slavery was even worse than the American one. I don't know though. I don't know enough about it. Would you marry somebody who isn't vegan? I wouldn't date somebody who isn't vegan. It's just, as you see, I dedicate a lot of my time as an animal rights activist. I don't really want to spend my time trying to argue for somebody. If somebody wants to be vegan, that's a different case, you know? But I don't want to have to convince somebody on why they should be vegan in my free time. How do you disrespect something that has no morals? Yeah, ask that to a cognitively impaired human being. They don't have any morals. How would you disrespect them? You think cognitively impaired human beings who don't have any moral values or cannot form moral values cannot be disrespected? I mean, if American, that sums up the working class. I don't know what you mean by that, Moonrise Studios. It's a delusion to call plants meat shrugs. I have no clue what that means. I never call them shrugs, but okay. Wage slavery is pretty much slavery. It is not. But maybe you have a different definition. Maybe those individuals are indeed property. If an individual is property, then they are a slave. If they're not a property, then they're not a slave. If they have freedom to leave, they're not a slave. Oh, Lynn Age, anybody like mushroom stroganoff? I freaking love it. Yeah, I freaking love it. Yes, I haven't had that in so long. Thank you for reminding me of that. I actually might make that again. It's a very good one and so easy to make too. What should we do about overpopulation of wildlife? Oh, Jesus Christ. There's no such thing as overpopulation of wildlife. That's just human beings infringing on everybody else's space. What should we do about overpopulation of humans? Tell me that. Should we be doing something about it? No? Then okay. What should we do about overpopulation of wildlife? I have no clue. I don't have any knowledge in that area. Apparently, this is a very common question nowadays that you have to ask. You're vegan, right? You don't exploit animals, right? Yeah, what should we do about wild animals? How does that relate to anything? I don't know, but you know, I gotta ask you that. Freedom to leave is the key thing. Some financial burdens make leaving an abusive job practically impossible. I see what you mean. I agree with you that some people are having a difficult time. I completely agree with you. I still wouldn't call that slavery. Yet again, you know, slaves didn't just have a hard time leaving. They didn't have freedom at all. Not even to have babies if they wanted to. Dirty Monkey, so no answer. Yes, no answer because I don't have any particular knowledge in ecosystem management. But you can talk to a person who has ecosystem management knowledge and probably they will know better. We're not talking about ecosystem management here. If you ask me about the morality of it, I can tell you. It is immoral to kill any animal for something you don't need. And that includes wild animal. Or thinking about life, thinking about like slaughterhouse workers that have to work or would go back to jail. Yeah. It's a difficult situation. Martin said they had smoked tofu for lunch. Nice, Martin. I might have some smoked tofu also tonight. I actually have smoked tempeh, not tofu. but tomato. That's it. I think I'm pretty much done, but and I don't see any more questions. Yeah, I urge everybody to watch the 3-minute video. Let me drop it in the chat also, and just it's a 3-minute video. Oh, brother, you do need meat. All vegans have low testosterone. Brother, I actually do blood work for my testosterone every single year, and I do not have low testosterone. But says more about you, the fact that you think somebody choosing to have a moral position somehow impacts their testosterone levels, even though several empirical evidence have said that a plant-based diet does not impact testosterone. But that's okay. You do you. Says it's immoral to kill any animal. Yeah, in the absence of need, it is immoral to kill any animal. Any sentient animal, it's immoral to kill in the absence of need. Yes. Pretty simple. That's it. Okay. Let me drop the 3-minute video. If you want to watch something to understand a little bit of what we're discussing about, the 3-minute video is an introduction to it. If you're not vegan, maybe go down this route. Maybe watch this 3-minute video to understand what we're talking about. You know, it's you may be defending something that you yourself are not for. And while you see me as the enemy, as a lot of people here in this chat who are not vegan probably do see me as the enemy, or this pretentious dick, or whatever you see me, I don't really care. I'll be honest, I don't really care how you see me, because it doesn't really, I don't care. But even if I don't care how you see me, I think you should still care about what you are supporting, because I'm here to defend them. I'm here to defend their life. And you might be supporting something that you don't agree with. And while you don't like me, I'm just here to tell you the truth. I don't really care about you that much in any way or another. If you were being forced into a slaughterhouse, I would fight for your rights just as much as I fight for their rights. So maybe at least you understand a little bit about that, okay? So please watch this 3-minute video, get introduced to what it is that you're supporting. And if you disagree with it, know that you have other options, okay? Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Martin says, we vegans love you, Chip. Martin, we have an awesome community here. I appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot. You know, there's better days and there's good days, there's bad days, there's better days. The conversations were a little bit long today, I think. But yeah, I might be back tomorrow. Wait, I saw something just now. Somebody said they hate the way, Jolene, hate the way they kill them, makes me sick. Jolene, don't pay for it then. Just don't pay for it, that's it. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I might be back again tomorrow. We do have a We the Free event tomorrow, but maybe before it, maybe I'll be there. It will depend on the weather. But yeah, continue the discussion in the comments if you have certain comments or certain disagreements. I yet again tell you, watch the 3-minute video just to kind of know what you're participating in. I'm not your enemy. I'm just trying to tell you that you might not be okay with the violence, the exploitation, the abuse, the slaughter, everything that is done to animals for you to get your products. So look into it, challenge your own thing, try to think critically, and don't just accept that your culture or your values were set by somebody, okay? Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I appreciate you. I'll see you in the next one. And, you know, if you want to have a conversation with me, drop a comment. We'll find a way to make it happen, even live, okay? And if not, maybe, you know, maybe somebody else will have a conversation. Just, you might be interested in the subject, but keep in mind, if you're going to try to find excuses, we can't tell that. We're not looking for excuses. We're looking to actual conversations. We're looking to actually change the world. We actually want animals to stop being abused, okay? Or exploited, or any of it. We really do care about that. We really do have some values in there. It's not about you. It's not about your choice. It's about the animals. Keep that in mind, okay? Being kind is free. I love this, BA. Being kind is free. So let's be kind. And let's be fair more than anything. Yeah. Say goodbye, says Navia. Say goodbye.